Round 2 of the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships. The tournament's third seed, Wesley So, faced off against U.S. junior champ Akshat Chandra in a battle that saw the youngster miss a clear win in time pressure, giving So the victory. Four-time collegiate champion Ray Robson dominated the matchup against his former teacher Alex Onishchuk to stake his claim as a real threat to win the event. World number 3, Fabiano Caruana, was paired with Sam Shanklin in what many thought would be a tough matchup, but Fabi dominated from start to finish to join the leaders. 12-year-old Carissa Yip continues to garner new fans by winning her game and is now tied for first in the Women's Championship. The tournament is starting to take shape as we enter round 3, live from St. Louis, starting right now.
Welcome, chess fans from around the world. We are here in the Central West End, an absolutely gorgeous day, and it's going to be a fantastic day for the game of chess. It's an exciting round in the U.S. Championship and the U.S. Women's Championship as the leaders will be facing against each other. Wesley So with the white pieces will take on worthy of any elite tournament around the world. In the U.S. Women's Championship, it's Tatev Abrahamian that will try to defend the black pieces against the other leader, Carissa Yip, a young 12-year-old that's definitely making her mark in the tournament already. We'll have full analysis and coverage of the entire round with everybody's favorite team, Jen, Yasser, and Maurice.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Alejandro. If that shot doesn't make you want to come visit us in person here in Central West End.
Nothing can do it. Jen, good to be with you.
That's right. We're here at round 3 of the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's, and really excited for what we have on tap today. But first, let's take a look at the standings after 2 rounds. At the championship, we've got 2 players with a perfect score, Wesley So and Ray Robson. I'm sorry, 3, and Fabiano Caruana as well. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura just behind, getting nicked by a draw yesterday by Gata Kamsky. Meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, we do have 2 leaders, 2 perfect scores. Carissa Yip, just 12 years old. She is heading the cross table, along with a perennial contender, Tatev Abrahamian. Naji Pikiji and Irina Krosh is just half a point behind.
What a fantastic Cinderella story with Carissa. Today she faces a really, really tough opponent. Maybe it's midnight. We'll see.
It will be a very big day, but let's take a look at the overall pairings. First, we've got a huge pairing in this one as well. Wesley So playing against Fabiano Caruana, and some other exciting matchups as well. A lot of more lopsided battles today, which is of course great because that might mean that there's more blood on the board.
Yeah, and for me, a very big matchup is our youngest competitor, Jeffrey Zhang, going up against Ray Robson. Ray Robson with a perfect score. Jeffrey's made 2 solid draws, but remember, he started the event with 2 blacks. So this will be his first white, and he'll be meeting one of the leaders. They've never played rated chess. They may have played Blitz together, but not a single rated game, so this will be their first encounter.
And will the hoodie manage to hold Robson? We'll see.
We'll see.
Now, the women's pairings, as you alluded to, a real biggie. Carissa Yip playing the white pieces against Tatev Abrahamian. These are the 2 perfect scores in the tournament. So will somebody soar to 3-0? We'll find out today.
And Irina Krosh, defending champion, playing against Elisa Malakina. That is a game that Irina is going to need to win to become a leader in the event itself.
And she's going to try.
She's going to try.
But which matchups should we really keep our eyes on today? Maurice Ashley for more on his thoughts on round 3 of the U.S. Championship.
Well, with a mixture of elite players and up-and-coming youngsters, and also these veterans who know that if they don't do something now, it's going to be tough because the youngsters are nipping at their heels, we see that it's been a completely uneven event, and we expect it to be even more so. But some of these matchups are traditional, and this one absolutely is the case. As we look at this one, Wesley So, 2 points in the event, boy, yesterday he was quite fortunate because he could have lost that game to the youngster Akshat Chandra. But he's at 2-0, and he's facing off against another top 10 in the world player, Fabiano Caruana, who just looks like a champ right now. His last 2 games just scintillating, particularly the last one he defeated Sam Shanklin. This is going to be a big dog matchup for sure. We'll keep our eyes on this one. And on the women's side, look at Carissa Yip. She is all business already, leading the tournament, tied for first. She's facing off against Tatev Abrahamian in their matchup. This youngster is enchanting us all with her determination, her sense of style, and her focus on this game. She said, it's all about chess. That's all I want to do. Well, Abrahamian has been in this situation before many times. She's a veteran of these championships, and you can see their profile there. Carissa was the youngest woman to become a national master. She also beat her first GM at age 10. She's playing against a woman who's making her 8th appearance in this championship and always the bridesmaid. 3 times she's come in 2nd place. She doesn't want to hear anything about Cinderella stories. She wants to win this game. We'll see how the games transpire as we see Tatev there looking very relaxed, but she'll be focused in a minute as the championships are about to start.
Thank you, Maurice. And our formats of these 2 events.
That's right. Let's take a look at our formats and also some special prizes that are still up for grabs. Well, we've got an 11-game round robin, so you're going to be with us for a good 2 weeks. It's going to be great. We've got $200,000 up for grabs in the championship, $100,000 in the women's, and we've also got a very special prize that we always love to track. The Bobby Fischer prize.
Exactly. Any player in either event who goes through the event with a perfect 11-0 score gets a $64,000 bonus for both the open section as well as the women, and there are 5 players in both fields that are currently in contention with perfect scores.
Indeed, it's going to be a real exciting contest to see if anybody can get to 3-0, 4-0, and etc.
Wow.
Of course, we count out usually, but don't forget, Fabiano Caruana, who's 2-0 now. Remember what he did in the Singapore Cup, and that was even more.
I will never forget it. I will never
will.
forget that streak. That was the most remarkable thing I've seen in championship elite chess in my life. There you see Wesley So getting a little kiss of good luck.
And wearing that bright pink. I love it. Gotta love the bright colors that some of these players are rocking. I love that Carissa Yip is wearing a hat. One of the hats that she got in her goodie bag.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, shout out to dear friend Larry Christensen, because Larry Christensen, Grandmaster Larry Christensen, has been her coach. Something, some seeds got planted there. Little pixie dust got sprinkled in her game.
I wonder if she likes to attack.
Oh, she loves the attack. Oh my goodness. And there you have the key matchup of the round. 2 of the tournament leaders, Wesley So on the left, Fabiano Caruana on the right. Fabi is number 3 in the world, by the way, but by virtue of his 2 victories, he's closed the gap considerably, just a very single 1 point in the rating, and depending on the outcome of this game, he might go to number 2 in the world.
And Wesley's up to number 9 now, after winning 2-0. The last time these 2 players played, it was in Tata Steel Chats.
Right.
And it was a draw, but I think So had the upper hand. It was a Joko Piano type position.
Yeah, he was pressing a little bit. They're very evenly matched, by the way. I believe they're 2-2. Their record is 2 wins apiece and several draws between them.
Now, what do you think the opening is going to be today? Do you think Wesley's going to repeat something similar to what happened in Tata, or go for something totally different?
Really, all the players at the top seem to be universal players. Wesley has essayed the English most recently, but he's certainly capable of opening with either 3 of the major moves, the English, the King Pawn or Queen Pawn openings. So it's only a 33% guess in Wesley's case. I suspect we might see an English, so I'll just lean to some kind of Queen's Pawn type of play.
If you get 33%, I think you should get credit for Knight F3 as well.
Okay, I'll take it.
I'm making the deal sweeter for you. And this is a match I'm excited to see as well. Hikaru Nakamura, the always expressive, definitely the best expression of the tournament so far was when Hikaru looked at Wesley So's position against Gadakiansky like an hour in.
Right, and just like rolled his eyes. That was brilliant.
No poker face.
No poker face. Today he's playing against the U.S. Junior Champion, Chandra, and you know he's in beast mode.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he really recognizes the decisiveness of the event so far. And with the white pieces against the junior champion, he really wants to win this game very badly.
Heartbreaking for Akshat yesterday. He did it himself by getting into time pressure, but still really must sting that somebody who sees tactics like rook takes c6 and rook d3 in blitz games was not able to see it over the board. Yes. Obviously, he was under a lot of pressure and missed the quiet move.
Right.
But it still must be so painful.
Time pressure makes, as Maurice likes to say, time pressure makes fools of us all. And what we see in blitz, sometimes we can't even see in classical games. And there's Carissa.
Confidence.
Confidently. Best by test, Bobby Fischer, e4, and we have a French defense.
Well, this is a mainstay for Tatev, and certainly against a young player who, you know, young players traditionally sometimes don't like playing against the French as much as other openings. So I think like it makes sense for her to stick with her French.
And h7, h6, look at that. That's a little bit offbeat. As eschewing the main lines with knight f6 and c5, h7, h6. So it's one of those kind of useful waiting moves as Tatev wants white to commit her knight to f3 before playing knight f6. So there's none of those f4 lines. Let me just bring up some of the games on my screen and let's see what we've got in the top games.
And Carissa, relatively quickly, just playing knight gf3 regardless. Do you think that Carissa is prepared for this line, or is she just like, ah, well, knight f3's got to be the best move?
You know, you can't be, you know, a master of all of the openings. I mean, and I just think that, well, on the other hand, look at this. She's playing very confidently.
She is playing very quickly. It makes you think she's had this, she's at least looked at this once or twice.
Exactly.
Obviously, maybe we could pull up that game board.
Yeah.
Because we still have our camera shot on that as these players are quickly playing really a principled variation of the French. I still like Tatev's general concept to go for a more closed position that she has a lot of experience in.
Right. There is, however, Jen, you'll love this, that famous pawn sacrifice in the French defense. After c5 by Tatev, you play c3, knight c6, castles, queen b6, and instead of trying to defend this pawn or capture on c5, you just ignore it and play rook e1 and encourage white, encourage black, pardon me, to accept the pawn sacrifice.
Right, this is very similar to a variation without h6, but
knight here.
h6 has got to make it better for white, right?
Well, yes and no, because black takes away the g5 square, right? That often is very useful for white, as well as principal ideas of sacrificing the bishop, you know, the famous bishop sacrifice. But in this position, basically what white is doing is playing for speedy development. Bishop e3, let's just play a few more moves, and you can see the type of attack that white can garner. If I can make my rook move, there we go. Castles and bishop to b1.
And now we see the deficit of having to move h6 in, that it's much less comfy when you get to play g6 because you don't have the extra protection, and I can even nibble on that with either my knight or my pawn using the move h4 as a battering ram.
Right. We always love to show checkmating patterns, but equally attractive is to show queen traps. So if somebody gets greedy in this position, goes queen takes b2, you've got this lovely little, the rook isn't just going over to the king side, it could go over to the queen side as well. And ye old double discover check. So these are the types of sacrifices that do favor white, in my opinion. And if Carissa is the attacking player that we think she is, I think she's going to go for this pawn sacrifice. Now on the other section, the open section, we have our top board, and guess what? I get an extra credit.
You were right?
I was right.
Wow. Amazing.
It was a lucky guess.
It is going to be a good round.
Okay, we do have an English. Hold on.
I mean, you're right about a lot of things, but you're usually not right about the opening.
No. It's shot in the dark again, because these players are so universal. By the way, if I had correctly guessed the English opening, I would not have guessed that Caruana would have played c5. By the way, I would have guessed that he would have gone for knight f6 and d5 and tried to steer the game into some type of a Grunfeld. He played the symmetrical English, and 4 knights, e3. It looks very balanced, but believe me, with all of this tension in the center, the game quickly changes, and either side can end up playing an isolated queen pawn type of game. Let's see what Wesley chose. The standard move a2, a3. The idea behind this move a3 is that white will want to capture on c5 and then expand on the queen side with a tempo after the bishop recaptures on c5. a6, again, it almost looks like the copy game, right? Remember when you were a kid and you played chess, you would copy your opponent's move for as long as possible?
I never did that.
You never did that? Are you kidding me? That was one of my favorite strategies, waiting for my opponent to make a mistake. D takes c5, bishop takes c5, b2, b4, a position that was a big favorite of the late and great Anthony Miles. Tony Miles from England really liked this type of position. Bishop back to d6, bishop b2, and we have caught up to the players in a very standard position. We'll still have to wait to see how it unravels. And we have our first caller of the day.
All right, our first phone call, and you keep your phone calls and your tweets coming in at our hashtag US Chess Champs. Hello, welcome to the show. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, this is Josh. I'm calling from Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Hello, Josh.
My question for you is at my local Blitz club, specifically in 5-minute chess, and actually, specifically the players from former Yugoslav countries tend to play these really slow double fianchetto kind of openings, both as white and as black. You know, I'm an E45 player, so I have a hard time with these kind of openings. Is there a system that you could recommend? You know, I usually play D4, E4, knight C3, knight F3, and just try and build a strong center, block out the bishops with the pawns. But is there, is there any kind of sequence that you could recommend?
Well, thank you for your question, Josh. Basically what the caller had asked, and I'll just do it from the start, is that very often, hold on just a second, the caller had mentioned that, especially from the former countries of Yugoslavia, Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia, and so on, that those players like to play what we would call an elephant defense, say E4, B6, D4, bishop B7, oops, excuse me, bishop B7, bishop D3, G6, the old double fianchetto, and then they would play moves like E6 and D6. Is there any specific move order or recommendation that you would make, Jennifer, again, for a blitz opponent who keeps perpetually double fianchettoing their pieces?
When I'm white and people do this, I'm just so happy.
Because you've got space.
Yeah, you just get so much center control. It's a little bit more annoying when you're playing the black pieces. But I usually,
because you're cramped.
I usually like to play E4 and D4, but not play C4, because I feel like when you play C4, the I don't know. I just have never gotten as quite as good of a game, because I'm more focused on trying to attack and get the center, and somehow when I play all three pawns, I feel that they get more counterplay.
Right.
And well, especially when they don't insert G6 right away, because then sometimes they can play like E6 and bishop B4 check.
Right.
So that's basically the extent when they play something like this. I just try to get a big center, and I just feel like I'm better right away.
You are, but what I like to do, and I completely concur with your thought there, that I don't like the move c4 as much as I like to play f4.
Yeah.
I like the f4 lines much better, and I like to keep this c pawn back here on c2 so that I can always buttress this pawn on d4. With this kind of setup, what I'm trying to do is white, like in a Grand Prix attack, is castle, bring my queen to e1 and my queen out to h4 very quickly in anticipation of playing f5 and going for a kingside attack. Short answer to your question, Josh, go for the king.
Absolutely. It's harder, though, when you're playing black, and you see a lot of Georgian players, including Ruslan Golitsyan, who usually plays in the women's championship. They play these b3 and g3 to success. It just goes to show that it's so much better to be white in the start of the game than black, because it's just a lot tougher, especially if they like start with knight f3 so that you can't immediately get the massive center.
Right.
And then they start playing b3 and g3.
Right. So something like this, you don't really get to go e5 and f5. Here you're kind of committed to a different type of setup on the other side of the board. But again, I just like occupying the center, unlike Nimzovich, who didn't like occupying the center. I like occupying the center and playing basically from a position of strength. Here it's more of a positional struggle, by the way.
Yeah, but if we change the move order a little bit, it might be...
you want to start with knight f3?
Yeah, it's like knight f3 in the first move. I feel like it might be a little bit harder for us, especially depending on what your opening repertoire is.
Right.
You know, because like for instance, if you don't play double queen pawn, already you can't play d5.
Right.
Whereas when they play b3, you could play d5 even if you don't play double queen pawn.
Or even e5.
Yeah, so...
But now, with Maurice, we know, he's a blitz hustler. So he's got his ideas. Come on, Maurice. Give up the secrets. Give up the secrets.
Hustler. I can't keep a straight face after that one. Look, take over the center is what I say for the caller's question. I'm going to get you for that one, though, yes. We're going to have to play some blitz later. At any rate, we have a championship to look at, and a big moment already has happened in the game between Carissa Yip and Tatev Abrahamian. Take a look here. The move h6, it looks a little bit off, not quite down the main lines, but the move has a real point, and the point was exemplified when g5 appeared on the board. And now g5 is in the game. This position has been played many times before. The point is to put pressure on the d pawn with the move g4, looking to win this pawn and make white's position collapse. We've seen this move happen many times in the French before, this g5 move against his pawn structure. Carissa played the move queen e2. Checking out the database, I found no games with this move, exactly 0. Why? Well, the engines think that you can crack the structure with g4, and after the knight moves, it has to actually go back to the e1 square. You take twice on d4, allowing this g-pawn to go, but the exchange of g-pawn for d-pawn should favor black. Knight to c6 would be the move. This is a very sharp position, of course, f4, grabbing this pawn. And it's not clear that black is necessarily better to me, but I get the fact that French players would like this structure. To me, I would like to play the white pieces and try to make something of this position so I wouldn't feel like I was worse, and I'd gladly go into a line like this one. However, queen b6 was the choice by Tatev, taking the game down completely different routes. Now she's really aggressing this pawn and insisting she's going to take it. The g4 threat is still on the board. So Carissa continued quickly, and she's really playing fast. She took on c5, and now her center has collapsed, this d-pawn security guarding this e5 pawn. So that has happened, but it doesn't mean anything because she still has a fluid game. The question is this structure going to be worth the fact that this e5 pawn is going to come under some pressure, sustained pressure, as the bishop can go to g7, the knight can drop back and start really attacking this pawn. It's a crazy position. I imagine that white will want to make some kind of sacrifices. Her hand is hovering on the board right now. She's probably going to drop that bishop back as a useful piece in the position. No reason to give it away. Bishop c2 would be the most logical move right now for her. But certainly an unbalanced position, the kind of position that Tatev no doubt wanted to see. She's a very aggressive player, is Tatev. She loves to attack. She loves sharp positions. So we'll see how this game proceeds.
Thank you, Maurice. Very enterprising move, g5. It really definitely unbalances the game. And I think that Carissa's move, queen e2, was wrong, simply wrong. And I would have played h3 and waited for black to go with the h5 and commit herself.
Let's pull up that game, actually. But it's interesting, this move g5 actually does come up in a lot of different French defenses as black, especially in recent years, kind of adding to black's arsenal. Because sometimes, the c5 and trying to play queen b6 and snatch the pawn is not so appetizing. So
as I showed, yes, precisely. So g5, very enterprising move, highly committal move. Whenever you make a move like this on the flank, you always have a question for yourself. You should have this question in the back of your mind. Where am I going to put my king? Because remember, in the opening you have only 3 goals. Control the center, good squares for your pieces, and a safe king. So after g5, basically black is burning some bridges as regarding castling.
Right. That's why you wouldn't teach this to somebody who was just learning chess.
Exactly.
In fact, the French in general, I feel like, how strong do you think somebody should be in terms of the rating before they start playing an opening like the French, where it doesn't execute those classical principles? Like if I have a new student who's 1200, 1300.
You want to teach them classical chess first before you play some of the sidelines.
But then on the other hand, if their style is more towards closed positions, you don't want to wait too long, because what if they just love openings such as the French and the queen pawn, and by the time they start learning them, they spend all this time playing classical stuff. So it is a kind of a balance. Like, what do you think the magic number is?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean, chess is a journey of discovery, and at certain moments you just change your repertoire because you're feeling about chess and what kind of positions you like change. And when you're starting, wow, I've seen people really grasp the game very, very, very quickly, and others like myself, slow learners. I needed to go plodding along, right? Anyway, back to the position, g5, and here Carissa played the move queen e2, as Maurice mentioned. It's not in his database. I'm sure one of the main moves here, and the move I would have favored, was h2, h3.
And then after h5?
And then after h5, okay, then I can think about what I want to do next.
You can even consider playing the move g4, and then after, if they take twice, you can always play king g2 and occupy the file yourself.
Right. Well, in this case, g4, this is the type of thing I was thinking about, that I can sacrifice this pawn on d4 because I know I'm going to pick up this pawn on g5. But after you've made a move like h5, for example, I really start to think that, well, I'm even intrigued by piece sacrifices, or things like knight b3. Let me just point out the type of piece sacrifice I would have in mind. After c4, to grab a pawn over here, I know I'm going to get 2 pawns for my piece, right? But it just means that black's not going to have the attack, and again, she's going to have a question of where do you want to put your king as black. So materially I'm down. I've given up a piece for 2 pawns, but it's sort of like, okay, my position's going to be much easier to play than your position. So there's that as a possibility. Maurice?
Yeah, it's hilarious watching you sacrifice pieces. Just, Yaz, just channeling his inner Tal in that position. Well, take a look at Carissa. I just saw a camera shot of her that I found very intriguing, the way she was so relaxed. She was even more relaxed than that a second ago. She was leaning back. And I think that the thing that's amazing to me is how quickly she's playing, despite the fact that she could not have possibly prepared this position. The way she played queen e2, not a standard move, could have given her some trouble. But I think it's a little unnerving to Tatev. When you play a line that you think is going to be offbeat a little bit, you're expecting the youngster to slow down. What is this? My stronger opponent has played a move I don't quite understand, I don't quite see, I've never seen before. Maybe I should stop and analyze it. Carissa's like, whatever, I'm not getting any time pressure. I'm going to play quickly. And now she seems like she's totally relaxed. She's just into the game, looking at possibilities, not doubting herself. And this is going to be very interesting as it proceeds. Just a little bit of analysis on this game. The move queen e2, again, g4 was the move that the Indians really liked. Queen b6, they don't favor that much because it does give this option of going into the line that Carissa did go into. Now we see the move bishop g7, is on the board. This pawn under attack. G4 could happen at any time. But the Indians are not worried about this pawn at all. It looks as though the position should be okay. A move like knight b3, even aggression like h4 in this position, the Indians are thinking about. Now, that said, computers tend to be horrible at these kinds of positions. Blocked positions, lots of maneuvers. We'll see whether or not she can manage herself. I'm thinking this pawn is going to die at some point, and you're going to have to get compensation some kind of way. This bishop, these pieces are going to have to come into the game. We'll see how she handles herself as she tries to line up her position, does the youngster Carissa. But so far, looking like she feels comfortable here. We'll see if it's really a good position for her as the game proceeds.
Thank you, Maurice. And talking about being unnerved, I remember my first time I ever played Viswanathan Anand. Vishy was just a teen, and he played like the entire game in under 20 minutes, whereas I used like 3.5 hours. It was a lengthy game, and I was in time trouble most of the game. It eventually ended in a draw, but it was just unnerving that I was making what I thought were really deep strategic plans and ideas, and he just answered them, within 30 seconds.
Wow, brutal.
Yeah, I know, it's not. It's unnerving. It really is.
Sometimes it's not the moves they make, but the time at which they make them, right?
With that clip, that rapid clip. And we have a caller.
That's right. Tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
This is Wes from Carson City, Nevada again.
Hello.
Hello. My question for you guys is, during the candidates tournament, about 75% of the games were drawn and 25% decisive. And so far, on both sides of the house, this tournament is about 75% decisive and 25% draws. And as Maurice puts it, they're playing very scintillating. Do you guys have any insight on that, or what do you think? What do you think about that?
Thank you for your question, caller. Jennifer.
I think it's fantastic, and one of the reasons for that is that there are some more lopsided matches in the U.S. Championship, and it's pretty clear that you're going to need a big score to win this event, and winning is what it's all about. That's why I think there is too much obsession with having all of the top 10 players play each other. Of course, in the candidates, we need it.
Right.
But I think sometimes having tournaments where there are a few players who are a little lower rated, a few underdogs, actually makes things more exciting.
Exactly.
Even though you don't always see best versus best, you see more blood.
Right.
So I love the U.S. Championship, actually, because of that. Of course, we love the Sinquefield Cup. That's one of the highlights of the year.
Right.
But this is exciting for other reasons.
Yeah.
We see more crazy battles, and like, for instance, Nakamura-Chandra today. Do you think that's going to be a stayed battle where both players are satisfied with the draw?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Well, one of them might be, but certainly not Hikaru, yes. And when elite players do battle, the most natural result in a very well-played game is going to be a draw. So, again, you mentioned it earlier, the streak, Fabi's streak. When you had the Sinquefield Cup, where, again, you're expecting a greater percentage, more than 50% of the games are going to be draw, and you saw Fabi go 7-0 and quite possibly should have gone 8-0, and even maybe won his last game with Hikaru. That is just such a great anomaly. You just don't see it. Here, with the field much more imbalanced, you do expect a higher decisive number of wins.
Thanks for the call. And we've got an update from Maurice.
You know, it's fascinating. Usually with 12 games going on, you have a bunch of openings that are interesting right away out the gate, maybe 3 or 4 at least. But right now, there's only one that's really crazy and unbalanced. Everybody else is playing very solid, logical chess to this point. And it's this game between Carissa and Tatev. And it's continuing. This move, bishop to g7, the youngster immediately played the move h3. I mean, at least not without thinking for too long. She just decided, you know, this is a logical move. I'm going to play it. It makes sense. Let me go with it. And she's played the move h3. And this is really a pawn sacrifice. After knight back to d7, that pawn is gone. There's no way of keeping this pawn on the board. There's no simple move at all anywhere to guard this pawn. So it's a straight pawn sacrifice. And the Indians are giving white the slight edge, despite dropping the pawn. In particular, this move, c4, exactly, starting to break the position open, looking to say, go ahead, you want my pawn? This structure is permanently damaged. We'll get our compensation later. And this move C4 is quite an interesting move. The Indians are going all over trying to find the right way for black to keep the balance. Let's just start with one position with knight takes on this square. Well, certainly there's this move, takes, and now knight takes on e5. And you have to be careful here. Moves like bishop takes, for example, you got this knight f3 move, and all of a sudden all of white's pieces are playing. They're just glowing. Look at how the pressure is with the king in the middle of the board. And even here, after knight takes e5, if knight takes on e5, a little less different now, because if knight to f3, you can actually castle, and this capture doesn't lead anywhere because of rook to e8. But even so, in this position back here, after knight takes e5, even so here, white can claim that this pawn structure is bad. This pawn is probably going to drop. Maybe white doesn't have an edge or a big enough edge to say, well, I'll win this game. But white doesn't look to be in any danger. This is the kind of pawn you would sacrifice and say, you're not going to beat me because your position sucks, at least on this side. It looks like the pawns are just terrible, and white will get back something in this position. A draw for the youngster, that wouldn't be a bad result. I think we would all tip our hat to her as she sports her cap there. And I think that now Tatev is really studying that position. Remember, Tatev likes to sack pawns for the initiative. She doesn't want to be the one on the end of that kind of play for the other side. So even that main line will be difficult for her to play. We'll see how she handles it in the next couple of moves.
Thank you, Maurice. And I think the key in that entire analysis that Maurice was saying is white having better development needs to play that move c3, c4, because after knight d7, in this moment, let me just bring up my analysis board. If you don't make this key move c3, c4, after knight captures this pawn, you will not get a compensation. You need to open up the position. You can't, white cannot afford to sit and let black just nibble away and gather that pawn without anything going on in return. And c3, c4 opens up the position for white's advantage. Key move c3, c4, and if Tatev, I think, is beginning to realize that the compensation that white gets after the move c4 is going to put her under pressure. And we have another caller.
That's right.
Phones are ringing off the hook.
We're
Caller,
popular.
your name and where you're calling from, please.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Ben from Florida. First, let me say that I watch everything you guys do. You're the best commentating team out there. And I watch all the events from Gibraltar, London Chess, and everything. And my question is about when we're finally going to get to see Nakamura, Caruana, and So, play on the same team for the United States, and who's going to be board one, and if it'd be fair to compare Rex to Pat Riley, getting Chris Bosch and down to Miami to play for the Heat and just make like a power team.
Well,
all right, man, thank you.
Thank you.
LeBron James out of his mouth. Yeah, is Rex Pat Riley? I mean,
no.
I wouldn't say so exactly. These players decided they wanted to come to the United States. It's the land of opportunity as far as Wesley was concerned. He thought his career would take off by coming to the United States, and it has absolutely done so as he switched federation from the Philippines. Certainly a lot of Filipino fans were not too thrilled when their homeboy came here, but Wesley is now showing that it's been a good decision for him. Fabiano has always been an American player, essentially. I mean, he was born in the United States from Miami, in Miami Heat country. He left when he was 12 years old because the opportunities were in Europe, but now he's back home on home soil, and I don't think anything is going to affect his career negatively by doing so. He's back in the U.S., and I think that it's going to be a great Olympiad coming up in August, September this year. The U.S. team should medal. That's not even a question. Will they gold? First time since 1976. That is what we're after, and I think they have a legitimate shot, although two tough teams out there, the Chinese and the Russians.
I put my money in the U.S., no bias. But actually, one of the things you see with the U.S. team, there's always so much great camaraderie and team spirit. Even with somebody like Hikaru, who seems like very individualistic, he's got his own thing going on. He's just a massive team player when it comes to Olympiads and team championships.
Absolutely. And also to the caller's question, we do have these top three players, but the way the listing of the team is concerned, it's all about merit. It's a rating formula that combines both the United States Chess Federation's ratings as well as the World Chess Federation's ratings, that is to say FIDE. They use a formula, and the player with the best rating is board 1 and board 2 and so on and so on. At the moment, I think it might be really close, but board 1 is most likely either to be Fabi or Hikaru. I don't think Wesley is there. I think Wesley is pretty clearly going to be board number 3. Who plays board number 1 and who plays board number 2? Guess what? I think this tournament's going to determine that.
Now, if you could choose, as if you were the team captain and the margin was so small that you could actually just pick, for strategic reasons, not which player is better, but who would you lean towards putting on board 1 and who would you lean towards putting on board 2, knowing that some teams have a really strong board 1, board 2 is much weaker, so it's important for like the board 2 to go out and crush them.
Exactly. Well, I would definitely put Hikaru on board 1.
Okay, why is that?
I like the veteran on board 1. I like the experienced team leader playing board 1.
And Fabi, you just think black and white, he can just go for the win.
Exactly.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, we'll see if it happens. But Fabiano Caruana is number 3 in the world. But as Yasser mentioned, this is going to be a combination of U.S. Chess Federation and FIDE ratings. So this is not necessarily deterministic of who will be board 1. Hikaru Nakamura is 6th in the world. Wesley So 9 right now. Actually, he's pumped up a little bit. Another thing about Nakamura is he probably likes to be on board 1. Of course, Fabi does too, but I feel like Nakamura likes it even more.
Right, and as we're looking at that list, by the way, what's interesting is Gada has taken himself out of the Olympic lineup. He said that it's too much stress for him. He doesn't want to play on these elite events. So he's stepping out. It looks like Alex Onishuk, Ray Robinson, and Sam Shanklin will be fighting for those table 4 and table 5 spots. Remember, it's a 5-player team. Onishuk, Robson, and Shanklin fighting over the 2 places as Gada recuses himself.
And we've got an update from Grandmaster, what do we have here?
I want to comment. I'd like to comment on this particular team. If Onishuk decides that he's not going to play on the Olympic team, we would have 5 players in their 20s? 5 players in their 20s on the Olympic team. When would we have done that? It must have been a long time, if ever. Come to think of it, 5 players in their 20s, Yaz.
Absolutely. That would be the most youthful Olympic team in the history of the United States Olympic team.
That would be incredible. And remember, Sam Shanklin got a gold medal on board 4 his last time. So if he replicates that performance with those 3 big killers on 1, 2, and 3,
awesome.
We really have a chance to win gold this year.
By the way, I mean, in the Olympic team, which is the Olympiads, which is one of the most fabulous events in the world of chess. It occurs every 2 years. You have teams from well over 100 nations. I believe the record is 120, even though we have about 170, 180 member federations of the FIDE. Not every federation sends a team. But going to those events and seeing the thousands of participants, often in their national outfits, it's really a fantastic event. And again, that will be in Baku, Azerbaijan, in the August-September time period.
Right after the Singfield Cup. Remember that originally the Singfield Cup was scheduled for the dates that Baku moved to.
Yes.
So the Singfield Cup pushed up to early August, and now Baku, of course, very late August to mid-September.
Right, to make accommodation. Turning to our key matchup between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, I did mention that it's very often in this opening, right here at this moment, that one side or the other, white or black, will end up in an isolated queen-pawn type of position. Well, that actually prediction turned out to be accurate also, as it was white who forced the isolated queen-pawn for black. Not a bad thing in and of itself, provided that you get enough play as the player with the isolated queen-pawn, provided that you get enough counterplay. Otherwise, this pawn on d5 will be a long-term weakness. The game continued bishop e2, bishop e6, castles, queen e7, reaching a key position, and in this position, I think that Wesley actually has to make the move b4, b5 to try to force the tempo of play. If White eschews that move, b4, b5, Black has two opportunities. The first, and most important, is to put his rooks ideally placed on the d8 square as well as the e8 square, and eventually he will play knight e4 and simply be better. So the move b4, b5, on the other hand, really interferes with Black's plans. If Black were to capture immediately with a4 takes b5, knight takes b5, and we start to understand why this is so important. First of all, the bishop on b2 has a really nice view on this long diagonal. Second of all, Black doesn't want to lose this dark square bishop, and if he drops back with bishop to b8, well, the rook ends up kind of hidden in the corner over here on a8. If Black moves his knight, pardon me, let me just take this back. If Black moves his knight, for example, with a move like knight a5, now it's very nice for White to be able to occupy the square directly in front of the isolated queen pawn with the move knight d4. And I have a slight favoritism towards White's pieces. By no means is this a bad position for Black. I don't want to imply that, but it's a little bit more comfortable for the first player.
And in fact, Wesley has made a move, but not b5. He played rook to c1.
Okay, so that really takes the pressure off of Black. So for example, after rook to c1, rook to d8. If you now play b5, first of all, after the variation AB, knight b5, bishop back to b8, this rook is actually very usefully, oops, I'll get my arrows, centralized on the d8 square. So I already feel that rook fc1 takes the pressure off of Black, and Fabiano's position is absolutely fine after, in my opinion, this slight subtle slip. Maurice?
No, I was just going to
sorry.
Rook f, this is an interesting question of which rook, actually, because I was tempted to put the rook on f to d8, so that if you play b5, I have pressure on the a3 pawn. So how would you choose between that? One of the best things to do in that situation is spend like 30 minutes trying to figure out which rook
and in which square, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you can be sure, whichever rook you move, there's somebody out there that said, wrong rook. Maurice.
Yes, indeed. I'm just checking out the big board. Lots of games going on here, as you can see, 12 games to look at. But there's one game certainly that's captured all our attention in this particular occurrence in this game, is that Tatev spent a long time in this position, a critical moment in the contest, and she did decide it's time to go after that pawn. She's going to go for it. And now it's up to the youngster to play the move c4. This is the most critical move, necessary move. She must know that she cannot save the pawn, and she needs to get compensation. So look for Carissa to look for that move c4. We'll see her sitting at the board, studying the game. She's playing very quickly. Tatev at 112 and 54. Certainly not in any time pressure at all, but 123 for Carissa. She's making it a point to stay ahead on the clock and play natural moves. But she knows now it's already only 12 moves into the game, and it's critical that she prove compensation for this pawn that's about to be snapped off the board. And you see her there studying the position. She knows she has no way of solving this problem of giving away her pawn. So how will she make the next move? We all know c4 is it. You've got to open up the game. We'll see if she finds it in the next few minutes.
Thank you, Maurice. Again, because Carissa's position has really drawn our attention to this amazing Cinderella story of this fine young lady. One of the things that really happens to those players in the expert masters class, they've reached a level of understanding in chess where they really do like material and they don't like sacrificing material. Sometimes they make an error in judgment in their refusal to give up material. They end up getting the wrong idea. For example, we know in this position that c3, c4 is crucial for White, but an expert master player may be tempted to play a move like bishop a4 with the idea of not losing their e5 pawn. So for example, after knight takes e5, knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, this would be a mistaken series of moves for Black, thanks to the pin, the absolute pin. So Black would castle, and then White thinking, oh, I've got to maintain my pawn on e5, would follow up with yet another mistake, which would be to give up the light square bishop. Now, in Carissa's mind, she may be thinking, okay, I've saved my pawn, this is a good thing, I've done the right thing. But in fact, she's ruined her game by trying to keep this pawn on e5.
This didn't happen, though.
Of course not. We
hope
it won't happen. I'm just saying that this is a very typical mistake that expert masters play, that they don't realize that sometimes it's much better to sacrifice the pawn, get rid of the weakness. If we think of the pawn on e5 as a weakness, let's get rid of it, not let's try to maintain and keep it.
I totally see what you're saying, but I feel I'm going to gamble that Chris is not going to go for that, because it, you know, just giving them that gorgeous center, that's always what you're trying to avoid. And I think Carissa having that bishop on c2, she knows how powerful it is. But we'll see. I mean, Carissa has made some mistakes just by being 2-0. I would say the most notable one was maybe yesterday, where it felt like she was a lot better, and instead of playing something like d5 and keeping complete control of the position, she released the tension.
And allowed her opponent e5 and f4, and then she was worse, but then she outplayed her opponent and won in an ending that perhaps she should not have. Yes.
But somehow I think that based on the way that she's playing so far, I'm going to guess she doesn't go bishop a4 and bishop takes c6.
You understand the motivation behind the move, of course, bishop a4. So I'm saying if you don't see the move c4, right, if c4 isn't in your conscious list of candidate moves, then you understand why they may go why she may play bishop a4.
Played bishop a4.
She did?
I was wrong. See, I could have just waited a minute before gamble. What did we gamble, though?
No,
another cappuccino tomorrow.
Thank you, by the way. It was a lovely cappuccino. Some bar talk. We had a caller the other day who was so complimentary. I said, well, when you come to St. Louis, we'll have drinks together. Guess what? That caller is in the St. Louis Chess Club, and he's invited us out after the show, if we have the time, to join him. So, did she play bishop a4?
She did play bishop a4, but let's see if there's other potential ideas besides just taking on c6, right?
Well,
so maybe
after bishop a4, now the king castles. Remember, when our bishop was on c2, one of the great things for us was that this pawn on g5 had been committed to that square, making the diagonal vulnerable. Now after castles, I don't see the compensation at all.
This position is bad. This position, bishop a4, materialism first. As you said, Yaz, it was very much on point what you said.
So it was
really just unnecessary. This is a typical pawn sack line anyway. You sacrifice that d pawn, you even or the e pawn. It's a typical sacrifice, so you have to get compensation. And to put too much credit to material is a typical mistake, a typical misconception by players, not realizing that compensation interweaves with material, and that is a strong ability you've got to have. That's a breakthrough you have to have when you play chess. It doesn't matter what style you have. And I think that Tatev is going to understand that pretty clearly. She's going to castle. She's not going to win a pawn maybe, but she's going to get a gorgeous bishop. And that bishop, that's going to leap to a6 in some positions, and the center is going to be stronger for black. So definitely a weak move played by the youngster there with bishop a4. That it will be a big lesson for her to learn after she finds out what she should be doing in this position.
Well, it's the nature of the French defense where white has pawns on c3, d4, and e5, that it's the light squared bishop that is your most powerful minor piece. I'd like to draw our attention to a game that is going extraordinarily slowly between Jeffrey Zhang, our youngest participant in the open section, against tournament co-leader Ray Robson. We see a London system. Boy, I tell you, Gada, Kamsky, Alexander Grishuk, recently Vishwanathan Anand have taken up the mantle and played this early move, this early bishop move, bishop f4, probably because they're not getting enough play against the Slavs and semi-Slavs.
Now, what's the move order issue here? Because, I mean, I feel like traditionally people, when they try to play bishop f4, they played knight f3 first. The whole knight before bishop thing. Why play bishop f4 first?
I think that it's mainly transpositional, Jen. I suppose if I had to if I had to really try to drill deeper, I would say that one of the ideas is to refrain from using the tempo knight f3 to play a quick e3 and c4, or in a different planet to play knight c3, knight b5 type of ideas. In other words, keep that tempo in reserve. After knight f6, e3, Ray shot out with a move c5. Jeffrey surprisingly captured this pawn on c5, and then Ray went into a deep tank. And in fact, both players have used quite a bit of clock time for simply 4 moves. Look at that. I find that remarkable. And after this capture, by the way, Ray surprised me with a move g7, g6.
That is strange. You just expected like an e6.
Yeah, e6 or queen a5 check or something of that nature, but instead kind of is attempting to take the lines back into Grunfeld-style theory, but with white not having committed his pawn to c4 yet, it strikes me that Jeffrey has an opportunity for a different type of play with c3, followed by b4, trying to keep, well, the extra pawn. That's one idea. And we do have another caller. Hello, sir.
Hey, you don't know. It could be our first out of 20 female callers.
Hello, and welcome to the show.
Hello, my name is Lou, and I'm calling from California, and I have a couple of questions about the French game that's being played by Abrahamian.
Yeah.
And the line, I really enjoy the game because there was a line that looks like one that I used to play in this situation, but the idea was you brought the bishop, the dark square bishop, to e7, and then left the king in the middle and attacked really hard on the king side. Do you think she made a mistake not coming to e7 first?
Thank you, caller, for your question. And I know exactly what you're talking about. First of all, when we talk about openings and defenses, I think the most passionate, ardent fans of openings and defenses are French defense players and King's Indian defense players. They live and die by their favorite opening weapons. What the caller...
Dragon.
Dragon? I don't know. I remember John Fedorowicz losing a theoretically sharp dragon where he drop-kicked his dragon book down a flight of stairs and never saw the book again.
I'm done with you.
I'm done with you. We're divorced. You know, I think dragon players go through that, whereas French players tend to be much more forgiving. What the caller said...
Oh, Kobian tried some different things after one brutal U.S. championship.
Yes. Yeah, I remember that. What the caller said is that oftentimes when black does go for this kingside expansion, he ends up leaving his king in the center and simply drops the bishop in front of the king and then goes about playing g5, g4. What Tatev has done in this particular game is fianchetted her bishop, and the caller questioned whether or not she had made the right strategic choice. I think she has, especially as the game unfolded, because it's very clear that that bishop will in fact shelter the king, because simply put, Tatev will castle kingside, and that bishop will be a loyal guard of the monarch. So yeah. I like, again, I like black's position very much, and I think this move bishop a4 was
a misstep.
Wrong. Yeah,
now,
just wrong.
I think that some of the time the bishop just is on e7 when we play g5. It's not
true.
by choice.
Yes.
For instance, there's a line of the French where you actually just play bishop e7 on the third move.
Indeed.
So then later when you try to get counterplay with g5, that doesn't mean you wouldn't prefer sometimes to have your bishop on d7. It's just not there.
I remember this fabulous story. It was from the 1974 finals candidate match between Anatoly Karpov and Viktor Korchnoi. It was a 24-game match, the winner of which was going to play Bobby Fischer in 1975. Anatoly Karpov did win that match 3-2, became the challenger, and Bobby Fischer forfeited in 1975. It was a very close match, and Viktor Korchnoi on the black side was defending the French defense. And this is move 3, and against this Tarish system, Victor was having a very, very hard time in the endings that resulted from c5, e takes d5, and so forth. So he had a second, Jakob, I can't remember his name for a second, I'll think of it, who had suggested that he play the move bishop d7 on move 3, so that after knight f3, you would take, knight takes, and this bishop, the weak light squared bishop, is suddenly developed in the game. And Roman Djindjiashvili, who couldn't officially help Viktor Korchnoi because Anatoly Karpov was the Communist Party's choice, had called Viktor in the middle of the night and said, Victor, I've got a great solution for you in the Tarash defense. On move 3, you develop your bishop. Yes, yes, Victor said, Yasser Murray has told me, bishop d7. No, said Roman Djindjiashvili, you play on your third move, bishop e7. And just like you said, Jen, there are variations where you go like this, this, this. It looks like the game of Carissa's. The difference is g5 and this.
That's quite a story.
I know. Bishop
wow.
e7
Who told you that story?
Victor Korchnoi and Roman Djindjiashvili.
Amazing, amazing story. I mean, but you know, the real heart of the story, besides you gotta love Roman Djindjiashvili,
exactly.
is that
and a shout out to Roman, by the way.
The French is not super linear, so if you have an issue with one line, you can kind of add a little twist or a turn. Like I've seen Tatev play bishop e7 before. She's also played straight mainline French. Whereas if you have a problem with something like the dragon,
you've got a problem.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why even huge dragon devotees sometimes hop around. Whereas you could stick in French country and still go from different line to different line.
Right. And by the way, Tatev in this position on move 3 played h6. I just pointed out 2 bishop moves for black, but also crazily enough in this position, beside the main line moves of c5 and knight f6, there's this flexible choice even of a7, a6. Again, waiting for white to commit herself with knight f3. Maurice, your thoughts of
Well, it seems like it may be the round of dancing bishops, so we'll continue the theme on the interesting bishop moves. Take a look at this one, the game between Alexander Onischuk and Alexander Lenderman. In this position, Onischuk decides to play e3, eschewing any kind of main lines with knight f3, knight c3. And the bishop hopped out to f5 right away. This is a solid line, actually, against the move e3, since this is a bit of a passive move. Normally, the bishop comes out. There might be a problem on the b7 square. So cd5, cd5, and queen b3 immediately challenging the pawn on b7. Lenderman defended with queen to c7, initiating his own attack on a bishop on c1, knight to c3, e6, and now knight f3, knight c6. And knight h4, chasing the bishop, saying, hey, you came out early. I'd like to get the knight for bishop advantage here, if I could. Bishop to e4, an unusual place for the bishop to be standing, especially since knight takes is playable right away. But then this knight would be stranded on this side of the board. He's waiting for a move like f3 first, a slight weakening of the white pawn structure in order to then drop back his bishop. But instead, bishop d2. So the bishops are definitely making some unusual ideas here. Looks like his rook might go to c1. What should he do next? Black is thinking about this position. Another game where we saw what to me is an unusual exchange happen very early on. This game against Irina Krush and Alyssa Melahina, both friends of mine from New York City, or at least Alyssa's residing in New York right now. Irina from Brooklyn. c5, f4, knight to c6, knight f3. So avoiding the main line open Sicilians. And now this move, bishop to g4, which I looked at, it's very unusual to me. Of course, e6 often gets played in this line, and your bishop gets buried. So she decided to bring her bishop out, only to see bishop to b5. Well, now rook to c8. In this position, the Indians don't like. The d4 idea could come really fast after e6. She could play it right now, or she could actually chase this bishop on this side. But instead, yeah, she made a move that really seemed weird to me. Bishop takes c6, no provocation whatsoever to take this piece. She just took, and I'm expecting d4. She played d3. this exchange is just odd to follow up with the move D3, especially since you could have played it at any time. And it turns out that Alyssa has gone into the confessional booth and talked about this exact exchange.
Hey, so this is my first time in one of these confessional booths. It's pretty cozy in here, but I wanted to come in because today is a special day. Today is my mom's birthday, so I wanted to wish happy birthday to Mom. I know my parents are watching. For those of you that saw me playing chess back in the day, you know that my dad always accompanied me to tournaments, so they're watching every round. I know they're rooting for me. And yeah, weird mind games are going on this game in terms of opening move order. Started out as a perk, made it transposition into a Grand Prix, and I don't really play the Grand Prix for white, but I know that she plays another line. She usually plays E6, so I thought that if she was expecting me to go into close Sicilian, at least this way I would get her out of theory, and so far it seems to be working. She seems to be spending some time, and it's as good of a situation as I could have hoped to get out of the opening. She's not castled yet. It'll take some time for her to get castled, but I'm also winging it from here. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. See you guys.
Thank you, Alyssa. I love that. I'm winging it from here. I'm on my own. I'm not sure what I'm doing. That's a confessional.
Well, happy birthday, Mrs. Melekina.
Absolutely.
That was one of the best uses of the confessionals we've seen yet. Only Fabi has gone into the confessional from anyone in the tournament. So she has broken that finally and used it quite well. I think it's great to see insights into the thoughts of the players as they're playing.
It's wonderful. Mr. and Ms. Confessional. We've got Fabiano Caruana, who's gone in every day but today, and Alyssa Melekina. And we do have a phone call. Let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Mike Johnson. I'm from Riverside, California. And I wanted to know if the top top three, like the top 10 players that are involved in this event, are playing sharper or riskier openings to try to take advantage of the lower rated players in the event that they wouldn't normally play against their peers. And that's all.
Thank you very much for the question. I'll take a first shot at that, and I'll say definitely yes. I think that the players have to sharpen their game, with the exception of what Hikaru did, of course, in Game 2 against Gadakamsky. He played it very, very tight, and there you saw what happens when neither player is willing to take too many risks, and a tame, or shall we say, boring draw was the result. So yes, I definitely feel that the players are playing riskier stuff.
And much yet to come.
And much to come. I'd just like to turn our attention to the game of Hikaru Nakamura versus the U.S. Junior Champion Chandra. We did see this knight f3 on move 1, by the way, so it seems that in Hikaru's case at least, he wasn't looking for a very early sharp game with 1 e4, but instead went to a kind of a queen's pawn opening, and then it's almost a Catalan if White had played the move d2, d4 here. Instead he keeps it in the waters of the ready English with this move d2, d3. And essentially what White is trying to do is put enough pressure on this pawn on b5. Whoops, there it is. If White can put enough pressure on this pawn on b5 to get it to move to the b4 square, then this juicy square c4 lands in White's midst, and White can get to play the moves knight d2 followed by knight c4, and he'll have this great outpost for a knight, usually enough to give him a long-term advantage. It's all about this jockeying for position on the queen side, which will determine whether Black has a equal position out of the opening or White gets an advantage. And Maurice?
Well, that kind of position seems slightly imbalanced, but we like the ones that are completely imbalanced. And we have one about to appear in this game between Onishik and Lindemann. We were talking about the tale of the bishops, the prancing bishops in this game. Well, after this move, bishop to e4, bishop to d2 was played, and another bishop came out. No, so much for knights before bishops in the opening, challenging this knight on h4, saying, well, what are you doing over here? What are you going to do about it? You're going to go back to f3 and show the failure of your idea? Well, he said, no, I'm taking on e4. That's the point. Now, first, let's just point out that bishop takes h4 would not be a good idea in this position because of the sudden queen sacrifice. Queen takes on b7, and suddenly black is losing material after this simple fork here. So in this position, you would not take on h4. Instead, just take back, which is what the point is of this move. And suddenly the knight is stranded on the h4 square. So the natural move is g3. Before I go into that, I was checking out d5, but simply takes knight to f5. Not enough firepower to make this work because of the simple g6. And what is your knight going to do? If your knight moves, then this pawn will be protected by knight f6. Even the trade will bring a knight into the game. So black will be okay in that position. So instead, the natural move here after d takes e4 is to play g3, allowing bishop takes. Of course, the knight is ready to run, so you could try g5 and chase it, or bishop takes. And this position, what do you think about this one? Very unbalanced. Pawn structure is crazy. 2 bishops against 2 knights. This one is not something you see in any textbook. It's like, this is how you play it. Naturally, we'd have to really look at it very carefully to understand what was going on. So very, very sharp position, and it looks as though g3 is in fact, it hasn't been played as yet. So he's studying the position, is Onishchuk. And actually, he did play d5. Switching around, and now the game has gone crazy right away. D takes e4. He did opt for this super dynamic move. Guys, it's only 11 moves in, and all heck is broken loose on this chessboard, so this will be an interesting game to watch.
Wow, thank you. d5, really shocked by Alexander Onishchuk's decision there. g3 looked natural, and it kind of like a Chigorin, where it's 2 knights versus 2 bishops. That's a wild game. Less wild and woolly is the game between Alexander Shabalov and Gadakamsky. Remarkably enough, after 13 moves, not a piece or pawn has been traded in that game, and it almost looks like a Fischer random game where the players are moving all over the board. Ironically enough, it was like the elephant opening our caller had mentioned before. What do you do? What do you do when the guy or gal develops both fianchettos, both bishops? And guess what? That was exactly what Alexander Shabalov did. And, well, it's just a maneuvering game where nothing much has happened thus far.
So one to study. And meanwhile, I'm kind of curious about the game between Carissa Yip and Tatev Abrahamian, because sure, we agree that Carissa is worse after this misstep with bishop a4, but
how bad is it?
I think that maybe she can still try to sacrifice a pawn here. You know, even though bishop a4 clearly comes with the idea of bishop c6, maybe she can change her mind and try to sacrifice a pawn and get in h4 and retreat the bishop to c2 later. Does she have any compensation there? Because honestly, bishop takes c6, bc6. Oh, it looks so bad. Like the bishop coming to a6, the pawn center for black. I think, you know.
Agreed all around. And what you want to say is that I don't like the move bishop takes c6. You're giving up one of your most valuable, maybe the most valuable minor piece in the position, and giving black a great light squared bishop. So you're suggesting maybe h4 as an alternative to bishop takes c6, yes?
And just a concept that I think computers are particularly good at. Just because you say A doesn't mean you have to say B.
Except we're human.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Do.
That's why it's hard. I mean, I think unless Carissa has a deep think here, she probably will play bishop c6. But it is a mark of a really good chess player, and also of a well-developed human to be able to go on one course and step back, because there's that fallacy of sunk costs, as they call it.
Right.
Just because you wasted a move playing bishop a4 and it was a bad idea doesn't mean you have to.
You're committed to playing your bad idea all the way to fruition.
Exactly,
right?
Just like an investment, just because you've lost some money already in it, doesn't mean you have to continue losing money on it.
Yeah, throwing good money after bad money. But then the problem is, Jen, is how do you continue? What did you have in mind after h4, g4? Your knight's getting the boot, right? You're getting the boot. Where are you going?
Maybe I'll wait until you take on e5. So
I'm sorry.
What if I do something? I know it's so pathetic, but like, what if I play back to c2 with my bishop? Sorry.
By the way, not a bad idea at all to try to set up.
Yeah, I want to be in that diagonal.
Some threats on this diagonal. Okay, just to show your idea. Knight takes e5.
Well, then I was thinking maybe exchange and play h4.
trade on e5 one time, and now play h4. Okay, well, it just looks like a very safe extra pawn. The first thing that comes to my mind, I don't see you're getting enough compensation here, even if I take it.
I'm sure. I agree I don't have enough, but I think maybe it's better than like that. That other position just looks so ugly.
Yeah, well, it's lifeless, right?
Yeah.
You want to have some kind of dynamic something going for you. So I've taken a second pawn. I'm falling for your idea. Knight f3?
Well, I was also
another follow-up?
I was thinking about playing queen h5 right away.
Queen h5. Oh, my. Okay. Queen h5. At least you're getting something going on over there.
The problem with like the knight f3 is like once you're taken, you can like make a center. I was even thinking like maybe trying to play knight b3 so that my bishop on c1 is out. Even though the knight on b3 is like a garbage square, at least I'm not making the way for trades and further pain.
All right, Maurice, your thoughts?
I was with you, Jen. Look, you're going to lose a pawn. That's already a given because you're not playing bishop takes c6. I like the fact that she has spent so much time on this position and realized that bishop takes c6 is completely anti-position and is going to give black everything she could want. So Carissa is stopping and saying, what's my option here? So that's already a very, very good sign for her fans and for her that she realizes that this trade is a bad trade. Now, what to do about it? Well, the simple thing to think about is what am I going to do about my undeveloped pieces since my opponent's getting a pawn, and how will I get compensation? So there are only bad moves here in the position. So I started trying something. So knight to b3 as a move, and of course the engine says, thanks a lot for the free pawn. Takes, and everything is hunky-dory for black, no question about it, except black does have the possibility of tossing in this move h4. Now, it's a bit different. Of course, this side is a little bit airy. Your knight is gone. You would wish your knight was a little closer to the king side for sure, and these two pieces make not so good an impression, granted. But it's not super easy here. A move like takes, which looks like a pawn you're grabbing, does run into bishop takes on h6. And that is a deflecting sacrifice. Black is still a bit better here, but you'd feel a lot better about yourself if you were white in this position than you do about any of the other positions we've been looking at. So this idea is interesting, h4. I would suspect that Tatev would find the most correct move in this position, f6. It's hard to break anything down on this side. You could start now with knight to d4, and if only I had my pawn back. Like, could you just give it back? Because my pieces look pretty good now, look harmonized. But down a pawn with not necessarily great compensation. Here the engines, though, are saying that black is not as much better as it seems, only a 0.2 advantage, which means this pawn chain is not a standard one. So this kind of position where she's just cooking and, as you say, as a park hustler, you never know what might happen. But, you know, this is the U.S. Championship, and those hustle techniques don't work too well against these players. So we'll see what she can cook up, because she definitely has played some mistakes, and she realizes it right now.
Or a mistake, rather.
A mistake, yeah. Bishop c6, replace it with c4, and I like white. Yeah, replace bishop a4 with c4. I like Carissa's position. We're going to have to come back and see how things further develop in round 3.
That's right. We'll be back with more from the U.S. Championships and, of course, our premier games. Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So has taken an interesting turn as well. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Back at the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championship. Here we are in the hall where the games are being played. We see Fabiano Caruana hunkering down against Wesley So. Now, he made a surprising decision in this game to go pawn hunting. So let's go take a look at how that turned out. Fabi up a pawn, but with a fractured kingside. What do you make of it, Yas?
I can't believe that he... that is to say, Fabiano went for this. I think that this is an enormous error of judgment on the part of the 2800, proving that we all have a lot to learn, no matter how good you are.
That's what Alejandro said yesterday.
What's that?
He said he was talking about how he thought that Fabi didn't quite understand the position.
Yeah.
Remember? And he ended up kind of being wrong, but still
Right.
The way he explained it was very lucid.
Right.
So I just thought it was funny because he said something very similar like that. It's heartening to see that
Right.
this 2800 can still sometimes be wrong about something.
But in that particular case, he was 100% right, and I was with Fabi the whole way through. It was actually Alejandro who had it wrong. The key moment came after this move, essayed by Wesley, rook on a1 to c1, whereas I was harping, or beating the drum rather, for the move b4, b5. After the move rook c1, in my mind, the move rook either f8 to d8, followed by rook a8 to c8, or the immediate rook a d8, which I liked as the best choice for black. I think black is doing just fine, and statistically, shout out to Christian Sharilla there, who said that he looked this game up in his database, and statistically black was scoring better than 55% from this specific position. Instead, Fabiano chose a remarkable move. He went pawn hunting with the move a5, trying to prove that this pawn on a3 is a weakness, and very quickly Wesley said, "You want a pawn? Guess what, my friend? You can have the pawn. I'm going to sacrifice the pawn to damage your kingside, with the move bishop f6, rook b1, queen went back to a5, and rook b5. I really love pawns, and Victor Korchnoi would walk through the Gobi Desert for a pawn. But in this position, the extra pawn is actually a real weakness for black. These pawns on b7 and d5 are natural targets, and it's very easy to see white's idea. He's just going to go queen d3, double rooks on the b file, press black on the queen side, and then eventually turn his attention to the shattered pawns on the king side. I don't like Fabi's position. I'm sure the computer is saying good compensation, just a 0.2 or 0.1, but I'm saying there's actually two results from this exact position, both of them favoring white. I prefer white's position a lot. Maurice, do the engines agree?
Well, you're only half right, Yaz, because you said the position was definitely better for white, and then you said you don't think the computer's going to think so, and they agree with you 100%, so you should have been confident. After all, you were one of the top 10 players in the world at one point, and you are completely correct. The assessment is that it is white who is better here. The full pawn that that Fabiano is up, forget it. Throw that out the window. White is the one with a significant edge, not quite yet half a pawn, but since he's down a pawn, that means that the inch is giving Wesley a full pawn compensation and then some, not just barely enough to say the position's equal. So Fabi's in a little bit of trouble here. He does have some serious drawing chances if he drops his pawn, but look at these pawns on this side. The key is that it's a four, all the pawns are on one side. These 4 pawns, they won't be able to do anything down the board, but maybe he be able to pick some things off is White in this position, maybe this f6 pawn. White's going to want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, and really I think Fabi's only chance is to trade off everything and leave maybe one piece, maybe a rook, and so you'd have a rook in 4 against a rook in 3, something like that. Maybe he can survive, and that's what he's going to be looking for right now. So he's worse, but he does have defensive chances, it looks like, to my eyes anyway. Now, another game of interest is this wild game where you talk about liking pawns, Yaz. Let me just see if I can pull it up here. This position, a pawn sacrifice early in the game. Oh, here it is. This one. We were following this game before, and it was really interesting to see Onishchuk play d5 in this position, and then knight f5, g6, and drop his knight back to d4 like he didn't just sacrifice a pawn. The knight came back into the game. He didn't want that other unbalanced position with g3 where we saw the 2 bishops fighting the 2 knights. Now it looks like knight f6, and it looks like just stolen a pawn essentially has black. But there are just a little bit of tricks going on here. For example, rook to c1, pressuring this knight. And if you castle, well, it doesn't really stop the pinning problem on this c6 square. So quickly, he's making use of the light squared bishop in this position to put pressure on the c6 square. And back here after knight f6, rook c1. You could also try to solve the problem with knight takes on d4, attacking the queen, ed4, and now move to try to trade. But again, the light squared bishop shows up. So he's literally sacrificed his pawn for the strength of this piece to see whether or not he's going to have compensation. And this is not easy, because if you have to play a move like king f8 and now check king g8, this rook is looking mighty disgusting, if you will, on that square. And White might claim compensation in this position. Certainly, bishop f8 is coming, and maybe he'll be able to solve this problem shortly. But a very sharp position, atypical of Alexander Onishchuk to play this kind of wild chess. We know him as a solid player, but here, sacrificing a pawn for some initiative.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, the games are definitely heating up, and once again, do forgive me for looking at the women's matchup on board 1, because I was trying to, well, find some compensation for Carissa. She has played the move as expected, rook on f1 to e1. She saw well in advance that this bishop, that was why she took so much time, that this bishop was going to come to the a6 square with a tempo, but even worse, with a skewer against that rook on e1, on f1. So she moved it to e1. During our break, I was just analyzing the ramifications of the move bishop a6, queen back to d1, bishop to d3 with 2 objectives. First of all, it's just nice to have a bishop centralized, but secondly, it helps defend the king. There's this pawn on g5 after all. And I was continuing my analysis with the move knight f1, bishop e4. Now, it's clear that black is eyeballing this pawn.
Oh, so you're not allowing me the chance to play rook e4, because after takes on e4, queen d7, the knight on f3 isn't take.
Right. So that tactic, those forced tactics there would rebound against white. But in this position, you don't have to go crazy with the exchange sacrifice. Instead, you can slow play it, and it might be actually kind of an interesting way of slow playing it. Knight h2, with the idea that after knight e5, bishop e5, imagine you get this type of move, queen to h5, attacking this pawn on h6, and on a good day, you follow it up with knight g4, once again attacking that pawn on h6, and even ideas of rook e4 and bishop takes g5. It's not going to be that easy for Tatev to keep Black.
Right.
But Black doesn't have a comfortable extra pawn.
That's right.
Let's put it that way.
Do we have time in a position like this to actually just snatch the knight on h2, even though that's our only defender?
Right.
Although, I mean, I don't like the way this looks, but I'm thinking if I can just play king g7 and f6,
well, you might
maybe I can hunker down.
Well, this is where I'm hoping for a perpetual check, right? So if you go king g7, I'm hoping that I'll be able to play bishop takes, pawn takes,
and then insert this rook takes e4.
Your rook e4, and then I bail out. Basically, that's what I'm trying to do as white, is bail out with something of this nature, right? Why is this game so important for the Women's Championship? For those viewers who are just joining us, here are the standings in the top after round 2.
That's right. Carissa Yip and Tatev Abrahamian tied for the lead with 2 points each, perfect scores. And that's why we've got our eyes peeled on this critical game. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Championship, we've got 3 players tied for first, and 2 of them are facing off as well. So Caruana versus Sil, our eyes are very peeled on that. Ray Robson also in the top earners score group right now. And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with an update on another game in the Women's Championship.
We like to point out important moments in games. If we can spot them, share them with you. And a very important one has happened in a game between 2 of the youngsters in the competition, Jennifer Yu against Agata Baikosev. And this position, guys, really cagey sort of King's Indian setup, G3, Fianchetto, King's Indian. And here, instead of just developing her pieces, Agata with the black pieces decided to trade on D4 and then play Queen C5, which to my eyes just seems bizarre. Why this shift in the queen? Why give up your center, trying to attack the knight, and also the pawn on c4? Okay, greed sometimes is good, but after knight back to e2, suddenly she realized her d6 pawn's on the fire, and this c pawn, go ahead, you can have it. I'll take the one on d6. Instead, she played knight to e8. Another strange move. Talk about trying to reset your pieces a la chess 960. These pieces don't look that impressive. Again, after this pawn, but I can just defend it. What's the big deal? Now the move knight to d7, and now she just didn't look that impressive, having to chase her queen back to a5. What was that maneuver about at all? Queen c2 and white now getting a very logical position. Rooks are going to end up on d1. After a6, another waste of time. Rook a to d1, and white's just happy. Every move white's made is very natural, except for the retreat, but that's it. Everything has been correct, and all her pieces are good. So now b5, and you go, wait a minute, you don't have anybody developed, and you're just going to start attacking? Well, what if this move shows up? Bam, e5, there it is on the board, unleashing the beast along the long diagonal, saying, go ahead, take it, because I'm going to rip this off. Knight takes e5 is the possibility here. I'm not sure if she played it as yet. No, she's still thinking about it. That e5 move came as a shocker, a body blow, because f4 now, chasing the knight. This c6 pawn is going to drop. b5 is going to be under pressure. All of white's pieces are working. White really is for choice in this position.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, poor choices with this move, Queen c5. It looks like it just loses time. I'm going and I'm looking at the game between Elisa, our confessionalist, and Irina Krush. And it's like one of those positions where you kind of like white's attacking chances, but on the other hand, black is very solid in the center, and black is eyeballing this e5 square, wanting to play moves like bishop f6, knight e5, positioning the minor pieces to good advantage. And the nice part from black's point of view is stopping this queen from rushing over to the king side with ideas of queen h4 and rook h3. Having said all of that, I'll tell you what I wanted to do, Jen, is after a trade, I want it to be black's move, so that in case you play a move like bishop f6, so I want it to be black's move, a3, bad move by me, and just to show you that there is this nice little idea of knight e5. So I need to make some good moves. So let me just start with, oh, I don't know. How about takes, and now where can I put my bishop that makes a lot of sense? You know, I want to play
right, because you
something and then follow it up with knight d5 if I can. because otherwise black is going to play bishop f6 and knight e5 herself, and she'll have a fine position. Let me go bishop f4 nonetheless. Presumably castles is a good move. Queen to g3. Again, eyeballing this pawn on d6 for a moment. And I'm, from Alyssa's point of view, if she can get in a number of moves like rook over to f1 and then redeploy her knight, she'll have good attacking chances against the defending champion.
That's right, but it was kind of convenient that we were preventing you from castling.
I know, I hate playing that move, bishop f4.
You just couldn't find a move here. What about rook g, what about trying takes on e6 and then rook g3 or something? There's always that bishop h4 shot.
I was petrified of moving into that pin by black with, as you mentioned, bishop h4, and I didn't find a good answer.
Because now knight d5, you just ignore it.
Exactly.
Which is an important concept for you guys out there. You always got to ask yourself when you make a sacrifice, what if my opponent doesn't take it?
Exactly. The other important point, and I'd really like to emphasize this very much so, when white played the move f4, f5, that's a big investment of energy, right? Or time, if you like. And just simply trading, if you were to trade on e6 and not get any return, then you've wasted a lot of time or energy. As an attacking player, it's important to only trade when the trade favors you. So maybe I'll take the move fe6 back for a second, and I'll just start with the move bishop f4 with a very straightforward idea of playing queen to g3 and then doubling my rooks along the f line. Now again, I really think that Arena has great defensive resources, and in fact it may be a position that black is simply doing very well, but she has to play both players are going to have to play precisely to determine who stands better. And Maurice.
Well, yesterday we were chiding two of the women in the women's side. That was Katerina Nemtsova when she was playing against Anna Zatonsky in their big matchup. And they spent forever in the opening. 8 moves in. They had used something like 50 minutes, 41 minutes left on their clock. Well, check out this game with Ray Robson that we have been sitting here with. He is also down to 40 minutes, and he has only played 8 moves. And a sharp position, of course. He sacrificed the pawn on c5 temporarily, trying to get it back and spending a lot of time in this position. The Indians like to play rook e8 here, but he played the move knight to e4, sacrificing yet another pawn, at least a different pawn, in trying to get this pawn back on c5. A very sharp move on his side, looking to play this move e5. But he's down to 40 minutes. Now, Ray is a time pressure hog. It's like he embraces time pressure. He just loves it for some reason. Plays extremely well in time pressure. It's not something that he wants to maintain, especially as he tries to become a 2,700 player. But there it is, a wild position on the board. The Indians are giving queen takes d5 is essentially the only move for white to maintain any advantage at all, since black's about to explode with the move e5 and also rip back his pawn. So he's calculated this variation, queen takes, and now knight takes on c5 is the computer's choice. Queen takes, rook takes in this position, and then after further trades here, black's going to have to argue that he has compensation. And I've got to tell you guys, this, I mean, in this position, it just looks like you just gave up a pawn. I mean, where is the compensation for black? I can see e5, maybe the d3 square, but it looks like a pawn.
That's because it is a pawn, Maurice, and that final position, I like white's position after the move bishop c7, kind of annoying black's harmonious setup. But Ray, as we know, is a big Grunfeld defense player. Grunfeld defense players love having the initiative. He will have invested the pawn. He does have a temporary initiative, but I don't think it's sufficient compensation. And in that line that you were saying, all the way to the end, you toss in bishop c7 at the end of that line, and I do prefer white's position.
We do have another caller on the line. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
You're with us.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can.
We can.
Okay, fantastic. Hi, Yasser. Hi, Jen. Big fans of you guys. My name is Chester. I'm calling from New York.
Hello,
just wanted to say hi to you guys. It's an honor speaking with you, Yasser and Jen. Actually, one of your games inspired me to start playing chess. Yasser, was the game you played against Jan Timman back in 1990. It was some kind of Queen's Indian.
Yes.
Where, anyway, you went on to win the game. But the question that I wanted to ask you was about when you're first learning chess in the beginning. Is it better to start off with the end game, or is it better to start off with openings? My philosophy personally was I was like many amateurs when I first started playing. I got an opening book, I.A. Horowitz's openings. I started studying openings, and I stalled out at about 1700. One day I had an epiphany, and I said, you know what? Everything we learn in life, we start off basic with simple things, and we build up. So I started studying king and pawn endings, and my rating from there went to about 2100, and that's where I'm at right now. And now that I'm starting to teach students, my method is basically to start off with just king and pawn endings and try to build up from there. And I wanted to know what you guys thought of, how to teach.
Thank you, Chester, for the question. It's right. Your question's right on the money.
As is his answer.
As is the answer. Jennifer, take first crack at that one. That's a juicy question.
I love it. I mean, starting with king and pawn end games is brilliant because, like we were talking about yesterday, you gotta hear something 9 times before you remember it. Mm-hmm. Those king and pawn end games that you get all the time, the ones where you have to know, that you bring your king to the 6th rank before you push your pawn to the 6th rank. Man, you can't just teach a kid that once and then they know it.
Right.
I mean, unless they're like really, really talented and have a sticky memory, usually you need to go over it with them a lot. So why not start with that?
Right.
So it really sticks. And
so
then,
end games first for beginners.
I think so, although I think sometimes people do overstate the point. It is also very important to study openings, and I know there's a great documentary about a multiple national championship team in Brooklyn called Brooklyn Castle.
Yes.
And IS 318. Right. I know that they do a lot of opening work even when they were starting out, and it really paid off, especially for them winning these championships. So I think you do want to do both, but I just love the idea of king and pawn to start, and then start introducing the openings. Also, we got a lot of questions about what openings people should play. It's kind of nice if you develop a little bit of a style before you make your selections, because otherwise you might pick something that doesn't really fit you.
And Maurice, you've made, quite a remarkable career, in fact, from being a chess instructor. Your thoughts on the caller's question?
Endgame, 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 right? No question about it. Chess funnels itself into endgames, and by knowing your endgames, you inform the rest of your game going backwards into the game. I did a TED Talk on retrograde analysis, and I talked about the idea you want to have the simple positions down pat. There's so many positions you get from an opening. Oh, I have a good position. You get to the end game, and you see so many students just collapse and not be able to finish those games off because they're not well grounded in end games. And in fact, they have a misconception about the end game, that they're boring, they're not cool to learn, they're not cool to play, that maybe I'll never even get there. By the time I get to an end game, it'll be made already, or I have up a piece. That's just fool's gold. You want to have the end game down pat, and at least the basic ones. I've seen players, even at the 2000 level, not know their king and pawn basics. And it's like, are you kidding? How could you not know this kind of positions? These should be automatic for you, because then you can drive all your positions into those easily won transitions. I think it's Joel Benjamin, who has a great book called Liquidation into the Endgame. I think that's the full title, Liquidation into the Endgame. Great topic to learn, to study. Absolutely endgames first.
Wow, unanimity amongst the panelists. What's going on today?
That was an easy one. We know the truth on this one.
Right. I think the caller has a very, very typical upbringing in chess. That is to say, they started learning to play the game of chess, and then they got an openings book, and that's where they devoted themselves, and they kind of did it all wrong. I was really, really, really fortunate. When I started learning chess, I had a teacher, Jeffrey Parsons was his name. He was an A player, and he started teaching me endings. So really, endings first for me, And I avoided a lot of the learning traps, so to speak, that happens to a lot of people who pick up the game of chess. And I remember a really salient comment made to me by a dear friend, Michael Frenette, many times champion of Washington State. He said to me, Yasser, study the endgames first. It's like cheating on a cheating on a test, because you know you're going to get into endgames. So have that knowledge before you go into a tournament game, and it really pays off. The problem is making endgame study fun and interesting, because you can just kill the passion of a student if you just hammer them with too many endgames and difficulties.
Very interesting. That's why I think Nick DeFermian once recommended that when you do get into an endgame in one of your actual games, make sure to analyze all the twists and turns. Because, you know, just from like one game that you have all these different branches.
Sure.
And whenever you experience something yourself, it's much easier to remember. So rather than just like looking up the Lucina position in a book, checking out a game where it could have led to the Lucina position, it's going to happen often enough.
When you can relate it to yourself personally, when you have skin in the game, so to speak, it really does stick with you.
And Maurice has some news from one of our games.
Well, speaking of endgames, it looks like a very easily winning endgame. Maybe not so easy, but certainly a big advantage in the endgame has occurred in this matchup of one of our players we are keeping our eye on, because she could win this tournament. That is International Master Nazi Pakidze, and she's playing against the youngster Asrita Seirawan. But this position, we've seen it before. The London system has become the American system. They're playing it over and over in this tournament. Bishop to G3, we saw Gadakamsky use it in his game against Nakamura. Then we saw a big win from Ray Robson's side. We've seen it on other board as well with Wesley So. Now we're seeing it here. And look at this. The way the variation went, it was, as far as I'm concerned, easy equality for black right out the opening. And this is what we mean. Look at this position. Black is perfectly fine. There's no question about it. These double pawns don't mean anything. In fact, the B file is very nice for her. So black is just fine in this position. We have just gifted you a good opening. Here you go. You got it. Now let's see if you know how to play chess. And check out what happens next. F5. Not a bad choice, but very committal, not necessary in this position, creating a bit of a weakness. Could have played Rook B8 instead, but F5, now Knight F3, and now a trade of a very valuable knight. That wasn't necessary either. She could have moved the knight, maybe G4 or go to F6. No need to trade off this knight and make white's position simpler. Now the move C4. Looking to tie this down, but putting all her pawns on the square color for her bishop. That made this looks just totally dubious now. Queen A4 attacking the base pawn, and now B3, and the pressure she was hoping for against the B2 pawn, that's out the window. Now her structure is about to crack, and white's the one with the edge. We're only 5 moves outside of what was a nice opening setup, and now black is already worse. And this is, again, you can have a great opening. Congratulations. Now, do you know how to handle yourself the rest of the game, especially against a great player? After queen to c4, b takes, I would have captured myself. Now, she decided she couldn't capture this pawn because her pawn structure is going to be a wreck. So she sacrificed the pawn here with bishop to e6. Nazi just kept playing and said, let me see an endgame. I want to see this position here. Bishop takes. Now just a clear pawn up is Nazi. And these pawns don't leave a good impression. I'd like to have this pawn back and maybe this one up. Still, she could try to fight here, but I can assure you, if you handed this position to my colleague Yasser Seirawan, he'd milk this one till the cows came home. No question about it. And it looks like it's going to be an easy win for Nazi over her young opponent.
That's experience over youth. That's as simple as it gets. Speaking of experience over youth, turning to the game of Carissa versus Tatev for the Women's Championship lead, both players at perfect scores. I really, sadly, do not like Carissa's choice, Queen E3. Why? One of the things that we always talk about is, with so many pieces and pawns on the board, are trades. When to make a trade and to recognize when a trade is in your favor or not. Basically, the only good thing that white has to say about this position is that her opponent's pawns are on G5 as well as H6, making her king a potential target. When white agrees to the trade of queens, basically she's giving up any attacking prospects against black's king, which completely negates these weak pawns g5 and h6. After the move queen e3, Tatev will be jumping gleefully for joy, will be happy to trade queens with queen takes e3, rook takes e3, and c6, c5. As Maurice was mentioning in that other game, black is ready to bring her rooks over to the queen side with rook b8, rook c8, and she'll have an initiative. The two bishops as well. Right now, everything going in Tatev's favor as Carissa is suffering. And a big surprise, oh my goodness, Tatev saw something that she liked even better. She saw that her bishop is nicely controlling the square d3, and she decided to play instead the move knight c5 with the obvious evil intention of plunking the knight on the square d3.
Painful idea, indeed. But
I'm not 100% sure. Okay, let's just see. Does this give Carissa an opportunity to play the move h4 and to get back into the game? For example, specifically what I'm hoping for is that if I can induce the move g4, is I wanted to play knight h2. If knight d3, you know me, I'm going for the exchange sacrifice in this position, no question.
But what if
knight takes g4?
We could also play knight d3 right away, right?
Yes, and in both cases, I'm going for the exchange sacrifice. Okay. I don't care. Knight d3, hg, and the fact that the queens remain on the board in this variation, Jennifer, I'm thinking that good, bad, or what have you, as white, I'm really happy to have this position rather than the other position.
True. And what if we trade the queens here anyway? So after queen e3, rook e3.
So I'm starting with hg5.
So yeah, and so
I've won a pawn now. Yippee-yi-yay.
Well, kind of, right? Because I can take
because
on g5.
of e5. Yes, I see. The e5 pawn is hanging if I capture right away. Good point.
So this could still be good for black, but yeah, creating some complications for white indeed.
Unnecessary complications for black. Yeah, she's making her life a little bit more difficult.
Maybe a bit of overconfidence.
Yeah, perhaps she still has an advantage. I do like the two bishops, of course, but I would have snapped off those queens in a heartbeat and played c5.
Maybe thought a little bit longer about it. One thing I always tell my students is that any situation with a queen trade is one where it's really good to slow down because the stakes are high.
Indeed.
When the idea of a queen trade is in the air, you really need to think deep strategically about who it benefits.
Right. That's the important thing. Think of it. Think of yourself going to a market to negotiate a sale, and who is going to benefit most from the queen trade.
Yeah, and you're not just selling a dress, you're selling your house, right?
Yeah.
This is really big, so if you make an error, it's kind of a big deal. You're not going to get it back. But to be fair, Tatev did spend quite a lot of time. She spent almost 8 minutes, so she's seriously considered the queen trade and decided perhaps that this was more forcing and she really liked it even more. Maybe she thinks she's going to get queen trade anyway and just have a dominating knight on d3 and underestimate some of white's counterplay ideas, but we'll see.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we've got another caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
James from South Carolina.
Hey, James.
Hello. Hey. My question is a follow-up to the previous caller. Maurice mentioned the liquidation book by Joel Benjamin, and I was wondering, what y'all thoughts are on the in-game book Just the Facts, Love Albert.
Just the Facts.
And another question I have, while I got you here is, I took a seminar for beginners from Roman Gengiasvili.
Yeah.
And he was, it was for, under 1,400 players, and he kept emphasizing learn the opening first. And I was just wondering, what your thoughts about that are.
Oh, thank you for your question, James. Let me take a first crack at it. I was literally raised on Reuben Fine's basic chess endings, the BCE. That was almost kind of a Bible for us. And sorry to Lev, I'm not familiar with this book about the facts.
It's a good book. It's definitely a good book.
Yeah,
it's definitely a good book. Ruben Fine, you know, that's why you were one of the top 10 players in the world, because you were digesting a serious tome that a lot of people had trouble with. But Just the Facts really keeps it very simple. I highly recommend that book. Absolutely.
I totally agree. I think the thing that is good about Albert's books in general is that they're really good with presentation. So for somebody who's not as into endgames or chess, he really does kind of make it a little more palatable, as you were saying.
Right.
You were talking about this dilemma just before.
Right, that, you know, it can be too dry. The endings can be too hard. And you want to have something sometimes a little bit lighter fare.
Right, which is colorful, easy to go through. That just it's the little things, really, with, I think, especially for youngsters,
that make a big difference.
For the tactics books that just are more pleasing to the eye, like even the fonts and the types of ordering and how many positions they put on a page. All these things are really important if you're trying to get people to eat their vegetables, if you will.
Exactly. Now, the caller also mentioned that although he referred to himself as a 1400 and a kind of a beginning player as an opening seminar, excuse me very much, but I think a 1400 rated player is really, really, really good. That is to say, 90% of the people who play chess don't even join a federation and have a rating. And, you know, 1400, you know a lot. You know a lot about openings, all of the legal moves, patterns, tactics, and so on. I think at about 1400 level, introducing openings and opening concepts makes perfect sense. Pardon me.
Yeah.
But in terms of making it your full-time job, no way in the world. I mean, I'd have to disagree with that. Again, endings, middle games, then a real concentration on the openings. The openings can sometimes be fool's gold in that way. You know, people, the reason why people study openings, the first reason, all my students experience this, and you see a lot of kids doing this, is they're terrified because they lose quickly. They fell for something. Oh no, I fell for that. It's because I don't know the opening. Oh, I fell for something else. Well, partially it's because you don't know the opening, but mainly it's because you don't know chess. You don't know tactics. You play mistaken ideas. You miss simple tactics in the position. And it's just not often that it's the opening that's causing you to lose. It's your inability to handle other or master other concepts and tactical ideas. And if you master those, you'll work your way out of openings. My students, you know, on our way to winning national championships, it was about they get bad positions. It's like, oh man, I have a tough position. What did I do wrong here? And then slowly but surely, they just outplayed the other kid because the kid had got their moves memorized, but once you played a move they didn't know how to handle themselves. So you could say, let's just keep studying the opening until you know everything. Good luck with that. That's not going to happen. So I definitely wholeheartedly recommend endings and middle game ideas and general opening concepts, to be sure, but not the specifics that people get fixated by and buy 10 or 15 books. I'd like to talk about this position, though, as we turn back to a game that you guys are just going to enjoy how crazy it is, although Black may not enjoy the result. We saw this move, E5. Jennifer played against Agata in her game. After E5, she spent some time. She played knight takes, and now F4, attacking the knight, expecting it to move. The counter punch, bishop to F5, now on the board, played attacking the queen, and now the move queen to D2, saying, I don't care what you do, I'm waiting for this knight to move so I can snap this pawn off. And now the engine's saying, no, don't move the knight because you're going to have a bad position. Start with the move B4, attacking the knight. So here's a knight hanging. Now this knight is hanging in the position. The engine saying, still no problem. Play the move knight to E4 as best. Now this is counterintuitive to block the diagonal because you're about to try to win the pawn. So will she follow up with this? Maybe so. She's hitting the pawn on D6 here. Now knight back to D7. And here you could try to grab the pawn. Note that this A2 pawn is hanging. And the engine's going, you know what? Forget all that. Play knight D4. And man, those are some vicious moves. The knights look fantastic. This piece is hanging. This not quite hanging, but under pressure. C6 is definitely hanging. And White's position just looks wonderful. So she just has to find a few moves and all those complications for White to be dominating the board completely. You don't even want to trade off your bishops in that position because the pieces are just going to go completely insane. even though the engine's giving bishop takes d4 in this position as the best move. So we see that she's hovering over the board for the moment. I'm not sure exactly what move she's going to make, but it's a critical position for her. And there she is, not certain about what to do, guys. This is tough for Black, and Jennifer Yu might score her first victory against a player who had a great win yesterday.
Thank you, Maurice. One thing I would advise very, very strongly to players of all levels, don't reach out over the board with your hand when you're unsure about your move. I mean, think about your move carefully, of course, but once you feel absolutely confident, then make the move.
Why do you say that?
And I always felt a surge of confidence whenever I felt uncertainty from my opponent. It made me feel like I was doing well. In other words, it's a confidence booster for me when you're showing nervousness and hesitation. No reason. You know, and I really, when I did make a move, I like to make the move confidently, like putting it on the square.
Like Hikaru Nakamura. I totally agree with you, and also there's just a practical point. If you indicate to your opponent what you're gonna play, they can think concretely about the move rather than more generally. Actually, we got a funny tweet from Grandmaster Josh Friedel, who's previously played in this competition. He said, if I had half of Carissa Yip's confidence, I might actually intimidate an opponent now and then.
Right. Well, in terms of intimidating an opponent, when you're hesitating and making those, hand gestures, you're not intimidating anybody. Contrarily, when you're playing your moves clearly and confidently, you are. And yes, I agree with you, Josh. It's nice to have that youthful confidence.
Although I'm sure plenty of people are intimidated by Josh's rating, if not his demeanor all the time.
Ratings help. I was just going to say, in the game between Wesley So and Fabiana Caruana, Wesley has managed to win back a pawn, and, well, that's a good thing for Wesley fans. And Fabiano is still going to have a long defense ahead of him.
That's right. But if you had to gamble on it, would you gamble that he's going to hold?
Gamble? I would say it's a 55-45 in White's favor.
55-45, so 45% loss.
I'm saying in a 10-game match.
No, 55% White wins.
Yeah.
Wait, don't you got to give a percent or two to Black winning?
No chance Black is winning this game. No, and we have another caller. Caller, hello. Welcome to the show.
Hi, my name is Karina. I'm calling from California, and I have a question about time control.
Yes, Karina.
I often lose on time because I thoroughly calculate the games. So, for a beginner, what would you say is the best time control to be playing with?
Thank you for your question, Karina. I'm going to turn that one to Jennifer. First.
Well, first of all, very much welcome to the show, Karina, because we have not had a female caller yet. So.
And you've been waiting anxiously for the first one.
Yes, and clearly a youthful caller as well. So just, I think, a kind of a microcosm of what is going on in American chess and all over the world, that you see a lot of younger girls interested in chess, and I think that means in future generations we are going to have more women playing the game.
And stronger women championships, absolutely. And just look at the lineup at this year's. But
to her question, I mean, you say that you're a beginner, but that you lose on time a lot. I wonder what you mean by beginner, because I find that most pure beginners actually play extremely quickly.
Anyway,
so and it also depends whether you're talking about tournaments that you're playing in or rapid and blitz games that you play for practice, for instance, on the Internet Chess Club or chess.com, Chess24, or even like casually with friends. I think for those types of games, anything from game 10 to game 30 is perfectly fine, just casual games. And then the stronger you get, you can even throw in some game 5 because you really want to get as many practice for your openings as possible and review that. And when you're starting out, I kind of gear towards playing a little bit more game 10 just so that the games aren't filled with that many blunders. As for tournaments, I think you should be playing both very long time controls. And for instance, we've got the National Junior High School Championships going on right now.
Oh, really?
Yes, they are actually. And there's a lot of girls on the top boards. Emily Nguyen, who is was part of one of Greg's U.S. chess schools here, so I got a chance to meet her. Is playing Maggie Fang, who's close to qualifying for this tournament.
Okay.
Is playing on one of the top couple boards. So that tournament has, I believe, a time control of around game 90 or game in 2 hours.
They play 2 games a day at the Nationals?
3 on Saturday.
Ooh.
So, I mean,
Kids are exhausted at the end of that day.
And that's a really good time control for young people, I think.
It's
because
game 90.
Yeah, it's not too, it's like that kind of Goldilocks, not too short and not too long.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you think, Yasser?
I don't have enough experience myself. I must say that I was raised on blitz. But I do think that blitz is too fast, and I think 10 to 30 minutes is enough. And like you say, you just really, at that stage, you want to be practicing your openings and tactics.
But you want kids to love chess, too, and so many kids fall in love with chess because of blitz.
Absolutely.
And bug outs.
Well, bug out. Oh, well, that's a.
So it's easy for you to say, like, after you've already had all these accolades and become so strong, like.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that well, you guys have more experience teaching, Maurice. Do you say to your kids 30 minutes or 5 minutes or 3 minutes or don't play bullet? What's your advice?
I grew up on blitz. There's no way in the world I stopped that from happening. I think blitz is very important because it gives you a lot of experience with positions that you want to play, particularly if you play targeted blitz. Like you might say, well, we're going to play the Sicilian today, and that's all we're going to do. And both sides just play one particular opening, as they call it, thematic opening play. That is great training, absolutely, and it helps you to become much more instinctive. But you must combine it with over-the-board play. Must be combined with that. And I think the problem of your flag falling is a fundamental problem of lack of clock awareness. You should know, if I'm playing, for example, game 90, I've got to leave some time in the ending, so I shouldn't just sit on certain positions. The deal is, if you sit there and think forever, no matter what move you make, sooner or later you're going to screw up your position later in the game. So it's just a question of indecision. Alekhine said it himself. He said, lack of confidence is the only reason people sit there for so long. Even if you make not a move that's not that great, your opponent is going to have to work it out to the very end. And that's hard to do. It's very difficult for somebody to not give you a chance to come back into the game. So you calculate just enough, as you can see, don't spend too much time on each move, and just make a move that looks good to you. It may be a mistake. Well, that's because you're not a perfect chess player yet or a great chess player yet. You just make the move and keep it going because you always have to manage your time. That is actually part of the game, no matter what time control you play.
Effective time management. Well, there you go. And Maurice, you had mentioned, looked at earlier, a game that I think is very, very important to these U.S. championships between Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson. That was that pawn sacrifice. And we had left it just around these parts where Maurice was saying Queen d5 was the only way White was going to effectively maintain some kind of an edge, and which was played. And I like this move very much by Jeffrey, bishop c7. I mentioned it. And bishop e5, and we have this trade, and now the rook is on d5. I'm thinking that White is just going to bring back his knight to f3. And while I don't think it's enough compensation, I do admit that there are things in the position, such as knight c5 to a4, attacking these two pawns on c3
right,
and b2.
Can be met by bishop f5.
Right, those types of things. And Black's play is very easy. I mean, he's just going to bring out his bishop either to g4 or the f5 squares and double rooks. And White still has to solve the problem of what he's going to do with his king. I suspect White has an advantage, but it's not as big. It's not like a whole pawn advantage. Maurice, how does the computer evaluate that?
The engine agrees it is not that concrete at all. It's not just a full pawn. Black definitely has compensation, but you know, it's so interesting. Sometimes compensation just comes from one move. And if you don't have knight a4, you're down a pawn. But the fact that that knight can annoy you on a4 makes it not the case. We can look at that a little bit deeper, but I'd like to bring our attention to this position. We talked about a position being wild. This position is crazy right now, and the Indians like to move B4. If you're going to play something, drop your knight back. But this move is what Agata decided, listen, I'm not just going to sit here and get squashed, so let me go for a different move. Knight takes on C4, a big sacrifice in the position. Knight takes, well, that's a piece, might as well take it. And now she played the unusual again, B takes on C4. Now you look at it and you say, what are you getting for this pawn sacrifice, for this piece sacrifice? You got 2 pawns. And it's my move. What happens if I just take this guy on C6? That's a pawn. Now you only have 1 pawn for the piece, a bishop that might show up on the D3 square, but in fact, I might be able even to prevent that with this move after you move your rook. Let's say, for example, the move rook B8 is played. I can move the knight in. It's just a piece. And not like the Ray Robson position where we said it was just a pawn. This one's serious. This is just a piece. And she's going to be in deep trouble. It looks like Jennifer Yu is going to win this game unless some kind of craziness happens to her. This one is a huge edge for White in this position. And in the meantime, we see one of our top players in the competition, Fabiano Caruana. He's decided to step into the confessional once again. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, I decided to give up a pawn. It seems like it simplified the position significantly. It looks very drawish now. I mean, I don't think that the doubled F pawns are a serious factor, and I'm very active at this point. I was a bit worried before if he had played something besides a knight d4 like bishop d3, although my position probably should be okay. Yeah, other games in the tournament look a bit more interesting. Especially Lenderman's game. He looks like he's in some danger now after f3. So maybe something to look forward to besides my game.
Well, there you have it by Fabi, recognizing that his win of the pawn could have jeopardized his position. He mentioned that he was a little bit more worried about a bishop d3. I suppose he was referring to this position where Wesley decided, let me win the pawn back at once. I think what he was referring to was this possible opportunity at this moment to play the move bishop d3, and I think he was suggesting that he felt he was worse after this move, and that as the game proceeded up to this point, he thinks that his chances of drawing are extremely good. Then he said, Lenderman has the more interesting game of anybody.
That's right, and we also have some interesting action in the Yip Abrahamian game. Although, we should actually look at what Fabi said, because I think he gave a specific move, f3, in the Lenderman game, right?
Okay, let me go for that. And we have a caller in the meanwhile.
Yeah, hello, welcome to the show. Let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julian. I'm calling from the Netherlands. I'm studying myself. I think I'm probably the first European calling. But first of all, I'd like to congratulate you all for the show. I love the whole coverage, the analysis of the matches, the interviews, the discussions around these questions, the attention that you're giving to the female championship. Everything is amazing. I think that you've managed to bring chess to a higher level. It's really addictive. I'm staying awake until 1 a.m. over here. My question is, I've always been more of a sports person where physical condition is essential to be successful. What can you tell us about the physical preparation of the players at this level, and whether players feel sometimes the temptation of using maybe illegal substances to enhance their performance? How do they prepare from a physical point of view to these championships? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, first of all, for staying up till 1 o'clock in the morning in the Netherlands to join us, Julian. That's
dinner time for most chess players.
Well, something like that. And the caller was really interested in the physical prowess of the players. We see Maurice Ashley over off to my left doing his 100 push-ups per day that he requires of himself. Indeed, we had this conversation during the candidates coverage on the Today in Chess show, where we were talking about the physical condition. Grandmaster Eric Hansen was of the opinion that it's a little bit overrated and the players don't do as much physical exercise as maybe they should. I'm one of those who have always believed, you know, sound mind, sound body, and you need both. You have to be in good physical shape to have the energy for a 5 and 6 hour game. I don't think anybody in the chess world is worried about their physical condition to the degree that they would use anabolic steroids or any kinds of drugs. They just want to be fit.
Yeah, I mean, besides there be side effects. Like if somebody were to use drugs in a chess game, then that would come back to haunt them. And these tournaments are so long. It's not like this, like, you know, condensed period of time where you could use an upper or something and it would really help you. You know, then you're going to crash at some point and that could be a really disaster.
Right.
So I think that one of the beautiful things about chess, it's so well suited to the human mind, and really, in terms of the amount of physical preparation that each player does, I know that some of the most fitness conscious in both competitions, for instance, Alexander Onashuk, he's a triathlete and he particularly excels at swimming. Naji Pikidzi, I mentioned that she's big on Instagram the other day, and she's always posting photos of herself at the gym. So I wake up at like 10 in the morning, I'm like scrolling through my feed, and I see like she's already posted a 6 a.m. cardio workout.
Right.
I'm like,
and you're
what?
like, what?
It's like the day, it's like Christmas morning or something, and she's like, before I start, it's time to get that workout in. But you know, there's I'm a pro for Team Poker Stars, and one of my teammates, Fatima, is a field hockey Olympian.
Wow.
And like the way she put it is that you kind of have to be close to your peak. So if you're an athlete and you excel at sports, it's really important for you to be in shape because you're going to feel it if you're not.
Right.
Whereas if you're someone who's never really been that into sports or physical fitness, it actually is less important, which I think is a kind of interesting perspective. I'm not sure if I totally agree with it, but I do know that, like, if you work out a lot and then you stop working out, oh my God, you just feel like something the cat dragged, man.
Right. As for myself, I think you're aware of this, Jen, but in case you're not, I have a big bet with Eric Hansen that during this year's Sinkfield Cups, I will do 100 push-ups, full arm extension, not the military style that Maurice used to win the previous bet. But if I don't make 100 push-ups, then he has to match my score of whatever I do make. And I'm pretty confident I'll get the 100. Maurice.
What's the bet? What's the bet? What is it for?
$100.
Ooh, can I get in on this bet?
You have to talk to Eric.
Eric, make sure you tweet or call in or whatever, because, you know, we know you're a chump. And I'm sorry. I don't insult the players, but I do insult Eric. We have a call coming in, apparently.
From Argentina. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hola.
Hi, Yasser, Jen, Maurice. It's a huge pleasure and an honor to be speaking with you. I'm Guillermo from Córdoba in Argentina, as you said. Where I am from, we have no grandmasters. So I have been studying using the videos from the chess club that you so good that you put up. It's been already a couple of years, and I gained 300 Elo points already studying them.
Wow.
But it's been good. My question is, how would you integrate the lecture watching with a study plan on my own board?
Thank you, caller. Thank you, Argentina. The question, how would you integrate the chess club's videos that are uploaded for free on YouTube? You can easily subscribe and watch all the videos into a study course.
Great question. I think that, you know, you got to determine your state of mind when you're studying. Do you have a lot of energy and you can really, you know, do some gung-ho work, like do some endgame studies and like really work on your chess-based opening tree? Or are you a little tired after a day of work and you need something a little bit more relaxed, like watching, you know, hooking up your laptop to your big screen monitor and watching a YouTube lecture? So you don't want to waste it when you have that massive energy surge. I think that's the time to really work on the stuff that's harder, like your vegetables, if you will. And then, you know, try to go to bed to the YouTube lectures so that you can kind of let a lot of that stuff sink in.
Right. An interesting question. I think that for a lot of the YouTube videos, they were kind of standalones, especially, for example, when we talk about the World Championship match games and highlights from historical games and studying them over. On other lectures, it can clearly be integrated into a course. And I'd really have to look at the lectures and suggest a pattern, but at this moment it's a little bit randomized, but maybe in the future the club may actually release DVDs with the idea of collecting all of the opening lectures and putting them in a proper order, as well as a middle game and an end game and what have you. But at the moment, it's sort of catch as you can.
But there are playlists. There are playlists not only for each player, but for themes as well.
Okay, that's nice.
So you can look at a playlist for Yasser Seirawan or for me and
anybody. Yeah, Maurice and so on.
Oh yes, Maurice got videos there. Ben Feingold and Farouja Nakobian have a lot of videos there. Alejandro Ramirez.
Right.
So we've really got a lot of great material there. And it's so wonderful. And just congratulations. Felicitaciones.
300 rating points. Boy.
We feel good about that. Thank you.
Very good. Maurice.
I want to watch some videos and gain 300 rating points. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to pull that off. At this stage in my career, I'm pretty sure I won't. This position, I just want to jump to a few positions. She did get to take the pawn on c6. Did Jennifer Yu. She's up a piece, essentially, in the position. Yes, it is 2 pawns, it looks like, for the piece. She's looking for some compensation, but it's just not there. White's pieces are all better than black's. Black maybe have one good piece, a queen, maybe this bishop you might point to, but it's going to be easy to compete against these pieces. So we're looking to see Jennifer score her first victory. We haven't looked at Nazi's game in a while. She's one of the leaders. At least she's in 3rd place, right behind the 2 leaders. And in this position, it looks like she's in cruise control. She's currently actually up 2 pawns. There's a moment I should at least show you how it happened. She played this great move, queen to d7, and the queen just posting up in the position, threatening to go to e6, tying this rook down to the f5 pawn and eyeballing this pawn in case you take on c3. A trade did happen and the capture did occur, and after check, king h8, she hit her with queen takes on f5, a queen sacrifice here. Of course, you cannot take it because of rook to b8 and mate coming, so she had to settle for rook to c8 and then queen to d7, a5, a4, and now h6, stopping the mate, but down 2 full pawns. This one should be an easy victory, and she'll move to 2.5. If the other game's not over yet, she'll be in 1st place, at least temporarily. There's another game I'd like to show you, though, of interest we haven't looked at too much, is the game of Nakamura's. Actually, there's some fascinating structures all around. This one right here. Nakamura is playing against the youngster Akshat Chandra, and you know he wants to win this game. The opening has been really interesting because Chandra has not castled yet. He's taken some time trying to get out of the middle of the board. And Nakamura's last move was this move, queen to b3. I'd like to just point it out. Akshat is threatening to castle. So queen b3 is saying, no, I don't want you to castle just yet. But the queen and rook now suddenly have an interesting relationship that could be exploited, and hopefully the youngster doesn't spend too much time. We've seen him do this before. Now he's already down to 28 minutes. So again, 3rd game in a row that he spent a lot of time. He's still in the opening, and he's got 28 minutes on his clock. A lack of confidence and uncertainty, and you see it there, that hesitation you're talking about, Yaz. He just doesn't want to play the move, and he should just make a decent move. In fact, the engine's saying that he has 3 different moves, and he'll be fine with all 3 of them. His position is just fine, but he's just nervous, not confident right now at this level. And finally, he's played one of the normal moves. The engine suggested the move b4. I wanted to point out a different move in this position, however, that he must have looked at is this move, c4. Now, c4 attacks the queen and pressures his pawn, but mainly it threatens to put the knight on the c5 square and fork the queen and rook. But he would have been hit by a counter fork after queen takes b5, just suddenly out of nowhere on the board, sacrificing the queen. And after rook takes, knight takes, and it's this knight forking queen and bishop. The queen can drop back, but that will allow knight takes on d6 check. And after king back, then simply knight takes c4, picking up a knight, pawn, and rook for the queen with the threat of bishop f4 and something landing on d6 to come. And this would have been a good position. So he avoided this line of c4. Instead, he's played b4, conceding the square on c4, but he'll be able to defend it with this knight eventually, and he'll be able to castle. More importantly, kid's got to giddy up. He's taking way too long with his opening moves, but he's got a decent position.
Thank you, Maurice. Just going to one other quick game for a moment. Again, I'll draw your attention to the game of Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson.
The Grunfeld, indeed.
The Grunfeld, the extra pawn. We left it at these parts. I really like the way Jeffrey has played this. He played the move f4, protecting the knight, and now black doesn't have time to do anything because there is a very important threat in the position, which is bishop to f1 to c4, eyeballing that f7 pawn. Bishop to e6 was played to prevent white's threat, and then another very good move by Jeffrey. I really like his play. He's really impressing me, this youngest player in the tournament. He's played knight, drops back to f3, because now his intention is to plug up the d file by putting his knight on this nice square d4 and really limiting Ray's compensation at this moment. I really like the way Jeffrey has played it. I think he has a clean advantage, let's put it that way.
And we've got an update, I think, in the premier game of the Women's Championship between Carissa Yip and Tatev Abrahamian. I noticed Carissa did something a little different than what we expected. How did it turn out, Maurice?
Yeah, she did decide to play a line that actually the engines recommend as just the best of a bad situation. She played the move c4, that move we were hoping she would play a long time ago, but instead she only gets to do it now when she's already worse. She played c4, and after d takes c4, she played this move queen c3. So the structure has definitely been fractured for black, but black's been not concerned about her structure for some time with this demonstration. On this side, the most important thing is this next move, knight to d3. This beast hopping into the position, the rook under attack, now rook to e3, and now this pawn trying to get some kind of compensation by grabbing this pawn. And the least active move is to just directly defend it, queen b5. She could have played actively by bringing one of her rooks into the d file, but this is a good moment where I think that she could have played this move, b3, and she's still worse, but at least she starts to unravel her pieces. Her bishop can go to a3, and even if you keep this pawn, now there's some potential sacrifice on this square. And again, your piece gets out. It's not the same kind of lockdown on your position. Instead, she played another move, a4, looks aggressive chasing the queen, but look where you're chasing the queen to, the d5 square, and that piece is just happy on d5 after this move, and it's a difficult position for her to be sure. Everything about black's position looks very harmonious now. Rooks are just going to come to the center of the board, and still white's position looks to be in a lot of trouble. So Carissa not acquitting herself as well as she could have wanted to here. And it looks like a move has been played after queen to d5. She has played rook to e4, still chasing down that pawn. And it's a very fascinating move because even though it's clearly a better position for black, the move the engine's giving is just the simple move c5. In other words, you cannot take this pawn because the rook is hanging. You can't take with the knight anyway. So how do you handle yourself and this bishop along this line? So it looks like black is still easily for choice in this position. Tatev just has to make the right moves and she'll bring this one home.
Right, making it a little messy though. Also, e5 is under attack as well because I was trying to play like rook g4 and knight e4 and h4.
Right.
Do some switcheroos. You know, the queen c3, queen on c3. It's not really what we wanted.
No.
You know, the queen on c3 with like kind of just behind the bishop on g7. It's like no, that's not what we like. We like the opposite.
I think Tatev has really handled herself well in this game and putting on a bit of a clinic here, as the younger, more inexperienced Carissa is finding out it's tough at the top.
Not only experience, it's also perhaps style. You know, Tatev just so much love for the French structure, and sometimes you just want to get people off their game. It's not about what's objectively the best move, especially I think when you're not at like the Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen, Nakamura level. It's about what you like. I remember once I played Tatev in a critical game for U.S. Women's Chess Championship, and I was not very comfortable with these types of closed structures, so I just played some sideline where I sacked a pawn and the position was wide open, and you know, it's just
you got
it wasn't the best. It wasn't the best line, but I was having fun and making quick moves. You know, that's kind of what you want, and I think Tatev, unfortunately for Carissa, got exactly what you wanted here.
Right.
Her cup of tea.
How did your game turn out?
I did win that game. So it really did work out.
It did really did. The problem is I see it after this move, rook e4, if Tatev finds this move, c5. And why is that c5 move important? Well, because with the move rook e4, this rook could slide over to the d4 square with a gain of tempo, making knight take c4 thereafter possible. So by cutting out that move c5, that rook sliding over move, c5, it stops white, and if white now tries to play a move like h4, one of the nice possibilities, of the scrumptious possibilities, would be a move like f5, suddenly attacking this rook. If you capture en passant, then bishop takes, and look how misplaced is the white queen, and suddenly all of black's pieces are coordinating beautifully, and this is a disastrous situation for white.
It looks like we're going to get a lot of early results here in the Women's Championship, with Najee's just completely crushing Ashrita, and as Maurice pointed out earlier, that queen is getting more than enough cardio.
2 pawns. Maurice, what's going on over on your side of the world?
Well, if Tatev wins her game and goes to 3-0, that's going to be a fantastic result, especially thinking about the players who are chasing her. Of course, Najee is going to go to 2.5, and that would be her main contender, because it looks as though Irina Krush has her hands full in another position where Alyssa, her fellow New Yorker, is now in what looks like the driver's seat. Queen to e2, knight e5, rook h3, and Alyssa loves to attack. Let me tell you, that's her favorite thing to do. Positional chess, forget all that maneuvering stuff. Just go after that king. And her rook on h3 is posted saying, I dare you to castle. And of course, Irina is not interested in being attacked, so a couple of developing moves. And now rook to f1, and all exit stage right. It looks like white's pieces are all coordinated on this side, except for this knight. So she said, well, time to bring this one over as well, with the move knight to d1, looking to go to the e3 square. g6 in this position, attacking this pawn. Alyssa said, you want it? You can have it. Because if you double take, my knight's going to go to e3 and also eyeball the d5 square. And now with this move c3, she's also threatening d4. This is initiative all white, no question about it. Black's position is daring maybe, but precarious as far as I'm concerned. The initiative is there. If you had this at the top level, all the GMs would take the white pieces here, because it just looks as though she's about to roll up with d4, potentially d5, potentially e5, all kinds of possibilities in this position for white. So the reigning women's champ seems like she's in a little bit of trouble. She has not.
She's castled.
It looks like she's made a move. She's castled. Okay, she's castled right into it. Yes, after knight e3 with the threats of d4 and the like. I mean, you've got to like white in this position.
Big time. I think that knight e3, you mentioned Elisa loves to be having the initiative. And you know, contrary to that is the flip side of that coin is, if you're the defending reigning champion, you hate it when your opponents get a free shot at your king. Alyssa hasn't made any investments to build up this attack. Irina's pieces, specifically the rook on c6, looks a little bit out of sorts, and black's king is an obvious target. Knight e3 looks like a very nice building up of the attack in white's favor. No investment. Everybody likes white's position.
Indeed.
Everybody.
You know, Alyssa's had a lot of good positions against Irina. I think she was
mentioning it last night at dinner that she actually matches up fairly well. Quite a number of draws. She was saying some losses as well. Well, let's be fair. Irina's had her measure, but according to Alyssa, she's always felt very competitive in their games, and felt that, you know, given the position she's had in the past, she should have a better score even. And today she's got a great position. I like it.
We'll see how this turns out, as the Women's Championship seems like it's going to be a lot more open this year than we are expecting, or we are used to. We are going to take a quick break as the excitement ramps up in the U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's, and we will leave you with
Sam Shanklin.
Yes, a little Sam Shanklin puzzle. So.
A little Shanklin magic.
That's right. We'll be right back, guys.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
And we're back at the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. We've got a shot here of the Women's Championship. Alyssa Melechina, also a ballerina, always perfect posture. Getting her attack on against Irina Krush. Meanwhile, Naji Pikiji, very relaxed, just actually away from the board in her game against Ashrita Swaran, just in total control. And it looks like today we've got a little bit of a flip-flop from yesterday, where all the women's games went the long haul yesterday,
right,
and the championship games were over quite quickly.
Really?
Whereas, I think that was last round, yeah. And this round it seems like it's kind of the opposite. The women's games are kind of wrapping up, and people are like, because
I see what you're saying.
yeah, yesterday we weren't paying that much attention to the women's games because they were a little longer,
right?
And today it's kind of the opposite. We're like so fixated on them because they seem like they're really perhaps going to be decisive quite soon.
Right. The open players were playing results. They were results oriented. I was looking at the game of Elisa and our defending champion Irina Krush. Interestingly, Elisa took a different approach. We had all thought, just bring the knight, just bring it to this very wonderful centralized square. Elisa thought that what she would like to do is actually take command of this diagonal. She's anticipating that she's going to force this bishop on f6 one day to drop back to the g7 square, and she wanted to have her bishop positioned to be able to play bishop h6. I'll draw particular attention to this pawn on f5 because I had mentioned earlier in a comment that as an attacking player, don't trade pieces unnecessarily. And that pawn on f5 is very useful, as we could see, for example, in a position where the bishop does drop back to g7, the bishop comes to h6. There's now always that tactical opportunity for white to one day play f5, f6, and really take it to the defending champion. So I do like Alyssa's position, even though I would have preferred had she played the move knight e3 immediately in that game. How is Carissa doing in the matchups? Maurice, I'll turn it to you.
Well, just checking out one thing at least, we have to tidy up one loose end, is the puzzle. And I've got to say, I got to complain to our puzzle master. This is GM level stuff that you decided to throw at our viewers. This is the kind of a position that you have to truly see that black is winning because white simply can't get out of all the issues that he faces. So forgiveness for those of you who weren't able to figure this all out, because it's just not that kind of puzzle. It's more like an aesthetic and deep realization that black is definitely winning. The winning move is knight e to d3. Again, the threat on the rook, the threat on the bishop, yes, there's a potential threat on the knight as well, is just discovering this attack on the knight. And it's a tough position for white to play any moves. And it's also hard to suggest specific moves here. We'll suggest one move, rook to f1, saving the piece, And now the best move given is e5, and this becomes another factor in the position. The rook is under attack. At some point, he's going to take his bishop. Someone's going to play queen b6, pinning the knight to the king, and this position is horrible for white. Again, black had 2 pawns already, 2 extra pawns for a rook. We should also point out that he was actually down an exchange, excuse me, sorry. He was actually down an exchange, so this position is just fantastic for black, and he's definitely winning. He's just winning from the get-go, but now dominating the position.
And so a very interesting tactic there by our star Shanklin. Meanwhile, we've got some massively interesting tactics going on in the Battle of the Alexes, Alexander Onishuk versus Alexander Lenderman, where Lenderman seems to be on the ropes. Our Alexander Onishuk, our former champion here in this Battle of the Alices, is definitely got some attacking chances here if you want to pull up that game.
I am looking for it. I'm searching for it now. I went the wrong direction. Right here, I think
Remember
I got
that it was, yeah, you haven't actually clicked it, double-clicked it.
Oh, yeah. No,
now you got it. So
whoa.
This position is really interesting.
Blew open, didn't it?
This is the kind of position that people really need to study for their tactical training, because notice that there's so many different pieces in take in this position, right? We could try rook takes d4 with the idea that if queen d4, there's a bishop to c3. And if you try to desperado with rook c3, watch out, we've got an in-between move with queen f7.
Right.
But unfortunately, rook d4, you'd probably capture on b5 with the checkmate threat. Well, no, that loses too because of bishop f8, the discovery. Right. Bishop f8 check, and now we win the queen. So instead, after rook d4, so there's a lot of tempting possibilities here.
So it's white to play.
It is white to play here.
But I liked your initial suggestion, Jen. Rook takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop c3. Obviously, you're forced to play rook takes c3. There's no other move. Queen takes with a check against the king. The king is forced to flee. And after bc, wow, it just looks great for white. I would just assume this is winning. Maurice.
Well, from the board position, the next move you guys are going to love. I love these kinds of moves. Take a look at this. It's white to move and win. Now, if the puzzle master had given us this one, I'd have been really happy. But check it out. The deal is that there is a mate in the position. There's a fantastic mating idea.
You go rook to e6.
And you play rook to e6. Attacking the queen, cutting off the action here. The queen is trapped on that square. The queen has absolutely no moves. If you play queen takes b5, then this discovery shows up, check on the board, and bye-bye queen. So the queen is trapped with absolutely no moves. Rook c6 is pointless in this position. And if you were to take this piece, then suddenly bishop to f8, and I don't think I've ever seen this mate. Actually, I don't think it is required that you have all these pieces on the square blocking yourself for the mate to actually happen. I don't think I've ever seen this particular constellation of a checkmate ever. And if he finds it, that's it. Rook e6, he's winning other ways as well, of course. Every move you guys said is also winning. But this one right here, rook to e6, that's a beautiful move, winning the game, computer-esque, putting your piece on a square protected by a pawn. Now, this is something that I've done DVDs about, talked about, moves that grandmasters miss. On a square where a piece can go to that is protected by a pawn, sometimes we just don't even see it. It doesn't even occur in your brain. We saw this happen yesterday in the game with Lenderman and Shabalov, where Lenderman said, I didn't even see rooks to c3. It was like a blind spot, not seeing that a piece could go to the square protected by a pawn. Let's see if Alex sees this move, because it's clear to us now that we see it. It's clear the computer suggested it.
Right.
It looks so obvious now, but it just he may be totally blind to the move in this moment, because, in fact, if he does see it, and it's his move, and he's been thinking for some time now, he's been thinking for quite a while, if he did see it, he'd have played it instantly. He just went boom. Rook e6, game over. There's nothing to check. There's nothing to look at. There's only two variations to look at, and that's queen b5 you lose, or rook c6 you lose. So the game is over. So he's probably looking at other things, but let's hope that this one just appears in his consciousness and he finds the move, because that would be a scintillating way to finish off the game.
I think
pretty
that
variation,
it's a
to be
gorgeous
sure.
move, and I think that actually the impediment to some people seeing that is not as much seeing the rookie 6. I think bishop f8 is just such an unusual mating pattern. As Maurice said, I've never seen that mate before. So if you've never seen that mate before, I feel like it does obstruct the rook a6 idea a tiny bit in your brain, because you also have to make that like second connection.
Right.
And it goes to show that there's two things about being a good tactician, right?
Right.
One is finding these paradoxical moves, even just like one move ahead, and the other is calculation. And this is clearly the latter. I mean, the former, the first one. The finding the paradoxical moves and looking at all the possibilities, because the actual calculation is 2 moves long, right?
Right. The pattern of bishop f8 is in my consciousness because of the pattern with bishop d8 mate. Remember, there's a black king on c7, a black bishop on c8, a black knight on b8, pawns on c6, and a pawn on b7. You've got a rook on d1, and you go bishop d8 mate. So I have that pattern, and the moment Maurice was about to say you've got a checkmating pattern, bang, there it was. The really cool thing about this move, rook e6, is it traps the queen and also has a checkmating pattern to it as well, which is very, very nice.
The difficulty as well, I would add, the challenge he's going to have to find this move is that he has so many easy wins. It's like,
rook d4.
Let's play rook d4 and the game is over. You're just toast. So why not play a simple move? Why find this one, rook e6? So it also may be the lack of needing to work harder to look for anything else when you realize that you have such a dominating position after rook takes d4. It's just...
And by the way, guys, there's another very nice pattern as well, which is rook d4, queen d4, rook f7, and rook takes f7, bishop drops back to c3. This looks, well, this may not be the other stuff is so much better. Rook e6 is so much cleaner.
Do you think he's going to find it?
I think he's going to play rook d4, bishop c3, and go queen f7 and just win normally. But the fact that he's spending some time indicates to me that he will come to it.
I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so.
He's looking at, you can see.
He doesn't see rook e6. Rook e6 is over. It's a very simple move to calculate. If you see rook e6, you play rook e6. It is hard to imagine that he's looked at it at all. He's looking around. Now it might just appear, but I've, this is a quote I remember reading a long time ago. I forget who says it. Was it Botvinnik or maybe it was Petrosian? I don't remember.
Petrosian.
But the quote was, if you don't see a move right away, you'll never see it. Now, that's a weird thing to say, right? It's a sharp tactical move that it's just, if it doesn't appear as part of your repertoire, your tactical repertoire, you just don't notice it. It's like it's not in your book. It's not in your toolbox of tactics. And if he had seen it, he would have played it already. And it's not a move that solves the problem of the position. It's not one of those, okay, you know what I need to do? I need to kind of get my knight over there. How do I get there? It's just, hey, this move works. Who's thinking that the black queen is trapped? Who's thinking there's a mate with a bishop? So it's going to have to just sort of just appear in his consciousness as a move. It's not, or, they talk about forcing moves as well. Look at all the forcing moves. Yeah, it's nice to say, but moves like rook e6 are just, they're like just shooting stars. They just appear on the board. You can't even tell me logically why rook e6 is a good move.
No, you're right. You're right, Maurice.
And there he goes. He did not play it. He went for the completely logical move. Rook takes on d4, and this is easily winning. He's going to be surprised when he hears rook e6 was even on the board.
That's true. I think the best window for opportunity to find a move like rook a6 is at the very beginning of your calculations or at the very end. So, I mean, that's generally because people in between will be like looking at their favorite move, but then sometimes double check, captures, checks, forcing moves. It's a shame because if there was a pawn on e6, you would have seen it for sure, right?
Rook takes e6, right?
Yeah.
And we have a caller on. We have a caller on the line. Hello, and welcome to the show.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Hi, my name's Eric, and I'm from Delaware. Just like to say that I really like the broadcast this year, as well as Today in Chess. I'm a real big fan of Eric Hansen, and I'd like to see him back at some point. So, my question is for players like Carissa Yip and Jeffrey Zhang, who will probably shape how they play for the rest of their careers. What are games that you guys played as?
You missed the caller's question. You need to hear it again.
I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. For players like Carissa Yip and Jeffrey Zhang, games of this tournament will likely shape how they play for the rest of their careers. What games that you guys have played as young chess players that made a big impression on you?
Thank you for the caller. As a young player, what games made great impressions on you?
I remember it was my first international tournament in Brazil, and I was one of the lower ranked players in the tournament. And I managed to win my first game, and it was like a very attacking game, and I had so much fun. And it was just such a thrill to have those crazy butterflies playing for my first
World Championship.
Yeah, World Youth Championship, and actually to come out on top with an attack. And then I remember afterwards, the late Victor Frias looked at the game, and he criticized all of the moves.
Every single move. Oh, no, Victor.
But it was still great. It was a great
you were
experience.
happy. Maurice, games that made great impressions upon you as a youthful player?
Well, I started chess very late. I was 14 years old when I first played in high school against my friend Clotaire Colas, who crushed me. I didn't even know about Fool's Mate or Scholar's Mate or all that stuff at the time. Maybe I knew Scholar's Mate, but I was terrible. I sucked. And I didn't play my first tournament until I was 15. I was 1800 by the time I was about 17 or 18 years old. Then I jumped up really quickly and really fast, but I can't call myself a young player. But the game that made the big impression on me is a game I beat Jonathan Schroer, and it was at the amateur team championships, and it was that kind of game that just everything flowed, everything was great. I was a 2,000 player. He was 2,400. After the game, he asked me, he said, "Is your rating really 2,000? Are you serious?" And that gave me a lot of confidence going forward. It just made me see that I could potentially be a great player, and I kept growing after that. Gained a couple of hundred points in 2 years, actually 400 points in 2 years from that moment. So sometimes you just need a nice win to show to you that you're on the right track.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't my games per se. It was, again, I'll kind of show my age here a bit. I was brought into chess due to the 1972 World Championship match of Bobby Fischer versus Boris Spassky. And my friends and I at the Last Exit coffee shop would analyze the games. And I was just like in awe of how little they blundered, let's put it that way. Like all of the moves made sense. There was a logical flow to the moves. And that made a very powerful impression upon me that people could play chess so very well. And that stayed with me even to this day.
Great question, and thanks guys for calling in, and also keep your questions coming as well to our hashtag US Chess Champs. As we get deeper into round 3, we look forward to all of your input. Meanwhile, update on the SoCal game. Is that headed towards the Splitsville that Fabi predicted in the confessional booth?
I don't know. He definitely is back in the game, is Fabi. In fact, whatever Wesley did shows that he wasn't too confident. He's allowed this B pawn to start to run amok at least a little. He played the move Queen D1, a very passive move the Indians did not think was the best move. Queen B4, Rook F1, Rook to A2, and all of a sudden it's Black's pieces with all the activity. Queen D7, Bishop back to G6, and you don't feel like there's any way he can lose this position at all. And after Bishop F3, B5, H4, Rook to D2, chasing this queen. Look at that queen on H3, and now H5, shutting the engines here, and now queen to G3. Now, clearly, White has got a great structure. This pawn, though, is still on the board. Until you get rid of this guy, you can't say the game is a draw yet. Still, the engines think that White is simply fine here, triple zeros. But Yasser, I'd be a little bit worried about this pawn. Just a little. I mean, I'd be paying attention to it, especially since it felt like I was the one with the edge a few moves ago, and suddenly it looks like Black is the only one who's playing for a win.
Good point, Maurice. I would be very nervous about that runaway pass pawn on B5. And, just 10 moves back, there was a big fat rook sitting on the B5 square, and that B pawn was going nowhere. I can imagine that Black would want to play a move, for example, like Queen C5, which has a dual purpose. First, you don't want to allow Bishop takes H5, so you add further protection to the H pawn. Secondly, you're just getting out of the path of the pawn so that it can simply choo-choo down the board. And as White, I would be getting very nervous indeed. I hate it when these engines go 0, 0, 0. in positions that I find complex, and this is such a one. I think that definitely Wesley has let his advantage slip badly. No problems at all for Fabi, and problems for Wesley.
And we've got a sacrifice alert
Maurice?
in another game from the women's championship, actually. Katarina Nemcova. We actually haven't looked at this game yet, but it's one of the most interesting in the women's side. Just to jump to the position, because we've got so much going on now, but a couple moves prior, Katarina had such a promising position. Not that game.
Not yet. No, I was sorry. I was just fiddling around with the Jeffrey Zhang game. You were saying Kate?
Katarina Nemcova versus Akshita Gorty. So Katarina starting off this tournament quite well. The Webster student, 2 draws against the 2 highest rated players in the tournament.
The top favorites.
It's
one further down.
Yeah, down night move. They're to the left. Yeah.
Yeah, night move. I like that.
Yeah.
There you go.
But you got the wrong one.
No, I clicked on it.
You got it. Okay.
It's like a 3-second delay that's really annoying that I have to wait for. Okay,
so
and you're saying...
sacrifice alert here. It seemed like White has just a very promising position here, and then after knight c4, Katarina decided to seize the day and just take on c4 with the idea that after perhaps knight takes f7, now if something recaptures on f7, there is a knight c6 type move, or depending on which way, kind of highlighting that bishop, but the thing is, there's a lot to calculate because there's also a bishop h2 check in the position, right?
Right. So you've got the attack on the black queen, you've got attack on the bishop. The bishop has got to get out of the way with bishop h2 check. You move your king, and then everything...
Or queen b7 even. I mean, well, I don't know, but I think maybe this wasn't the best execution for White because our knight on c6 is hanging in this position. Right. Maybe we could have done a bit better.
All right, so let's see. We do. This is the position on hand, Jen?
Yes, so Black hasn't decided what to do in this position yet. She also has the option of just playing bishop h2 check to start.
Right.
I'm not sure if that changes anything in terms of White's possibilities. Does that cut any possibilities that we would have if we just simply recaptured with the rook on the e-file?
Well, I like keeping the bishop h2 check in reserve for a moment, so let's just see what Kate has in mind after the simple recapture. Rook on e7 takes f7, kind of a flat-out challenge. What exactly is it? I don't see it instantly myself, so
it could be...
It could be knight e6.
Yeah, and I mean, there's all sorts of juicy potential moves for the knight, but at the same time, you got to wonder, was this the right time to sacrifice? Because her position seems so nice.
Was the timing simply wrong?
It doesn't seem like it's an absolute concrete variation that where she's just going to win. It's more just like
win. Yeah.
Obviously she has like tremendous play for the exchange, but could she have done it without risk? Maurice, what are your thoughts?
This position is just fine for Black, pure and simple. According to the engines, it's complicated, it's sharp. They're both, however, in serious time pressure, and that's probably influencing what's happening at the board. 9 minutes only for Nemcova. You can talk about nuances and all that. She's got 9 minutes to make 13 more moves. That's going to be her biggest challenge. And she has no win on the board. She has no advantage on the board. In fact, she's worse according to the engines. So that's a big problem for one of the players we thought would battle for the title. Another game that's not going great is this game with Irina Krush. And the engines are saying that Irina is dead lost, that this game is busto. Right now, you see, let's go back to this moment when she played knight f2. She dropped her rook back to c8, queen d2, making her intentions clear. And then this bizarre move, bishop back to g7, saying, I'll invite you to the party with bishop h6. This is what I wanted to do. Everybody knows about this exchange. Very strange sequence. And now f6, trying to get her queen on that side. Well, f takes e6, saying, I dare you to touch my pawn because I'm going to trade and bring my queen in. What is she doing? Now she's played rook f to e8, trying to get at this pawn. And the engine's giving just a simple trade on g7 with the idea that after you capture back, I'm going to play d4. And if you bring your knight to c4, I'm going to bring my queen up to f4. Touch any one of my guys. Knight g4 is coming, and it's just a blasting of an attack coming at her. The champion is on the ropes. There's no question about it. She is in a dead loss position. Alyssa has to find the move. She has 13 minutes. Let's add to it. Irina is down to 3 minutes and 37 seconds to finish off the game. It looks like it's her move in this position. Let's see if I can get to the board position.
Yeah, so Alyssa did not play that move. She played B3 instead.
She played the quiet B3, but the engine's still giving her a big edge. The main point is this pawn cannot be touched. So she is intending to move D4, but not giving knight C4 in the position, and that's pretty dangerous as well. The pawn will get to D5. She will be up a pawn. This wasn't the crispiest line, but she still has a great point with B3, D4, D5. The engine's saying this is a nice edge too, not as big as the last one, but no question about it. Irina is now down to 2 minutes and 57 seconds on the clock to make, guys, 18 moves.
Wow.
18 moves in a lost position. This could decide the entire championship, or at least the direction of it. It's still early, of course. She's already been nicked for a draw in this tournament. A loss would send her spiraling down. She would be at 50%, and she'd have to show her championship medal to come back in this tournament. But boy, it's a tough situation for her now as her opponent smells blood.
Well, maybe it's good luck to go into the confessional booth, and this would be a massive present for Alyssa's mom, his birthday present, right? I dedicate this victory over the most legendary female chess player
in the
U.S. Exactly. But you know, the problem I think for Irina is that this position is not—it's not like Alyssa's totally winning, but it's like kind of interesting. It's like playing D4, D5 is just a rock in your throat. Like Alyssa can almost do no wrong.
Well, true that, but I mean, it was a steady buildup of White's forces on the king side, which somehow wrong-footed Irina, and she's played some strange moves. That bishop G7, it really seemed to, well, obviously she walked into it. This move by Elisa, by the way, B3. And somehow that's the intimidation factor. Okay, when you have a really good position against an opponent that you struggle against, you often try to shut things down or not give them any counterplay, not realizing that, come on, why are you so worried about your B2 pawn? You just trade pieces, you go D4.
Or even after knight C4,
the knight
playing
C4.
queen E2, it's also just like, and then playing D5. Like,
yeah, you just go queen F4, just as Maurice was saying. Take the B2 pawn, please. And this knight on G4 is just so overwhelmingly powerful because it's just hitting like everything in Black's position. This would have just been curtains, as in all she wrote. If you don't take the B2 pawn at some point, this move B2, B3 is going to send the knight way off into the infundibulum and not have any role to play in the game thereafter. So this was just a straight-out crusheroo. Bigness early, but still very good for Elisa.
To be fair to Alyssa, even if she didn't find the most accurate continuation, you got to admit, B3, when your opponent has so little time, it's not the move that Irina's expecting, and she ate up another couple minutes on our clock, and I'm not sure about the move that she just played, actually. She played knight C6, but doesn't that just make the idea of D4 and D5 even more enticing? And so Alyssa playing B3, not the best move, but maybe inducing a further time suck and a further mistake.
But you know what? The
it's
best
horrible.
move.
It's horrible.
The best move is irrelevant.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's horrible.
We don't always find the best move, and even if the engine finds like rook e6 in the game with Onishchuk that he's wrapping up, that he's going to win. Rook e6, he would have been finished, it would have been beautiful, but humans are playing the game, so we can point out all those superior moves that engines now are able to find. Back in the day, they weren't able to do it, but now they can consistently find great moves. And we would hope that they play those moves so you find sort of the most efficient way to win. But when the humans are in a thick of battle, the time's ticking down, you're just looking for the thing that's going to win you the game that makes a lot of sense to you. And so even if you don't play the best move, if you can find second best or third best and they're all still winning, hey, I'm just going to rub my hands together because guess what? I'm going to win anyway. I didn't see that other one. Great. It would have been in a book somewhere or whatever. I need to win the game. And that's what is happening in this game right here. Real edge for Onishchuk, although it's not his, boy, for him though, he would have wished he had found the move. That's a different story as well. But as far as Alyssa's position is concerned, a move like B3 with D4 coming, D5 coming, that's just horrible. I mean, that's just miserable. You'll never get rid of this pawn on E6. She'll do anything she wants to win the game. as long as she keeps everything under control. And Irina is quite aware of it, but she's buckling down like a champ, trying to pose some problems for Alyssa. Alyssa's in modest time pressure as well, we should point out, in this game. Alyssa is down to 11 minutes herself. It's not like, actually now it's under 11 minutes. D4 is kind of an easy move, though. You should be putting it on the board. You could trade on G7 first and then play D4. That's probably a smarter thing to do. She can't touch her E-pawn. Let's look at that analysis just really quickly after knight to C6. The reason why this move is so good is because after this move, D4, you can trade. You can't touch the pawn. This is the key. This move is unplayable. As long as you can't do this because of D5 winning a piece, that's all she wrote. That's it. Can't touch my pawn. I now have the next move coming is D5, and you're going to suffer. That's it. The game, this is easy game. Everybody's going to come over to the queen side. We'll forget about that attack, try to trade things down, and you're just going to die, period. So come on, Alyssa. Just take on G7 and D4. She would do that in blitz, by the way. In blitz. Sometimes, though, uncertainty reigns, and she's questioning herself. Yes, it's incredible. She played B3 to play D4, and now she's holding back.
Well, no question about it, but check this out. D4 is overwhelming. I mean, that's just a monster move that should decide the game. But I can understand why Alyssa is really looking at knight G4 as well. I mean, that just looks really sumptuous because you want to play bishop takes G7, followed by knight takes F6, and that would be an absolute disaster if this rook ever landed on H7 as well. If the game were to continue queen takes, she's probably doing her best to analyze the ramifications of a rook sacrifice. I was just having fun myself while you guys were talking about this. I always love.
We were talking about practical,
right.
Just like play the move quickly. You're analyzing like a checkmate.
I love, you know, going for these king hunts.
What about the quiet move of rook F6 first? Can we do a quiet move here and play rook takes F6 first?
Also
just running mate.
Extremely strong.
And you would have to play queen D1 and sacrifice the queen. So yeah, this is that's not clear enough. So she should go for the more controlled thing. But
this is pretty clear. But yeah, I like control. But I'm just saying, in a classical game, it behooves you to look at a move like knight G4, even though D4 is screaming, play me, play me, play me. Knight G4 is also very tempting.
And that's one of the deals with chess, so complicated, a sport that we play, is that move looks tempting and yet it's wrong. It's not a good move. Knight G4 in this position allows this ridiculous response, knight to E5, given that the knight was just on that square. Now it goes back, and it's threatening to get rid of this piece. And if you take on G7 first, then knight G4, and your advantage instantly dissipates. You will no longer have a real edge, and this pawn's about to drop off the board. So knight to E5, the engines say, guess what? You're still better, but you have to bring your knight back to F2. No, what? That is, let us... No, and she did. I was about to say, let us hope she didn't fall into that trick. And she did play takes on G7, and she did find D4. And this is a position that's simply resignable. There is nothing to play for as far as black is concerned. It's just obvious. It's one of those, this is just going to be cruncho. And she's taken on D4. We expect to see C takes D4 come back instantly. And now D5 is the next move. How do you stop it? It's just curtains. The 7-time champ is about to lose today. Incredibly so. She is looking hard, but she knows she's busted, and all Alyssa has to do is stay relaxed, stay composed, and she should cruise to victory.
Zero chance that she does resign. She's going to at least wait until the time control is made, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. No, she's not going to resign. There's no question about that. And I tell you, I remember... winning my first game against Anatoly Karpov when he was the world champion, and I knew I had him dead to rights, just like Alyssa, and it was just during this time that I just felt, you know, waves of nervousness in my tummy, you know, like as those butterflies, as you know you're going to win, and you're just saying to yourself, don't blow it. Don't blow it. Don't blow it.
I mean, Armina's position is so bad, though. It is possible that she could lose on time, that she could just kind of lose track of time because she knows she's going to lose anyway. That would be the only way I think the game would end before time control.
Look at the time.
She is going underneath
34 seconds.
And to some extent, you can't really blame her. Her position is so busted that she can't find a move, and You know,
Well,
she might
let's
as well
explain-
just try to put her opponent off balance by sucking down on the clock.
Well,
what happened? She did make a move.
97.
Yeah, 97.
Well,
Blockade, Maurice.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
my dad had
Not a very effective one, I'll tell you.
the blockade the night.
That's a night you're not happy with.
Well, just to explain to those who in our audience who, you know, are amateur players and might not understand why we like this position so overwhelmingly much for white. First of all, it's an extra pawn, and what a beast of a pawn right there on the e6 square. So it's an extra pawn, but it's worse than that. It's the fact that white's pieces are all coordinating. This rook on h3, this rook on f1, knight is on g4, queen on d2. Black's pieces, in contrast, are all on defensive outposts, and white has extra material as well as an attack. Now this pawn on f6 is hanging, and we can see something really horrible show up. For example, a move like f5, there's a knight h6 check, king can go in the corner, knight to f7 check, and whenever she likes, there's this knight takes d6, forking an exchange. So it's material.
Back up, Yaz. There's also some juice after king g8. Just take on f5. Look at that position.
Oh my.
She'll be crying after that one. Knight takes and splat.
Splat.
Rook takes, pawn takes, and thank you for your queen. Woohoo!
Wow.
Knight g4 is just too easy.
It's crushing now. Knight g4 is over now.
You might be right, actually, about resignation then. I mean, we might have it before.
And it's on the board.
Knight
G4 is on the board. Alyssa is a great attacker, and she's spotting these moves, and that maneuver is just curtains.
When she played this whole knight d1 idea, I mean, in her wildest fantasy, she could have imagined it blossom so beautifully where the knight comes to g4. It's a really, really overwhelming.
And 15 seconds left for Irina,
15 seconds.
and she's played the move rook f8, defending the pawn on f6.
Getting out of the way of that knight f7 check maneuver, but guess what? It's not going to help at all. There are, again, unfortunately, there are some very tempting moves. Two I can spot right away. First one, queen f4, with the idea of putting pressure on this f6 pawn, but also queen f4 eyeballs this pawn on d6. So that's one. The other one is just to go for the sequence, this checking sequence, and grab the pawn this way with knight takes d6. I like queen f4 best.
And then we just have two babies there. If we take the pawn on d6, we're going to get our d5. d5 and not just protecting the pawn, but also playing d6 herself one day. It is a completely busted position here for the defending champion.
Wow.
But our friend Mike Klein over at chess.com points out that if Irina Krush can't hold the position against Alyssa Melikina, then the defending champion, the reigning champion, will still have the same start as 2015, where she had a very slow start with 1.5 out of 3.
And that huge comeback in
exactly.
the yes.
So this could be overcome. Of course, Irina, the great fighter.
But remember,
it will make the.
Remember that Anna did not play in 2015.
Anna Zatonski
and she has to deal with people still to play like Pakidze, for example, and Tatev. This is one of the so-called middle players in the competition.
Right.
And Tatev's going to win her game and go to 3. I mean, she'll have a 1.5 on Irina. That's going to be a lot of ground to make up. Luckily, it's an 11-round event with 8 rounds to go. So certainly Irina can start beating people one at a time. She's not a 7-time champion for no reason. We see here Carissa and Tatev at the top. Tatev likely to win her game, although it's still a ways to go. Nazi is winning hers. That's just done.
Right.
She's going to be at 2.5, and they're going to be way ahead of the field. It looks like maybe somebody can get to 2, but it doesn't even look like anyone's going to get to 2 points. So those two top players will make a bit of a distance. That is Nazi Pakidze and Tatev Abrahamian will put a little bit of distance between the rest of the competition if they win today.
Wow. Big drama and excitement in the Women's Championship. In the Open Championship, coming back to our big matchup of the Titans between Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana. There was a trade of queens, and we got to this position where White's rook is really awful, and it's to liberate it, it's most likely that this bishop is going to have to come back to f3, d5, eliminate the pawn on b3, and it'll be rook and bishop and pawn versus rook and 3 pawns. Likely a draw, but the edge is definitely on black side of the table.
Wow, so the rook is the blockader, not the way to go.
Not the way to go. In this case, you would dream to have a dark square bishop on the b2 square, not the rook on b2 at all. And Maurice, back to you.
Another important game going on, a game between Nakamura and Akshat Chandra. Akshat has been in time pressure for quite some time, but he handled it just fine again. Remember, he had a win yesterday against Wesley So. Today, it looks like he's got a great position. Better, according to the engine, slightly better for him with only 5 moves to go to make it to time control. Looks like he's going to draw this game if he can just play a few good moves. Nakamura has absolutely no advantage. In fact, it might be a tiny bit worse.
Wow, huge result there, because we know Hikaru came to this game with one ambition only, win. Anything less than a win for Hikaru's world-class standards would be a disappointment. So
an outstanding comeback for Akshat Chandra, who started the event with such disappointment. To have a draw against one of the best players in the world, I think shows some great things to come for this young man.
He's got some spine. You know, losing 2 games, it's easy to really get into a funk, and this is our standings going into this round 3.
A very thrilling round we have on tap so far. You know, I think we are going to see a lot of decisive games today with Alexander Onishuk. Believe he's going to do it against Alex Lenderman. But the big action, of course, is in the women, where we're going to see lots of blood spilled.
Absolutely. And Maurice, back to you.
An important game. Well, actually, let's not even talk about this game just yet, given that this one is proceeding apace on the women's side. She did play the move knight to g4, and that's not going to cut it. After knight g4, she played f5, and this is just a disaster in the making. She did find knight to h6 with check. The king had to go into the corner, and now we're anticipating the move queen takes on d6. The engine's going completely berserk after that move, just like, give me all your pawns, please. But she could also take on f5. That's winning. She could play knight f7. That's winning. So fortunate for her, there are no other attractive moves to look at. That's always nice when all the natural moves and there are no other ideas, they all win. So this looks like it's all over, but the crying queen takes d6 is a killer shot. This is a natural one as well. This one wins an exchange. You're going to have to take it or just collapse immediately, and then she's just completely winning. So this one is wrapped up, or should be wrapped up quite quickly. We'll come back to it in a second, but I wanted to point out another game of importance. The youngsters are acquitting themselves quite well. Here it is. No, that's Onishuk. He's all over his guy. Here's the game. This one is the Robson game. Remember, Robson sacrificed the pawn in the opening? Well, he's regretting it right now because he's busted. Look at this. 4 pawns, bishop and rook against knight and rook, bad pawn structure. Well, maybe it's not completely busted. Technique-wise, yes, I know you would be able to handle this, no question about it. This position is super terrible for black. He had sacrificed to get this compensation back here with knight to a4. Actually, it's further back to here. Remember this position, knowing that he'd get knight a4. And when he played it, the guy said, you want my pawn? You can have it. I'll give it back to you to fracture your structure. Play with bishop c4 and take this one while you get that one and castle. And even though it was material equality, the structure was terrible. He did not hold the balance here. He should have been able to, according to the engines. But now we have this position, white for choice. So one of our leaders in Robson is also being pulled back. And look at that look of pure concentration, maybe even desperation, as he realizes that he's in big trouble against the youngest player in the competition, Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, who has not lost a game yet in his first U.S. championship.
Very impressive. Thank you, Maurice. Big results going on here. Round 3. The excitement is really heating up.
Meanwhile, Arena has less than 15 seconds. This is going to be a moment where she goes down. Let's go see if we can capture this historic moment where she might have more. She
found the move. I mean, look at I mean, it's when you're busted and your opponent's fighting every single good winning move. It's very, very depressing. And queen takes d6 is just, wow, that's just so huge. And we do have a move by Arena, and we've seen that knight tossing and turning back and forth, and she's just played once again another knight move, knight e7 to c6, and she's just dropping pawns, shedding pawns like they're nothing. And
this is so bad.
This is really, really bad.
And now just take on f5. I mean, it's like somebody came in with a baseball bat and hit you over the head. There is nothing to do now. And it all happened so quickly. Instead, she's played knight to f7. Again, there are no bad moves. She's going to have to take that knight with the rook. Well, she didn't. And now there's just everything is protected in this position. We should expect resignation anytime soon in this position. Knight f7, king to g8. The engine's giving knight h6 as the best move again, which is kind of weird because e takes f5 is what they want to do. That is the computer's analyzing. So knight f7, if king to g8, you could do anything. You could play d5, you could play takes. There's so many wins, it doesn't matter. It's just whatever she does almost. Let's just hope she doesn't blunder completely, at least for the Alyssa fans out there. And Mom, who's watching, Mom is hoping, just find the right move, sweetie.
Come on, honey.
Don't give her a chance. Just grab it. She could also go back to h6 with check. You know how that goes, but she's decided time to grab a pawn, which is completely winning as well. That pawn cannot be touched. So what endgame is she going to walk into? It looks like she has to go into queen takes d4 check and pray that the endgame, there's a blunder somewhere hiding in that endgame. But how many pawns is she down right now?
3.
Is it 3?
Yep.
There it is, the check. So now only down 2 pawns after the queen trade.
Queen takes d4.
And
knight takes d4.
There is one. No, the blunder is. I'm trying to construct a blunder somehow, but knight a something like knight h6 check, and then take on g6. Something crazy like that. If you don't mind showing it on your board, yes.
Yeah, sure.
That'd be like the only way to completely screw this up.
How to blunder, Maurice?
How to blunder? Knight h6.
Knight h6.
Check. And after the king moves, just take on g6, trying to trade down. And
well, then,
okay,
yeah, knight e2 check.
It's kind of dumb, but
not rook takes, but check. Oops. Talk about a terrible, terrible turnaround. That would be. No, it was, as you were speaking and saying, like there's no bad moves, and you're looking for the real, killer, and there's a lot to choose from, no question about it. I thought that Elisa had intended the move e4, e5, because I just didn't see any way of stopping d5, and these 3 pawns are like a tank just going up the board, and I thought that was the simplest one. In my view, e4 takes f5 does give our defending champion a glimmer of hope after knight takes d4. Again, the position's overwhelmingly winning, I agree, but
you can't even take an f5 because we can always play rook f5 and rook g3 is mating, which is kind of sweet. So we could actually even just play like rook d3 and attack your knight, and knight f5 is not even allowed.
Rook d3 is a gorgeous move, and if Elisa sees it, I mean, okay, I have to play knight d2 check, but just for our viewers,
let us have a checkmate.
This is a lovely checkmate, a very pretty one indeed. The knight on f7 guarding the h8 square.
We're seeing some unusual pattern checkmates today. It's really nice. If she sees that one, she did not see it. She did not see it.
What did she play? And she does have a little bit of time pressure, so I mean, this game is not completely out yet.
That's what I'm
3 minutes for 7 moves.
Did she play g4?
She played knight d6.
Knight David 6. Okay.
So a tiny bit of time pressure here, making things, well, of course, Irina in even more time pressure, but they're getting pretty equitable here. 3 minutes for Alyssa and 1.5 for Irina playing.
I definitely feel that Alyssa's made a little slippage here. No, for sure, she's still winning, no question about it. I mean, she has the obvious evil intention of playing e6, e7.
And Irina's just played rook to c7, so...
but I think that... Sorry, Maurice.
This position is crushing. I mean, it's many moves to play here. But rook to c7, what's funny about this position is that her window of winning moves now is getting smaller and smaller. Right? Before it was just like, throw this one, that wins. But as you choose one line, it starts to get like, okay, now it's only this one and this one. And maybe this one wins too. And that's where the slip might come. And that's the only hope that Irina has, that one is going to look attractive, and then suddenly there's going to be a blunder behind it. So she still needs to find the move.
Yeah.
The crushing move here is rook e3 if she finds
Yes.
it. Just crushing. e7 is coming, guarding this pawn, telling you not to do anything. If you stop e7 with this woeful blockading move, then g4, and it's just now we can just toss any move we want, and you are getting sliced. She did not play. She actually played g4 right away.
Too many wins, as they say.
Again, too many wins, but that one's doing the job too.
I thought
G4 is
was
doing
the
the
most
job. Very
natural.
natural move. Capture on G4 on F5 was played, and she's going to take back. The window has gotten smaller, though. The window has definitely gotten smaller. There's a trick somewhere in this position. Check. Why can't I move my king? Oh, 96. Gotta be a little careful. Look at this. If check, the best move is rook g3, allowing knight e2 check, and then just king g2, and go ahead, take my rook, please. She has, I remember you wrote a book.
Yeah, take my rooks.
Take my rooks, you said. But takes, still dominating, for sure. Rook g7 check, and it could happen, by the way. Rook g7 check could appear on the board. She will have to find rook g3 if she wants to make sure she maintains her edge. Guys, get that queasy feeling?
Yeah.
Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mama Belpina, but she has to find these moves. She's kind of not finding the right moves in time pressure, at least the killer blows. She's still winning, and the check is on the board. She's going to see this. She's pausing now to take a look, and she sees it. That's for sure. She must play rook g3 to maintain a huge, huge advantage. If she plays king h1, she throws away most of it.
Irina's back in the game.
Yeah, and king f2 completely ruins it.
I think it might be hard to find rook g3 with just a couple of minutes on the clock. Personally,
did you say you think it's hard to find?
I think it might be hard. I think it might be hard for her to play that with having 1.5 minutes on the clock. I'm not sure she's going to play it.
This is a bad situation for her, and she's on less time than Irina after having such a big edge.
Yikes!
Wow.
Okay, she needs to not panic and find. And she has found it.
Wow.
She has found it, and now huge edge. Game over. 92 doesn't do anything.
Brilliant.
Kudos to her for finding.
Wow.
The
Kudos
most
to Irina for
accurate
making
move.
it close. we
Where
were talking
did
about
she
almost
get
resigning.
You know, it's terrible. These champions.
Fighting spirit.
Yeah, these champions. You just give them one single window of opportunity to make things a little bit unclear or to make you, they will find it. And I remember how tough it is when you're playing these elite world grandmasters. You think you've got them dead to rights, and they find a way to make your life difficult.
Irina not happy now though, because the beauty of this move, the beauty of the move rook g3 is like what Maurice was saying about there being this narrow path. Like with those protected pass pawns, there's no more narrow path.
Oh no,
it's going to be
easy now.
Right,
yeah.
they do play themselves.
Irina not happy.
No, she recognizes that, and no choice in it. She has to win the exchange, and she recognizes that after rook d8, rook d1, and boy, you've got a tough task stopping these killer pawns.
And that's exactly what happened, and time control is almost reached here.
Two more moves for white. Guaranteed when she gets to move 40, she will resign because there's just nothing to do now.
With these pass pawns.
These pass pawns are just beasts worth. I mean, 2 pawns on the 6th rank, as we know, is 2 pawns on the 6th rank are worth a rook.
Right.
A knight and 2 pawns hanging out, whatever that's worth. That's almost a queen, by the way.
Right.
But meanwhile, we do have our official first official result of the round, as Lenderman has resigned against Alexander Onishuk. And we will keep our eye and see how this one quite finishes. Will that?
The blows keep on coming. I mean, some amazing number of decisive games.
Nazi is going to win her game as well.
Yeah.
So let's just stick with this one until the finish because they're almost at time control.
Right. Rook d8 has just been played. I'm anticipating the f6. Where did that come from?
What?
Do I have the position wrong or right?
Did she play f6? No.
She did.
She did?
Oh my God.
She did play f6.
She just blundered.
That's a terrible.
Oh my goodness. What a turn of events. f6 is a complete blunder and she's no longer winning.
Amazing. Terrible.
It's astonishing. Now rook takes on d6, and the pawns do not queen. This is unreal. She might have thought she could play e7, but after rook over,
oh dear.
Oh my goodness, she's completely blown the victory. Oh, this is tragic.
She played such a beautiful game.
Completely tragic.
I think she missed I think she thought she could play f7, and then after king f8, e7.
Look at Irina now finally moving.
Yeah,
it's unreal and just a shocking,
she missed f7,
shocking
f7.
moment. What a blunder! Unbelievable. Unreal.
She definitely just missed f7, rook f7. She thought f7, king f8, e7 resigns, right? And somehow
her
just
intended move was f7, and just as you said, forcing e7, and she's just failed to realize that rook takes f7, rook takes f7, b5, and black is back in the game, and
there's no disadvantage anymore. This is what happens when your path narrows, but also when you're in a little bit of time pressure. She's just simply blundered right. And what do we say, guys? You can play the opening great, you can play the middle game great, and you can get to the end game and one move, and it's all gone.
Chess
the
is
cruelty of chess. She is thrown away a completely dominating win. How do you come back from this one, Yaz? It's just
painful.
Devastating.
It really takes the wind out of your sails, especially as she played such a really masterful game right up until this decisive moment. After rook d8, I just thought that rook d1 was going to be played, and I didn't even give it a second thought. And she...
And Naji, because he has won her game.
As well. And
she's just taken on g7, but that's not going to mean anything in this position.
And a draw is, is at hand for the defending champion, as she had a real scare in this game. Rook takes e6 is an automatic for Irina, and it will be a drawn rook and pawn ending. What a disastrous turn of events for Elisa.
Indeed.
Believe it. She
just played it. Oh my goodness! What's the hardest thing in chess, Jennifer?
Poor Elisa,
to win a one game.
You never see Elisa lose her
It's the hardest thing. It doesn't matter how many people walk out of tournament halls all over the world saying, I was winning. Oh man, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that, I'd be a millionaire. Unbelievable at this level. She played f6 thinking she was completely winning, and now
let her
just despair.
Yeah,
just despair. Very painful here. You can see Elisa almost never making any emotional expression at the board. This is very unusual for her, but she realizes what's happened, and she's very disappointed because, you know, she's a lawyer and she's also a chess player, and this is just like such a highlight to be able to outplay somebody who just plays chess purely professionally, and now that's kind of slipping away.
True. Did you see this interview that Magnus Carlsen had with German children? The German children were asking him questions, and it was a very sweet question. The sweet question began, when did you stop crying after losing a chess game? And Magnus's answer was, who said I stopped crying? You know, and he basically said he was 16. But if there was ever a game in this U.S. Championship where Elisa felt like crying, this is the moment. I mean, she was so close to victory. I mean, this is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, or snatching a draw.
Well, she won't lose, hopefully.
No.
She's still looking. Look at her. She's looking at the score sheet. She's saying, what did I do wrong? And it looks like Nakamura has drawn his game, so kudos to Akshat Chandra for being able to hold that one up. But absolutely stunning sequence of events here. She had wins everywhere.
Yeah, very bad. All right, let's tune in to the Open Championships, and let's look at what
What's
results.
transpired? We've
Yes.
got 3 results in the championship, actually. So Alexander Onishuk's won his game, and we've got draws between Shabalov and Kamsky, and a big result. Chandra has held Nakamura to a draw with the white pieces, Nakamura having the white pieces, and now Nakamura going to have a little bit of chasing to do. He's going to be half a point behind the leaders, and just not the best start, I think, for Hikaru. He would have wished to do even better from the first 3 games.
Absolutely, but we do have a special guest in our studio.
That's right. Winner Alexander Onishuk emerged victorious today in a very interesting game, and he's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, Alexander Onishuk, who has won this tournament before, and Alex, we just saw a very tough loss, loss of advantage at least. It feels like a loss from Melissa. Yesterday, you had a tough loss. What did it take for you to bounce back from yesterday's game to play and win today?
Well, luckily, my wife and my friends, my students from Texas Tech came yesterday, so I kind of completely forgot about that loss, and I spent the night with them, and so I think I fully recovered today.
No, that's what it takes. Get friends and family, always good.
Right.
The game was really intriguing. The opening was weird, to say the least. This knight on h4, the sacrifice on d5. Yeah. When did you come up with this idea and decide that that's the way you had to play?
The board, you know. I looked at this line before, in fact 3 weeks ago, queen b3, queen c7, and today I just couldn't remember anything. It's just like yesterday I couldn't remember anything what to do against the London system. So today I had to, you know, to play creatively somehow. I mean, to try to find some ideas. So this knight h4, at least I'm getting the bishop, and so it gets very interesting. And yeah, I should thank Alex for being. You know, he played very ambitiously as well, so I think he wanted to win this game, and so that's why it became very interesting. You know, the opening was extremely boring, but then all of a sudden
it exploded. You had compensation in the position. Now, we'd be remiss. This position we're showing on the screen right now, you had a completely dominating position. You went for an endgame. Did anyone tell you about the shot that you missed in this position right here?
You know, I was sure that the computer would show something like queen a4 or maybe some queen a3 ideas. I mean, I was looking for something better than rook d4. I knew that rook d4 wins. However, I still have to.
Oh, but this move, rook to e6.
Well,
yes,
it would never probably cross my mind. I mean, I actually saw this idea at some point, but not here. Not here. So, okay, there is no queen b5. So pretty much I trap his queen.
You trapped the queen, yes, indeed,
yeah,
and that's game. You
get
a checkmate. Yeah. We suspected that when you were taking some time to look, that this move wouldn't be on your mind because there's so many other promising continuations.
Yeah, I knew there is something better than rook d4, but you know, I realized, okay, I win anyway after rook d4. It just will take a little bit more time.
A fine point to put. Well, so now you've got a point. Is your wife and friend still around? Because it looks like they're your lucky charm.
For 2 more days. Yeah,
2 more days before the rest of the day. All right, well, we'll let you go and enjoy that time with friends and family.
Thank you, Maurice.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Best of luck in the rest of the games. Guys?
Thank you. I've always said that a mark of a great champion is coming back after a loss with a win, and today Alex Onishuk shows why he's been one of America's premier players for so many years. Very, very nice game. It would have been nicer, it would have gone in his collection of best games had he found rook e6, but it was good enough how he played.
That's right. So that wasn't a situation where he needed to find rook e6, so I don't think he's going to be too hard on himself.
No, because the
aesthetics.
rook b4 and bishop c3 were very, very nice. We have another guest in our studio.
That's right, Naji Pakidze, off to a great start in the Women's Championship with 2.5 out of 3. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, one of the pre-tournament favorites, Naji Pakidze, who hasn't lost a game in the 2 championships she's played so far. Seems like you've caught your stride. What did you think about today's game?
Yeah, today was a relatively easy game. I got exactly what I wanted from the opening. Just a simple position with a positional advantage. And then she weakened her position more and more, and it was pretty easy win.
I was surprised when she played f5 and traded knights and played c4. Were you shocked when you saw those moves appearing on the board?
Absolutely, especially f5. I think that's the reason I won so easily.
Weakening her position. You had one really serious game against Anna, I think it was, where you really had a chance. to win, and you didn't. But it seems like you're kind of picking up pace right now. What is your feeling? You're at 2.5. You're currently the sole leader, temporarily anyway, in the tournament.
Well, yeah, so far so good. In the first game, yeah, I was better, but Anna defended really well, and I didn't play accurately enough to win. But yeah, I haven't played chess actually in a long time, especially a serious tournament. I think last one was probably US Championship 2015. So yeah, I feel like I'm getting in shape.
One last question. Did you see the hiccup or the big accident that happened in the game with Alyssa and Irina? And what are your thoughts when something like that happens?
Yeah, I was watching their game, and I saw that Alyssa was winning probably for like 10 moves, and I finished my game, and then I look at the position, and it's a draw already. Well, it happens probably the 40th move or something. Unfortunately, it happens.
And what do you do to bounce back? Has it happened? Something similar happened to you?
Yes, I'm sure it has happened. You just have to completely forget about it and move on.
Yeah, easier said than done. Well, congratulations on your win today, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice and Naji. I'm looking at, we're seeing Anna, big expectations, welcoming her back into the U.S. Championships. But she's been struggling. She really has been struggling, and today she finds herself in a night ending, a pawn behind, hoping to make a draw. My feelings I share with many others who think of night endings and king and pawn endgames. We kind of almost equate them. And being a pawn behind, my instant gut reaction is that Sabine should win this ending. It may not be easy, but it's definitely a game I would anticipate her winning.
I don't know. Anna's like such a good defender all the time, and then
I know, but a pawn's a pawn.
Yeah. I just worry a little because yesterday on the interview, Forger expressed so little ambition that you wonder if she's going to, if that was just a ruse. Like we often, talk about. Gata says, like, I don't have ambitions, but of course he wants to crush everyone.
Right.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how hard she fights for this point. Well, what else is there to do but fight for the point?
Absolutely.
There's nothing else you can do.
And especially when you're on the sunny side of the torture. But we have the U.S. Junior Champion with us in our studio with Maurice.
And sporting his 2015 U.S. Junior shirt, maybe he's going to be a lucky shirt from now on. Akshat Chandra, you have not been the quickest player in this tournament so far, and you got into a little time pressure against Nakamura, who's one of the best players in the world, but you managed to draw. Congratulations. What was it like playing against yet another star player?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great experience, obviously, as usual. I mean, playing these guys. Fortunately today, though, even though I was in time pressure, the position was much simpler than the previous rounds, so it wasn't too difficult. I mean, I could play almost anything and still keep even, so it wasn't too bad today.
When you were playing the game, coming out of the opening, you seemed to spend a little bit of time. Were you familiar with the formation?
I mean, after Bishop D6, I mean, I just knew until Bishop D6, and then, yeah, I was on my own after that.
Were you surprised when he was tickling your pawns on B5 and trying to get you to that castle?
I expected that. I mean, White wants to provoke B4 to get the C4 square, and I was trying to stop it, but somehow maybe I miscalculated something because I didn't think he could play Queen B3 because I thought I had C4, but maybe Queen takes B5 then is good for him.
Yes, that was a good line.
So yeah, I totally missed that, so I had to play B4, but even still, it's still pretty solid for black, and I don't think I was that much worse after that.
Is he the strongest player you have ever drawn, the highest rated player you've ever made a draw against?
Yeah, yeah.
And what about beaten? Can you recall the best player you've ever defeated?
I'm not too sure, honestly. I think it was some 2600.
Just some 2600. But still, so then this is a really great accomplishment for you in your career.
Thanks, yeah, it is.
Well, we hope to see many more such draws and hopefully a few victories soon. But just start playing a little faster.
Yeah, all right. I'll work on that.
Akshat Chandra, the U.S. Junior Champion, making his bid to start getting familiar with playing at this high a level.
Thank you, Maurice. And congratulations to Chandra, because drawing Hikaru Nakamura when his sights are set on you, and he's got you targeted and all nicely positioned as black, He doesn't oftentimes fail. He didn't become one of the highest rated players in the world by giving up easy draws with white pieces. Chandra earned it, and sometimes you just got to tip your hat. Very nicely done.
That's right, and let's take a look at another game in the championship that looks like it's going in the direction of our puzzle star today, Sam Shanklin.
Okay.
Is
against
Varushinakovian, that's right. And it looks like the crush game is over, and I'm
sure
assuming
the players
that was a draw.
And
of course, a really tough moment for Alyssa right here, but what can you do? Move 40, as Naji said. She assumed it was around move 40, and right she was. That if Alyssa had somehow, I wonder if there was a moment where she could have just checked an h6 twice, just to get a couple more moves closer to the 40th.
That was the old Soviet rule. You always make a one-time or even a two-time repetition, not only because you wanted to get closer to what was then the adjournment game rule, but also to take pressure off yourself and make the time control. Maybe that was that would have made a huge difference. But she had such a huge edge in the game. I thought she could have just won it easier. I didn't like her decision to allow the trade of queens, by the way. I think that did make it much easier for Arena to escape into a lost position where she has some chances of saving it, whereas I think after e5, shutting it down, there was only one move, resigns.
Well, it is a lesson also that you want to, if you see a tactic like with e7, but your position's totally winning, you do kind of want to err towards just playing a quiet move that doesn't do anything to the position when you're about to make time control. Unfortunately, just the chance, even if there's only a couple % chance that you're wrong, and in this case that you missed rook takes f7, why risk it if you're just totally dominant?
But the sad part is, if you see a win, that's all you need, right? One win per game. And you don't see the defense, you go for it. Just like Alex Lenderman, he didn't see rook c3. He calculated the win after rook b1.
It's true.
If you don't see the move, you play what you think is going to win the game, and that's all you can do.
And I agree with you about the queen trade, though, because she had to find rook g3, which is not that easy to find with little time.
We're going to go to
with
Maurice.
an update on Tatev's game.
We've been looking at so many things, guys, that something extremely dramatic happened in the game between Carissa and Tatev. Carissa was cruising for a bruising, looked like she was going to lose the game, but now it's virtually equal on the board. Carissa Yip has somehow managed to come back in this game, this position where she was being dominated. Trade happened on b8, knight to e5, and after this, she's just losing in this position, except this move occurred. Very surprising move, allowing rook to c3, and suddenly there's this pin along this line, and you can't play c4 because of knight c4, and after this move, suddenly there went that pawn. Bishop takes a4, knight g4, and because of the rook a5 threat, the pawn on h6 hanging, when she dropped back, rook a5, and then bishop c6, rook takes a7. Now, even here, actually, the engine's saying she shouldn't have played takes on a7, because after rook a7, rook b1, knight to h2, bishop e5, clearly time pressure dominated this game. The move g3, rook to b2, and it was this move, allowing a knight to go back to g4, bishop c7, and rook to c7, that has changed the tendencies in this game and the direction of this game. But look at this. Remember how bad her position was? And still, she's facing off against these two bishops. The bishops want to secure themselves. The engine's not saying anything now, with good reason. 3 against 2. Not easy to put pressure on White's position, and weak pawns for Black as well. This is the best she could have dreamt of, and it's incredible that Tatev gave her this chance to come back in the game. So Carissa Yip, the 12-year-old, coming back, fighting with this titanic struggle. She's not going down, guys, showing that she is indeed a fighter, willing to go toe-to-toe with anyone in this tournament. Amazing stuff happening here at the championship.
Wow, something's wrong. There's something in the atmosphere that there's a virus or something catching to the women who are having won positions. I had, to be honest, chalked this up for Tatev. I thought that this was going to be easy job for her. Suddenly, she's given her opponent, Carissa, a fantastic opportunity to make a near miracle save. Remarkable. And I was just going to say, in the game of Jeffrey Zhang, by the way, Ray Robson, that pawn, that extra pawn that Jeffrey had, he's turned it into a rook and bishop versus rook, 3 pawns versus 1 pawn. I'm sorry, but Ray has gotten an end game where I think he's a big favorite to draw the game now. I don't see how, in fact, there is no way that white could ever prevent the move a6 followed by h6 followed by g5, trading off white's last pawn, forcing rook and bishop versus rook, which is a theoretical draw, and which was recently drawn in the game of Fabiana Caruana versus Peter Svidler from that crucial penultimate round in the Moscow Candidates Tournament. Not that black even has to embrace rook and bishop versus rook, but Ray should now be able to draw this game. So surviving a scare is Ray Robson, our tournament co-leader.
That's right. So if he does manage to draw this game, that would put him at 2.5. And well, what's the consensus in Caruana?
Well, I'm not sure I like how Wesley has defended this at all. Back in these parts, funnily enough, I thought we were going to get a rook and bishop versus rook, 3 versus 1, similar to the Ray Robson ending. I thought that what Wesley should do is maintain this pawn, maintain his h pawn, pardon me, and bring his bishop quickly over to, well, maybe the timing just wasn't there. Bishop to f3 to d5, and sacrifice that bishop for this pawn. Let me see what actually happened. Yes, so we had this position. So he did this. Well, this is very strange. Why did he do that? Bishop down to e2. He's worried that there is opportunity for Fabi to play rook over and down, maybe in some fashion like this. Okay, as it turns out, now it's a different set of circumstances. It's not with that extra pawn on the king side for white. Give white that h2 pawn. Bishop takes b3, and we have the Ray Robson position, right? But with only one, I think Fabiana's chances of winning are much higher than white's drawing. Pardon me?
Black's just played king to g6.
Fair enough. King to g6. Oops. Hold on. It is. No, king g7, so it's Wesley to move. What did Wesley play?
King e3.
King to e3 and king to g6, and we're caught up with the players?
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay. So we're going to go g3, and can black crawl his way in? I don't think he's crawling like this, because I've got a check stopping you from making any further progress.
So it seems like it might be hard for Fabi to break through in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile,
no, I'll take it back. I think they are closer to a draw.
I agree.
Than anything.
I'd agree with that. Meanwhile, in the women's division, we've got Katerina Nemtsova. Remember we looked at that position with knight f7?
Yes.
So let's see.
We didn't make heads or tails of it, by the way. We're still confused.
That was really interesting, but it doesn't look like it turned out so well for Katerina, who really one of the favorites in the event after showing some good form in her first couple of games. Mm-hmm. But this does not look like it's going in her direction. And Akshita, who started off the tournament with 2 losses, in a good position now. But we've got reigning champion Irina Krush with us, who must be feeling very relieved. Like, she was released from a vice in this position, and she's with Maurice Ashley.
She got a pardon.
The sentence, "there is no luck in chess," has been said many times. But after seeing the game today, you've got to feel like a lucky star was over the head of our 4-time defending champion, 7-time champion overall, Irina Krush. Irina, there's no final point to put on it. You just got lucky.
I got lucky, Maurice. That's it. I mean, it's incredible. What were you thinking when she was just playing these great moves? Your position just deteriorated so rapidly when she got in bishop h6 and took on e6, and it just looked hopeless.
You know, honestly, I think Alyssa played a great game today. I mean, she definitely outplayed me. She made a lot of good moves and some decisions that I didn't expect. This whole queen d2 move with the idea of getting the queen to h6 and then bishop h6, which I missed. You know, I had to defend kind of against a lot of threats, and I don't know, maybe my position was bad or maybe there was some way to defend, but it certainly wasn't easy. And when you're facing difficulties, it's easy to make mistakes.
And then she played d4 and knight came to g4, and it was just over. What were you thinking as you were making moves? Did you really think you would get a chance to get back in this game?
No. I mean, I was trying to actually get into a state of mind, you know, for the next game already. You know, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to lose this game. She played better than me. So I knew there could be some difficult moments in this tournament. It's not all smooth sailing. So this is obviously going to be one of those moments, and I'm just going to have to recover.
Yeah, I know that feeling exactly. Just clearing the game out of your system. And then when you saw her start to falter, and what did you think when f6 appeared on the board?
Well, I knew f6 was a blunder, and it was one of the hopes that I had when playing rook d8, because it's a very natural way to try to win the game. And I mean, you could see what she was counting on, and yes, you know, unfortunately, she just you know, missed this rook takes f7 idea that she doesn't get to queen her pawn. So it was really just you know, one tactical mistake on her part, you know, was all that it took to actually ruin like a great game.
And when it appeared on the board, did you just think, I don't believe this just happened?
No. I mean, because, you know, at the same time as I was trying to get, you know, into a good state for the next games, I mean, I also tried my best in this game to defend. I mean, I didn't want to just resign. We were still in time pressure. People do make mistakes. And I actually reminded myself of how horribly I've played in time pressure before, and positions that I have not won with an extra piece, you know. And so time pressure, well,
makes fools of us all.
Yes, it contains a lot of surprises.
Indeed. Well, that was certainly a shocking game. But now you managed to stay alive without a loss. I'm sure you want to clear your mind and maybe go celebrate a little bit at least, but you got another game to play.
Yes, well, I'm definitely very happy, you know, at this moment.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
That's all I need.
And luck. Really luck.
Luck. I just want some more luck like this.
Guys?
Wow. Congratulations on a miracle save. I mean, really, that was amazing. And poor Elisa, I can't. I mean, I'm almost thinking about Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus. Like, Hikaru's had a terrible record against the world champion, and yet he's had so many winning positions that he's let slip. Sometimes just bad things happen to good people, and good things happen to bad. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it. This was very sad. Elisa played just a wonderful game. Just a wonderful game. Just missed the finishing touches, and we have Elisa getting set up in our studio, ready for an interview with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we're with Alyssa Melechina after. There's no fine point again. A very tough game. What did you feel when you played this move f6 after playing such a beautiful game?
Yeah, well, that's definitely going to be one of those moves that's going to haunt me for the rest of this tournament, maybe for future tournaments. But yeah, I felt like I gave it my all this game. You know, I know we had that conversation yesterday about how can I manage chess if I'm still a lawyer, but I hope, you know, this game shows that I'm still definitely in it to win it, and I felt like I was on form, I was seeing everything, I was outplaying her, and, you know, I was at move 40.
It was 39.
Yeah, it was right before time control, and, you know, just, yeah, you always need those extra few minutes to think things through, and, yeah.
When you played f6, you saw rook takes d6, of course. What exactly did you miss, or what did you miss?
Just for some reason I didn't register the evaluation. Like, I saw her rook was attacked, so I thought that she had to move, and I was just playing. I didn't give it too much thought. I was just playing based on what I had calculated in the previous moves, and so rook takes d6 came as a complete shock to me. And at that point, I did a quick pawn count, and I realized, yeah, like everything that I had worked for this game was over.
So actually, it's not that you missed. You didn't think f7, rook f7. You just didn't see the rook could take the knight because the other rook was under attack.
Right, yeah, it was just one of those mental lapses, that move.
So how do you come back from this?
Well, you have to look at the positives. I mean, I was playing very well. I was outplaying a GM. I did have tough pairings this tournament to begin with. I had 2 blocks in a row, and then playing Crush, and then playing Anna Zatonski tomorrow. And I felt like, you know, given everything, given that I don't get a chance to play as much as I want to or prepare as much as I want to, you know, there are definitely a lot of good things to take away from this game, and it's still really early in the tournament. And if I can play like this, you know, for the rest of the tournament, I'll be very happy.
A wonderfully positive attitude, and we hope you do close out those great games. You were giving us quite a thrill until that moment. We'll know we'll clean it up. So good luck in the rest of your games. And luck on your side this time as opposed to hers.
Exactly. Thanks, Maurice. I'll be back.
Quick question for Alyssa, because through most of the game, it was a fact Arena was in time trouble, but towards the very end, you kind of caught up on time, and you had just played this move, Knight H6, F7 check, King G8, and we had a conversation here in studio about whether or not you should take in the repetition, just play Knight H6 check, King back to H8, get in those extra 2 moves to get you to the time control, because at this point you just mentioned yourself, Alyssa, that those extra few minutes might have been meaningful. Did it cross your mind to make a repetition?
That's a good question, but at that point she was a lot lower on time, and she was even getting down to less than 10 seconds, so I felt like I didn't want to help her out by helping her get to time control. She had to make some pretty critical decisions as well, so it was one of those strategic choices.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. Wow, what a miss. That hurt. That just simply hurt. Yeah.
Women's championship, though, still going to be very interesting. You know, it's always interesting when the favorites don't have the top scores, because if the favorites are already the highest rated players, the best player is often the best prepared. So when they're a half point behind, it makes it more interesting, because
the
they
pressure's
really have
on
to
the
win.
favorites then, yeah.
So we've got both Irene and Anna, who are not going to be leading the tournament after this round. That's set in stone.
Right.
It's
because of the two leaders playing one another. Yes.
Right, and if Carissa and Tatev, even if that game is a draw, that means that there's 3 people ahead of the favorites.
Exactly.
So really interesting developments in the women's championship, which I think are. Remember, there were some years where it was completely dominated by Irene and Anna. There's a year Anna won 8.5 out of 9.
Right. 2 women horse race, if you will. Yeah.
And sometimes with Tata nipping at the heels, but still, like, really.
There was a real gap.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that this year is going to be wide open, and that's good news for us, because drama till the end, I believe, is going to be the name of the game.
Playoffs?
Now, in one of the fields, I believe. Maurice, we were just looking at Nemtsova Gorty. Is Gorty getting the job done?
Well, she's looking quite good if you look at the board. I mean, the upsets are just coming in fast and furious in this tournament. At least strange results, not what you expect. And Gorty is dominating in this game right now. This rook looks like a beast coming down the board. That word beast is coming out of me. Maybe a little too often. I'll come up with a different word in a second. But certainly, monstrous knight, vicious rook, king, pawns, 2 passed pawns. This one is over. But we said that before. I remember we just said that. So maybe it's not over until it's over. Chess is a cruel game, I can tell you. But it looks like another youngster shaking up the field here. You know, one of the great things about results like this, you see Carissa doing well, you see Gorty doing well, Jennifer Yu was doing well in one of the games, although it looks like she's not going to win this game. Somehow, this one is almost miraculous the way this one turned around, because I remember she was doing actually, I claim she was doing well. What happened since we went away? She was killing her. What happened here? We're going to have to review the moments in this game as well. So much drama on the women's side, just up and down, topsy-turvy fights everywhere. This game, wasn't she down up a piece in this game? Yeah, so what is happening? I don't know that I've ever seen a round where everything was going one way, only to find it going the other way all of a sudden. Complete 180.
Oh, what am I thinking? Okay, it's a little late. It's a little late. Now I'm looking at it. She's a rook up on the board, so she's still winning. All right, I'm seeing drama where there is no drama. All right, back. I've reset, guys. I've reset. Thank you very much. Now looking at the board, she is still winning. So, yes, she's doing well. Everybody is expecting the kids to maybe collapse. But they're showing their stuff. They're showing that they're fighters. They're showing that they're doing quite well in terms of keeping the event dynamic. And I got to tell you, there's going to be a lot of shaking heads after this round.
Yes, indeed. There really is. I'm looking at the moment in the game of Sam Shanklin versus Var Akobian. Sam's doing very well. He's a pawn up, and he's about to claim a second pawn. He somehow, I thought that Black's king, I'm going way back a little while, I thought Black's king was in a real safe bunker. This is way back. I guess it's time trouble took hold of the play as we're going to move it fast forward to the position at hand, and that's how the king got blasted out of the king side. Knight d8, oopsie daisy, going after the f7 pawn. Var's king took a walk, and he's 2 pawns down, and it looks like Sam is going to chalk up this win as Var having a very tough start to his event, scoring 1 draw out of 2 games, and
That's
this
right.
looks like a loss for Varusian Akobian.
Well, that's a painful start, half out of 3, but a nice comeback for Sam Shanklin, who
After that devastating loss yesterday, right?
So that would be win, loss, win for Shanklin. So
wow,
just a very decisive player.
Exactly.
We expect that from him.
We haven't seen much of it because the game was such a slow maneuvering game. In the game between Alexander Shabalov and Gada Kamsky, I don't think a piece or pawn was traded in the first dozen moves. Let's see what we have here. Well, equal material, but I like Black's rooks on d8 and e7. I don't know. I think Black's a little bit better. First glance, I like Black's position in Gada Kamsky versus Alexander Shabalov and other pending games.
We also have some tweets coming into our hashtag US Chess Chance. Jake Darmanin says that having lost winning positions countless times, I totally sympathize with Alyssa Melakina. Just painful. And spelling sympathize with an S, so perhaps one of our UK listeners, or at least a British literature fan, one or the other, right?
Right.
And we've also got we've got a lot of comments coming in about that game, of course. Boris Smolik says, that reminds me of a teammates game last week. They were winning, sacked a rook and a knight for 2 passers in the 7, and won only a rook back. LOL. Sounds like a great teammate.
Right.
Making fun of your teammate.
Bam. That's hurtful.
Yeah, but okay, no, it's okay. You're allowed to make fun of them when it's a week later. Right after the game, though, it's got to be hugs.
I remember, I think I was about a 1,400, maybe a 1,500 rated player, and I was playing somebody who was like close to expert, and I had my opponent completely, hogtied, couldn't even move, literally couldn't even move, and I fell for one of those, what do you call it, mad rook positions.
Oh, like the stalemate trick.
Right.
Yeah.
I had my opponent so firmly boxed out that he was actually stalemated, and all he had to do was give up a rook, and it never occurred to me that somebody could, perpetual check you and you couldn't take the rook because of the stalemate.
Brutal. And that actually answers a question from Bill Hall at Gato on Twitter, where he asks about an important game that you had a winning position and blundered away. Mine was, I think it was about 14 or 15, and I was playing against Bisquire at the Castle Chess Camp.
Okay.
And I had a totally winning position. It was just so crushing, and I transposed into a pawn endgame, totally winning, 1 tempo off.
No.
That's everything.
Draw.
Yeah. And it was a position similar to Alyssa that I had like such total control that all I need to do is relax, maybe snap off one more pawn, and just end the story.
Right.
And so that's why, I started to like triple check after that, because when you transpose into pawn endgame, you can't go back.
No, exactly. You cross the bridge.
So just, if you have a chance to just gobble a few pawns with no risk before doing it, do that.
Ensure the win.
Maurice, did you have something? Did you have a memory to share, or a tidbit from a game?
Memories, multiple. Oh my goodness, I don't even want to get into. The one that flashed in my mind is one of the greatest games I almost played was against Hikaru Nakamura in the U.S. Championship, and it was so good. It was just like sacking material all over his king. Just one move and the wrong piece went to the D5 square, and my game went from totally winning to no advantage to oops, blunder, and bye-bye, you're out of there. And that was just, that was devastating, I tell you. It was just a complete crush on the board, and I missed the one move that just ends the game. So, and that's just one story. Right. Because I got a few more jockeying to come up and say, tell them about this one, tell them about this one. It is a cruel game that we play, and to find the moves is not always easy. And I think that the fans out there, you can take some heart in somebody else's pain. What do they call that in German? Schadenfreude, I think the term is. But you learn from other people's losses too. Don't beat yourself up too hard. Everybody misses moves at every single level.
Good time to take a break?
That's right. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back for the conclusion of round 3 here at the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's. welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's. We have some results in, and Carissa Yip and Tatef Abrahamian, that game was a draw.
Yes, so let's just see the results. We left, there was quite a number of games pending. We, during our break, we got some results.
That's right. So we've got that game between Carissa Yip and Tatef Abrahamian is now over. And we also, no, the women's, all the games were over that we, except for Yip and Abrahamian.
Right.
And we still have 3 pending, with Anna Zatonski looking like she's going to draw against Sabina Voiger. Nemtsova in big trouble against Gordy. And you still on top against Agata, but not as clear perhaps as it was before. Meanwhile, in the championship, we've got a bunch of games still going on. Well, 2 games still going on. Wesley So versus Caruana, and Shanklin and Akobian are still playing.
It's Sam's 2 pawns up and a rook ending. He should win that very easily. And
meanwhile, on our break, the game between Zhang and Robson was drawn. So now Robson is most likely going to be chilling with the leaders, as he has 2.5 out of 3.
Right, and we have a special guest in
That's
our
right.
studio.
Tatef Abrahamian leading the women's championship along with Carissa Yip, and now joined also by Naji Bakidze. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, a crazy event so far. This round has been completely wild. Not as many victories as we've seen in the last few games, but just topsy-turvy results. Tatef, today, you were obviously just completely winning. What happened?
Just when I played bishop b3, rook c3, I blundered it after bishop b2. There's no... I thought she cannot go rook c3, I have bishop b2. I blundered it, and my pawn on c5 just hangs. And then my bishops are just very awkward.
Right, we did see this moment in the game, so you lost that pawn, and then it just became difficult to win. What's going on? Round 3, is it the summer air coming in, or what the heck is going on in this tournament? It's incredible what happened today. I know you didn't see what happened in the game with Alyssa. It was much worse than yours, much worse than yours. But she did put up a fight, though. I mean, it's not like she just laid down and gave you the game.
No, I mean, she did, but I just thought I was just better the whole game, and I thought I had a better grasp on the position. It was a nice French, and all my pieces were good. I got her bishop. My French bishop was good. Like, what more can you ask from a position? And I mean, it's just like every half a point usually counts, so it's very bad to give away such a point.
How do you clear your system from this game and just go to play the rest of the games? There's still a lot of rounds to go.
I mean, once I just go to dinner and start preparing, I'll get over it. I just have to look at my game and beat myself up for a little bit, and then I'll get over it.
That's your way of doing it. Okay, well, we'll let you go ahead and self-flagellate. But I know it was a tough game for you, tough result, but I know there are a lot more games for you to play. Guys?
Thank you.
That's why it's called postmortem, right?
Postmortem, indeed, yes. Analyzing your game afterwards, and finding all of the errors and where you went wrong and how you could have improved. It's a tough part of the game, but it's a good cleansing, learning process.
Yeah, I like how Tatef put that she's going to feel better after she goes through that process. That's good, because for some people, it's actually, some people might think instinctively, if they're not very serious chess players, that it's the opposite.
Right.
That by going over it, you'll feel the pain, but
no,
that you'll remind yourself of the pain and you'll keep thinking about it.
Right, it's actually healing. I remember J. Randall Dean, the Dean of Northwest Chess. He beat me nicely in a game, and he said, Yasser, come over, take your medicine, as we did the postmortem, and I felt much better afterwards. Learned a lot from J. Randy Dean, so shout out to him.
We do have a special guest and a result that I think might have been misrecorded, because it says that Shanklin and Akobian drew, but White was just totally winning in the final position. So probably just a misrecording for those of you who see that inputted. We'll get that checked on right away. And yes, indeed, Sam Shanklin has won that game. So 3 decisive results from Sam Shanklin so far. Meanwhile, we've got our rising star here. She is leading the women's championship along with Naji Bakidze and Tatef Abrahamian. None other than Carissa Yip is with Maurice Ashley.
Well, certainly an enchanting story in the making, but it did not look like a fairy tale today, Carissa. You were in big trouble right out of the opening.
Yeah, I had like a preparation plan for Tatef's main line, but then she played knight f6. I mean, sorry, not knight f6. She played h6, and I wasn't really sure what to do. And I guess right out of the opening, I was just much worse, and I thought I was going to lose, but got lucky.
Well, you had to fight back to get this kind of luck. This position where you played bishop to a4, saving your e5 pawn, did you consider the move c4, just sacrificing the pawn and going for initiative?
Yeah, I looked at it, but it didn't really seem to work.
Well, you're going to lose a pawn no matter what, but you do get play. This is the kind of way.
I was thinking if c4, then maybe d4.
Yeah, I think that's not going to be a great position for her also. That's the one. That's probably the position you need to look at very carefully, because that was a must move in that moment. But what did you think when you started coming back? I mean, your position was so bad, and then all of a sudden you're back in the game when she allows you to take this pawn on c5.
Well, I was like, I really have to focus now, because I would be really disappointed if I lost that position. So, I mean, I was really happy that she got into time trouble, and she played bishop b2 and allowed me to take the pawn on c5, and after that I thought I was okay, because I was going to get the a7 pawn and I could just use my 2 knights and hold the position. Excellent.
Well, great fighting qualities. So how does it feel? You're leading the U.S. Women's Championship after 3 rounds. You're the youngest player in the competition.
Feels really good, I guess, because in my first 2 rounds I was expected to win because they were both lower rated, but I thought I was going to lose this game. So, just really happy.
Fantastic. Well, we are happy for you, and we hope you continue to do well in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Carissa Yip, 12 years old. 12 years old. They're saying many times at 2.5 points, tied for first in the Ladies' Championship.
Outstanding. What a great story. And congratulations, Carissa, on fighting back from a very, very difficult position. And she's absolutely right. Whenever your opponent's in time trouble, you always have to hope that something will break in your favor. And it did today for Carissa. And Tatev, very disappointed because she knows how important those half points are.
That's right. It was a really tough day for a couple of players in the Women's Championship. Of course, all disappointment seems to pale in comparison to Alyssa, who just played so brilliantly and then only got a draw.
Exactly. And we have also in our studio one of our tournament co-leaders, Ray Robson.
Yes, Ray Robson. 2.5 out of 3. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Actually, I believe he's the sole leader at the moment in the tournament, since Fabiano and Wesley So still haven't finished their game. That won't last too long. These kids, I mean, he played really well against you today.
Yeah, he definitely had me on the ropes from the opening, and I was always worse, kind of fighting to survive. And at some point I thought he had made some mistakes, and I thought I was going to survive, but it turned out he evaluated the position better than me, and I was probably lost in the endgame at some point, but fortunately he let me sacrifice and get this rook and 3 pawns versus rook, bishop, and pawn.
Tell me, you were the youngest grandmaster in U.S. history at one point. Now we're seeing more and more kids come up. How do you feel? Do you feel like an elder statesman, given how young these kids are and as good as they are? I mean, you played, this is your 9th championship. But you're still, what is your age now?
I'm 21.
You're 21. You're definitely not
I don't feel that old, but I obviously still have a lot more experience than them so far. But yeah, I played Sam Savion, I played Caden Trough, I played now Jeffrey. I'm going to play Akshat for the first time later in the tournament. So it's always exciting for me to play these young guys, and we usually have some pretty exciting games. And I'm excited for the future of American chess, because we do have a lot of promising players.
What do you think about Carissa Yip? She's obviously not an experienced player at all, only 12, but she's got 2.5 points out of 3 in this championship.
Well, that's great. I don't know much about her, but obviously she's another very talented very young player, and all these young players, if they work in the right way, they have the potential to go really, really far into the top 100, into 2,700 and beyond.
Well, we are looking forward to that as well, and looking forward to continued success from you.
Thanks.
Grandmaster Ray Robson, still leading the championship in a tie. At least for the moment, he's ahead. But some result will bring one of those players to join him. We'll see what transpires in the next game.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Ray. I'm returning to one of our crucial pending games in the Open Championship. It is between Wesley So and Fabiana Caruana. It appears, funnily enough, that we may be seeing another Rook and Bishop versus Rook ending for Fabi. I don't know. It's one of those things in your entire, you can go through an entire career or much of a career without ever getting this ending, and suddenly in the space of a month, he's going to potentially be playing it twice. We just
from both sides, you think?
Well, he had the bishop, the bishop. He had the superior side against Peter, and he's going to have the superior side once again.
How do you think that's going to happen?
Well, the way it might happen is the very direct captures on f5. King takes f5. Now, you don't have to give up your bishop right away. In fact, probably
maybe you could just play g5 instead of taking on a.
Oops!
Maybe you could play g5 instead of
wrong.
taking on f5.
Right.
But let's go to our special guest as you get that board back up. We've got Jeffrey Zhang, 3 draws, and he's with Maurice Ashley.
Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, the youngest player on the men's side, also showing his skill, being able to draw 3 games in a row. Jeffrey, how does it feel? This is your first championship, and you're not doing so badly.
Yeah, feels pretty nice not to lose so far in such a tough field, but okay, still many rounds to go.
Today's game, you had some real chances to win. Were you disappointed with the result?
Yes, I am a little bit disappointed because I feel I played pretty well to get some winning chances. And it's not easy to get any winning position in this tournament, so when you get that opportunity, it's unfortunate when it slips, but okay, as I said, many more rounds in this tournament, so just have to keep playing well.
As a young player, we're talking about all the young players now. You see all your peers, the strong players like Akshat Chandra, you see Carissa Yip doing well. What's your perspective, just as a youngster, being able to look at all these young players play so well?
Yeah, it's a really nice feeling to see how strong and powerful that U.S. junior chess has become, and really happy for my friend Akshat, who had a remarkable result today.
Absolutely, drawing against Nakamura. Well, we are happy for you as well, and we hope you continue to play such fine chess.
Thank you.
One of the youngsters, 15 years old. Just amazing what's happening in U.S. chess.
Thank you, Maurice. And shocking again, another extraordinary result in the Women's Championship. There is a virus in the air as a completely winning position by Jennifer Yu, who is mishandled, and that game was a draw. She was a rook ahead. What's going on?
That's right. A lot of positions in the women's championship seem to be going in that direction, where one player is completely dominant and then somehow ends up drawing. We've got a few comments coming into our hashtag US Chess Champs as you set that up. John Bartholomew at Fin0905 says that 21-year-old Grandmaster Ray Robson, referring to Zhang and Chandra as the young guys, makes me feel like a dinosaur at 29.
Isn't that shocking? I don't even want to tell you how I feel. All right.
Wait, what came before dinosaurs?
Me. And we do have a special guest.
That's right. We'll turn it over to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
We're with Varuja Nakobian after a tough loss against Sam Shanklin. VAR, this tournament has been crazy and difficult, and it seems like a youth movement going on. I know you don't care about any of that. You just want to get your game right. What happened today?
Well, today I thought I played a good game, actually. He played this new move, Queen D2, which actually Queen D2 was played against me by Nakamura last year in the U.S. Championship. So I thought I reacted very well and got a very nice position. Just in some point, I don't know why I was just spending too much time on some of the decisions. Instead of just making the moves, I spent like 20 minutes unnecessarily, maybe spend a little bit less. Anyway, it was just, I think, probably completely equal position, and but I got into really bad time trouble and ended up just missing several of his moves, and became worse and worse, and eventually just losing.
That seems like a big theme of this championship. is there anything funny about the time control? Because it just seems like so many players are getting into time pressure.
Well, actually, the 90 minutes, it's like you really don't have that much time to think, because if you spend like on 3 or 4 crucial moments, like 20 minutes or 15 minutes, then you're immediately in time trouble. So that's what I did. I actually should have just been more practical at some point when I played Castle. This move I should have just played right away. I don't know why I spent like over 20 or 25 minutes on that move, and just it really hurt me at the end. But yeah, I thought I played well even after that. It's just had to be a little bit more careful in the end game. I think it was very close to a draw, and probably just a draw.
A very tough result. Just talking now about the youth movement a little bit, you noticing these young players playing really well, or at least having some good results?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I played Jeffrey yesterday. He played really well. I had some good preparation in that game. B3 is like almost novelty. I played, and just one game played, and he played the move that I didn't expect, but he played really well after that. Even when I was pressing, he played really well. I think just the players are getting a lot stronger, and I think Hikaru drew today also, right, with Akshat. So everybody's playing really well, and just really tough to win even one game.
No easy points in this tournament. Well, we'll let you get your chance to rest, have some dinner, and we hope you get your form back in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice and Vard. Yeah, tough. How difficult it is to win in these national championships, even one game. And we're seeing some extraordinary saves in this round 3 in the women's section. Really extraordinary.
Yeah, we're getting some more tweets coming in. And Patrick JMT, who has a very popular math YouTube channel, if you have some need for math, either you're in college or high school, you check it out. But he also loves chess, and he says that the hardest thing to do is win a one game. Frank Marshall.
So true.
We've got the same. We've actually got the same expression in poker. It's called like too many outs, and that's more of like a joke, because the idea is, okay, if you have like too many outs, then you're never going to hit one of them. It's better to have fewer outs.
Right.
Definitely not statistical analysis.
Right. Too many outs, and you're not
Like
going to
if-
get lucky.
Like if you turn
2 outs.
Exactly. If you turn like a straight draw to go with your flush draw, then you'll never hit it.
Right.
Better just for it to be a total break. But we've got some other tweets coming in. David James says, the best coverage of chess ever. Thanks from Oz. Wow.
Cheers.
Love it. Thank you very much. And Series and TV makes a good point that I was just thinking about too. He was actually our caller earlier from Argentina. And he says that if So holds the draw today, the Bobby Fischer prize will be out of the picture for both sides.
Wow.
At the U.S. Chess Championships.
I was dead wrong about, I thought it would last for another round at least, and it's not, in case of a draw. And I think it will be drawn, by the way, that matchup.
We've got another Carissa fan in, James Keener, who says that Carissa is awesome. She can eat all the fruit cups she wants. And if she is going to eat a fruit cup, though, I really want to see more berries. And that melon has just got to go.
Got to go.
And it does seem like Nemtsova has wrapped up her game. So that game actually did turn out as expected, right? Gordy has won the game. Yeah.
Well, thank goodness that at least one result, winning position was won.
And also Najee Bakidze, who's actually already tweeted some gorgeous flowers. She says, what a beautiful day. Central West End in the spring is absolutely glorious. Plus, she won. So keeping things in perspective there. And Foyzer-Zastansky was a draw. Wrapping up the results in the women's championship, but we have Jennifer Yu, another disappointing contender today, who played great, but unfortunately the one slept away, and she's with Maurice.
Okay. With Jennifer Yu, one of the youngsters in the competition. Jennifer, there's some kind of virus going on in the room today. We saw Alyssa Melahina, who's completely winning against Irina Krush. She only drew Tatev Abrahamian, who was completely winning against Carissa. She only drew. And now your game, which was completely winning as well. What's happening? Or at least tell us what happened in your game.
I think I thought I was going for like an easier win, but I was actually complicating things unnecessarily. It would have been a lot simpler if I had just gone with a... There would have been like no risk if I just went like that way, but I didn't realize she had some counterplay.
She had a lot of counterplay. Yeah. She was down a rook. At one point, I didn't even see the rook on the board. and wondered what had happened. And then all of a sudden, it didn't matter that you had a rook on the board. Were you surprised that she had that much play in the position when you got to that moment?
Well, yeah, kind of, because you think with an extra rook that'd be like easier, but it was a lot harder than I thought.
So how do you come back from this? In junior chess, there have been a lot of ups and downs. Usually that's what happens. How do you come back, given that you've been in this situation before?
I think the good thing about me is I don't hang on to one result that long. It's really easy for me to move on to the next. And that helps a lot in when you have an upset, like disappointing round.
Absolutely, that's very good advice. Well, we appreciate you spending some time with us after a long day. We'll let you go, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you.
Great words of wisdom from the 14-year-old. Yeah. I love that. I mean, but is that something you're just? Sounds like it's something that she said almost like she's born with it. She just doesn't hold on to the result for too long.
Yeah, it's almost a training that you have to do for yourself. I think for so many, myself included, that it's really, really hard to overcome a disappointment. It lingers with me, and quite often for far too long.
Yeah, it's just such a fine balance, because on one hand, that pain that strong players feel after they let something slip away is part of the reason why they're strong, because they don't want it to happen again.
No.
So it's like that memory of pain helps them prevent it, but then you also don't want too much.
No.
So getting that perfect balance.
Very difficult.
And
not an easy balance at all.
And we've got the second winner of the day in the U.S. Championship, Grandmaster Sam Shanklin with Maurice Ashley, to talk about today's win over Akobian.
A win, a loss, a win. Sam, it's kind of boring, your tournament so far. Tell us what happened today.
Okay. I mean, last year I had 2 decisive games, maybe 3, something like that. Not very many. So I've already equaled that. No, I think I confused myself in the opening. I think he was absolutely fine. At some moments I even preferred black. It just... and I think around move 30, I mean, we had just played about equally well. We had an equal position, but I had just played faster. And so we just had a totally equal game, but he was slow on time, and he sort of let one trick come through and then another. And even after, like, I thought making a couple inaccuracies, I still felt like he was always just 2 or 3 accurate moves away from drawing the game. But ultimately, once I got my A-pawn going, I think I was just doing very well. It's probably just winning.
We've seen some wild results this round. I mean, crazy stuff going on all the boards.
I didn't actually see any of the other games. What happened?
You'll hear about it for sure.
Okay.
When rounds like this happen, is there any explanation, or is just a cluster of mistakes happening in one game, in one round?
Well, I mean, in general, chess is mathematically it's probably a drawn game. So if there's a whole bunch of like wild positions and people losing indecisive results, it probably means like we're just playing like a bunch of idiots, but at least the fans will like it. No, I mean, I came to this tournament looking to play aggressive chess and take risks, and you know, I mean, I got a pretty quiet position today, but I managed to win it, and I think, well, you know, 3 decisive results so far. I've got a long way to go to match Wesley's 10 from last year, but you know, I'll take it. You know, it's certainly. I'm much happier now than I would be if I had just won 1 game and drawn 2. So, you know,
great attitude. Well, we'll let you go. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
And good luck in the rest of your games.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sam.
Thanks, Sam. I do love that attitude, because I think traditionally a lot of players think the opposite. That it's like if you have more draws, you're not as emotional, so you're less tired.
Right.
But of course, the fans love to see the
3
decisive
dice
results.
games,
Yeah,
right?
so.
But the European way has always been 2 draws, 1 win is better than 2 wins and a loss. You know, to go undefeated is the height of what you're supposed to do. Undefeated chess is really appreciated more in European circles.
Yeah, and Sam Shanklin making the all-American way.
And the all-American way, that's right. Like we like the decisive games. And we have another guest in our studio.
Yes, we are with Agata Baikovtsev. Where's the lucky star over your head? You looked completely lost. You were completely lost. How did you manage to get back in this game?
I guess she just messed up. We were both didn't have a lot of time at the end. I guess it says that it's still winning here. I thought that it was a draw at this point, but I guess we were just both tired. I completely missed e5 at the... No, I actually saw e5, but I had completely miscalculated. And then I started calculating again, and I realized what I saw before, it doesn't work, and I'm in a lot of trouble. So
you started mixing it up. You sacked a piece on c4.
I thought that was my best option.
I mean, it just looked like you were going to die.
Yeah.
How did you keep your equanimity in this moment to say, okay, I've got to keep playing, I've got to keep it a fight, even though it looks bad?
Well, I kind of accepted a loss already, and I thought I need to try at least. Like, maybe she'll mess up. It happens.
And in fact, she did. I mean, it seemed like Irina Krush said the same thing in her game where she was dead, and she said, I just accepted the loss and prayed for rain. But, I mean, you couldn't have imagined the rain would somehow come.
Yeah, well, I've had a lot of winning positions that I've lost and drawn, and it happened. So you just have to keep on playing on and see what happens.
We'll just take that as a quote right there. Just got to keep on playing on and see what happens. Well, thanks for joining us, and we wish you better games coming up in the future.
Thank you.
Guys?
Miracles all across the tables. A lot of games I would never have guessed the result based on the positions at hand.
Now, I don't think that, like, I'm looking at Wesley So and Fabi, and I don't think that Wesley, I think Wesley is, no, I think he's actually defending in a way that's probably good, in that he's not trying to go for that.
Rook and bit.
He doesn't want to suffer that much. I mean, he might be strong enough where he can easily draw that. Maybe he studied it, but why suffer at all if it's hard for black to break through?
Right. He's thinking that he doesn't have to give up his bishop and get his king over to b2. Simply go takes on f5, king c1, rook d2, king b2, and keep it.
Yeah, just keep things under stasis and stop the king, instead of taking on f5, letting the king creep closer to the f pawn. Just leave the pawn there on g4, and if takes, bishop g4, and we'll see if Fabi finds any way to come up with something here, but it looks like we might be ringing the death knell for the Fisher Prize. We'll see.
Exactly. There are only perfect players remaining.
And now in the studio, Maurice Ashley with Katerina Nemtsova.
Thanks, Jen. Katerina, today you played a kid. We're seeing the kids just do marvelous stuff this tournament, but usually the adults don't care about that stuff. What happened in today's game?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it was kind of crazy. I think g4 is bad, but then I just blundered at one moment, so I think that's the whole story.
It's been a crazy tournament. I don't know if you got the chance to see Carissa's game, where she was completely killed, but then managed to draw against Tatev, and Irina was completely lost and managed to draw that game as well. What's going on? Any idea? You know, round 3 just seems like the round of craziness.
I didn't have time to look at other games. I don't want to even bother myself with that. But it's a long tournament, and it's really hard every single game. Like, people think that it's like, you know, we have 4 difficult games and, I don't know, 7 easy, but it's not like that. Really, every game is hard, and everybody plays their best, even if it's, you know, somebody 2100, they are playing their best, so it's hard to win with them.
Absolutely. Last question, how do you bounce back from a difficult game like this one?
You just have to. There is no other choice.
Another quote. We're going to start putting up these quotes. You got to write them on the wall, folks. Every time you hear the professionals talk like this, the right attitude you have to keep when you're playing in a tournament. And this time, like she said, there's no choice. You just got to bounce back. Guys?
Yeah, you're first to play. There are 11 games. It's not just one game, but keep your emotional equilibrium with you, and just try to learn from your mistakes. Take each game, if you had a negative result, as a learning experience and build on it.
Without letting it damage your confidence. That's the key part, which makes up the right mindset for a great chess player or a great intellectual of any kind. Know that you make mistakes, acknowledge it, but still think that you're awesome. And one person who has shown great character so far, starting the tournament with 2 losses and then beating one of the higher rated players in the competition, the young Akshita Gorti. Congratulations, she's with Maurice.
Well, she's old because she's 13. We got a 12-year-old in the competition. Well, absolutely. Congratulations on your victory today.
Thank
you. It must feel great.
Yes, it does.
You had this game against her. It was a fighting chess. You had lost 2 games in a row. What were your thoughts coming into today, and did you expect to win?
Well, like the previous two losses, I was losing because I had trouble in managing my time. So I decided to kind of play a little faster and only take time where I really need to, not where I'm not supposed to. So I think that helped me. Plus, I wasn't feeling really that nervous anymore, so that helped.
Wow, learning quick. I feel sorry for the rest of the players in this tournament, guys. These kids are learning fast. The game itself, when did you feel like you were going to win this game? Like this looked like you had a great position.
Around bishop h5 when I played, I thought I was in a good position. Like when I got the e5 break in, I thought my position was becoming better. But then I think I took with the wrong rook when she did knight takes f7. I think I should have taken with the other rook. That would have been easier. Because then I lost the exchange again. I mean, I was up in exchange and I lost it again, but she missed a tactic at the end, at the end game. And time pressure, so.
We found that a lot with the time pressure bothering everyone in this tournament. So now that you're in the rhythm, do you feeling more confident going forward?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we look forward to seeing more wins from you.
Thank
Congratulations again on your victory.
Thank you.
Jenny, yes?
Very nice. Congratulations indeed.
I'd be scared if I was playing Gorty today, too, because she looks like a bee. It's like the yellow and the black. Killer bees.
Ready to sting you.
And that's a compliment, obviously. Yes. Yellow, pink, anything bright is always going to make my day. I think everybody knows that. That was Maurice's pink shirt today. That's good.
A man who's comfortable with the sexuality. I agree.
And hot pink no less. Now, meanwhile, I know you keep trying to make this position win for Fabi, but I feel like So's got it under control. He's coming up with this like fortress where he's going to play rook b1. I don't think it's really a fortress, but like he's going to play rook b1, king b2, king a3, and snaggle that pawn. A word that you made up several broadcasts ago. Snaggle is a made up word, right? While you pick that up, we've got Sabina Foiser with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, maybe one of the more reasonable games of the round so far. Sabina, it looks like you had something going, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I thought I was pressing all the game. At some point I thought I was winning, but as I was waiting, I was looking with Grandmaster Kirilla, and it seemed like it wasn't 100% as I thought winning. I had probably some chances when I captured in c6 and I put my knight in c6. I went for the pawn and I thought the knight endgame is winning, but okay, it wasn't.
Does that make you feel better knowing that it wasn't so clear after all?
In a way, yeah, but I think I played a good game and I was pressing, so that's, like I was telling you yesterday, something that I want to do every game, but I take it game by game, so let's see what happens.
Mission accomplished. Let me get your thoughts on how the youngsters are doing in this tournament. We saw Gorty just win her game. Carissa Yip managed to draw her game to stay tied for first. It looks like they're learning quick.
That's very good. I mean, it's great. It's always good to see chess being popularized in the United States and see that youngsters have high expectations and they work hard to get here. So definitely, I'm sure that they do their best, and we were all there at some point.
We were all kids at one point.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's been a long day. Best of luck in the rest of your game.
Thank you so much, Maurice.
Thank you, Sabine. Well, you were saying that in the key matchup of the round that you felt that Wesley was close to achieving a fortress position.
I don't really think it's like a fortress. It's more like just like a way to snap up the pawn, like a kind of unusual way by putting like the king on a3 and the rook on b2, and just attack it more times than you have defended it. Do I have time to reach that position? Maybe not.
Okay, this is we're up to the game position at the moment, and I thought you were just going to try to keep your rook on the second rank.
Oh yeah, sure. If we can't take the pawn, I guess black's one move too fast. Like if you didn't have your king on d4, I could actually just play like king a3 and rook b2 and just pick up the pawn.
Oh, I see.
But it seems like black has
one.
Yeah, like black has one move. It was one move too fast here, so we wouldn't want to do it here.
Yeah, if you could just get in king a3 and rook b2 in one turn, then bang, you pick up the pawn you already spied the problem.
Yeah,
Queen
we're one
C3.
move too late for that now. So instead, falling back on the fortress idea seems quite sufficient, doesn't it?
Well, I'm going to try to stay with you for a second. Your idea, I mean, to try rook d2
Oh, I might
check.
get. You're
and
trying to
king
help
a3.
me?
Am I? If I'm walking into helpmate, but at the moment, I think it's very easy. This idea you have of just simply going after the b3 pawn.
Yeah, I was just worried that like at some point you would be able to slide your rook back, and when I take the pawn, then play rook a8 check. But
Something of this nature, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then you go here, and I take the pawn. I could take the pawn, by the way, with the rook, and that makes it really simple too. And I'd be checkmated.
No, check. We can check
Right.
the check.
Exactly, check.
How sick is that?
Yeah.
That almost never happens.
Right, but remember those commercials, the
Love
Sprite
it.
commercials, the two players playing in the park, and one would check the other, and the other would go checkmate. It's like checkmate. I was like, whoa. So this isn't checkmate, but it's check and check. But I do feel that indeed the players are winding down to a draw in this key matchup of round 3.
It's so sad that we don't get to see like 40 moves of rook and bishop versus rook. Maurice is over there crying. He wanted to like study that endgame, and Wesley found like a much better defense, right, Maurice?
It's a marvelous.
Oh yeah. I just love those. Sit around for another 2 hours doing random commentary. That's always fun.
No, for me, one of the things that I really enjoyed about the rook and bishop versus rook ending is I learned the Philidor position, and that Philidor was 500 years ago or whenever he was, and his analysis was still as accurate 100 years ago as it is, hundreds of years later. And I just thought, I thrilled to that. I thought that was an extraordinary thing about chess, is that you could go back in time and see these wonderful players, showing their analysis, which is still valid, and supercomputers confirming their analysis is really marvelous.
Kind of like with the Saavedra position. That position, people have known that for hundreds of years, right?
Right.
I'm pretty sure that's a very old one, and that's just so beautiful today as it was then, and to think that people had that same feeling looking at the position back then, it's just insane.
Right.
Because it's such a fantastic position. It's almost iconic. It's like, I can't wait to show a student that.
Right.
They probably have to be about like 1,300 or something to fully appreciate it.
Right.
But once
when
they
you
get to that,
see it for the first time, it's sort of like snap, right?
Wow.
And you appreciate their wonderment. It's sort of like you get to relive it through their eyes. It is really special.
Yeah, kind of like watching The Wire again with a friend who's never seen it.
That's not what I had in mind. Maurice, is the engines confirming what we're saying? It's an easy draw for Wesley So.
Why do you keep throwing it back to me in these boring drawn positions?
Okay.
It's drawn. Nothing to talk about there. But you know what? Let's make a serious point, though. I loved what Akshita Gorti said in her game when she said, I lost 2 games and I realized I got to correct the time problem, play a little bit faster, don't get into that time pressure. It just shows why it is that the young players need to play in events like this one. Long events as well, where there are lots of lessons to learn. She's internalized the lesson as opposed to cry about it, whine about it. Oh, I'm going to get killed in this tournament. I've lost 2 already. No, she said, look, this is what I need to fix, get my mind right, and play good chess. And she's done that, and that's what you want to see all the players do. They're learning quick, these prodigies, and it bodes well for the future of American chess for sure as we see this happen again and again. And it's almost like they're sharing intel with each other. Of course, they're competitors, but they are looking at the other young players and saying, well, if Carissa can do it, that's the attitude you start seeing. Like, if other young players can do it, why not me? Why do I have to think that these elders are going to just win this event? I want to do well too. So it's beautiful to see how the young players are playing in this event and learning lots from each other. Let's also look at Jeffrey Zhang. Hasn't lost a game yet. Akshat Chandra drawing Nakamura. How many people would give a finger to draw a guy like Nakamura? Amazing to see how well they're playing this tournament.
Indeed. And by the way, we didn't see rook and bishop versus rook. We are seeing rook versus a bishop. And as we know, is very important when you have the weaker side, that is to say you're the one with the bishop. You want to put your king in the corner that is the opposite color of your bishop. Wesley has done that. He's put his king on a dark square. He has the light square bishop, so A1 and H8 are the safe corners, and it's what we used to say a book draw.
That's
but
right.
now we call it what? Is it still a book?
Table base?
A table base draw. That was the word I was looking for.
But yeah, predating table base. So why don't you show us the reason why this is a draw? Because actually, it looks like your king is getting trapped. But the problem is when the problem for black is that when that bishop goes, when you try to play, do you want to show with the bishop in the stalemate?
Pardon me.
Stalemate is the cornerstone of so much endgame theory.
Right. Oh, so you're saying like. Oh boy, let's see if I can put up what you're saying, something of like a stalemate position, like what, this?
Like bishop e4, rook check,
right,
and bishop b1.
So if you can imagine the bishop on c1 and the king on b1, this would actually be a loss for white because
you'd have to move your king to the side.
Exactly. After king c3, you would be forced to play king a1, and then you would lose the bishop. So white actually benefiting here from having less mobility because of the stalemate, which, you know, stalemate comes up in so much endgame theory. It's really kind of mind-boggling that the rules for stalemate are what they are, because I think some people who come into chess are kind of surprised by the rule of stalemate.
I was as well, because of course well, not of course, but I came from sports, man. If you were dominating your position, dominating your opponent, pardon me, and your opponent couldn't move, and he says, referee, I'm claiming a draw, I can't move. Well, that wouldn't work in wrestling, and it wouldn't work in a lot of other sports, but it does work in chess, and it's a little confounding to young players.
I'll tell you what's funny is that Fabi is still moving. I mean, there are no traps in this particular ending, and he's still making a couple of moves, making the guy suffer a little bit. It's really hilarious. He did the same in Moscow, trying to get, was it Svidler? To make a mistake in their game, and he did get him to make a mistake in their game, but that was a position with chances. This one, the guy would have to just have a brain lock to lose this, almost giving away his bishop for no reason. But there goes Fabi making more moves.
Right.
Interesting to see, and actually now it looks like he is forced. Is he forcing a stalemate yet on the board? I can't see what move he's played.
Bishop A2, King C2 has been played. Not a forced stalemate.
Oh no, his rook is on b7. I didn't realize his rook was on that square. So now,
for example, there is a way to lose the game. By the way, generally speaking, you just want to move the bishop very far away. But let's say you were just, falling asleep, and you played an error like this one. Then I have this in mind: check, King A2, rook here, with a double threat of rook to c4 checkmate, and rook takes
a4 checkmate.
Rook a4 checkmate.
Speaking of Saavedra, there's kind of like a twist at the end of that line that reminds me of that.
Yeah.
So, wow, that's funny. I couldn't imagine a reasonable blunder to make here.
That would be unreasonable. You just move the bishop anywhere other than
else.
f7, b3, or c4. So you got a lot of squares you can move your bishop.
I think he chose d5 actually in the game.
d5?
I believe so. Wait, let's see. Get caught up.
Yes, bishop. I believe you're right as well. I believe he has played bishop d5. I think the rook just went to e7. Again, just kind of playing for some kind of
incredibly, they're now in a position where he can lose. He only has 2 moves. Does White? White only has 2 accurate moves to play. It's very important in this moment that he not blunder. He has to find either bishop c4 or bishop g8, unusually so, because the position is so easy-ish. But if he plays bishop a2, obviously he's going to lose to this check, and suddenly he's gone because he has to block with his bishop. And if he plays, he can't move his bishop any other square. Bishop c4 and bishop g8 are his only actual moves to play in the position, because he can't move his bishop this way for fear of getting caught with this mate. So he's kind of just in a forced move situation, which makes life easy, of course. He's limited, but there's the only thing he can do is just keep his bishop along the diagonal, and he'll be just fine.
That's right, and he has played bishop to g8.
Right.
So we got an interesting question from somebody who I guess he might not actually know similar. He must be just kind of getting into chess, and I love it when we have people like that joining our broadcast because that's what we really want. Christopher Yap Attack, he asks us,
Yap Attack?
now that computer evaluations are so good, will chess players ever be able to agree to an equity chop mid-game? And that is obviously a poker player. A chop refers to a situation where late in a tournament there's so much prize money that the players, instead of playing it out for first, decide that they'll take a look at their chips and determine who gets what based on the chips that they have.
Exactly.
So that's
kind of an adjudication of a position, so to speak.
and sometimes they do like it's a whole kind of politics. Sometimes people won't agree to it unless they get a little bit more because they say they're more skillful. So it's very different from chess where it's a draw agreement.
Right.
You know, there's no like
victory is just, you know. I remember the end of the simultaneouses where I had a lot of pending games and the time was over, and I would say draw. Usually I gave the advantage to my opponent, right? If I thought I was slightly worse, you will win the game. And so I was being generous. In poker, they're not generous. They're saying, no. With the equity chop.
So, or maybe he does play a lot of chess, and because I was thinking that, like Maurice said when he started to play chess, he didn't even realize that a draw was a possible result, like an agree to draw.
Yeah,
like,
I didn't either.
Yeah, that's just like a strange thing that if you aren't part of the chess culture, it's just like, oh, you might get a draw by a stalemate, but do people actually agree to a draw? Right. So perhaps this viewer actually doesn't realize that in most chess tournaments you can't agree to a draw, and actually it's in recent years that's been less acceptable. So we're actually moving towards less of that.
Yeah, you just eliminating the draw off a rule altogether.
Exactly.
As in the Sophia rules.
We're moving towards that in this tournament. We're
at move 30.
Exactly.
We will get to a first-time control, and we may get to a second-time control.
That's right. In some tournaments, they do 40 moves. But it would be kind of interesting if you could have a result that wasn't a draw, that it was like a 2/3 of a point.
Well,
I don't want to resign, and I don't want to draw, but how about 2/3 to 1/3?
I should get a little extra for that stalemate if I'm the person delivering the stalemate. But in any case, Fabiano and Wesley are still playing. 5 minutes on the clock for Fabi, 4 minutes for Wesley, dead draw in position, a table-based draw, as we now say, as opposed to a book draw. But maybe just for psychological and good points, you know, Fabi wants Wesley to know that he's the moral victor, that he had the upper hand as black in this game.
Yeah, because who knows, this might not be their last contest in the championship. Remember, unlike the candidates format in which the tiebreaks ended up being quite unkind to Fabiano Caruana since he needed to win his last game with black, even though a draw would get him the same score as Karyakin. That can't happen here at the U.S. Championships and the U.S. Women's. If you get the same score, it's a round robin. You all play the same people. You're playing off for the title.
And well, I love the playoff system. I really do. I think it's the most fair and appropriate. I understand in the candidates, if you wanted to use one tiebreak and one tiebreaker only in the head-to-head, that's okay. I can understand the justification for that. If you had defeated me twice and we tied for first, should we be playing a playoff? You know what I'm saying. But the playoffs make perfect sense. And there was a possibility of a three-way tie, which would have really confused things if Vichy had won. And there was a possibility that
then Fabi's tiebreaks would be better.
Right. And Sergei Karyakin all finishing with the same number of points. And thanks to Vichy's win, Fabi is the tiebreak champion. So playoffs.
Yeah,
please.
Super silly to go about it that way. But of course, for us, it's always really fun to feel playoffs. Now, if we had one math tiebreak in this tournament, I would pick most blacks. But both of these players have, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, all of the favorites actually pick the extra white. So.
Interesting. And Maurice.
And you've got to wonder why it is that Fabi's still playing this position. It's cleanly a draw. The only thing he could hope for is that somehow Wesley is so tired that he just slips up, because he knows, they both know that this is a clean draw. They knew this from grade school. They knew when they were 10 years old that this is a draw. So just for one trick, the kind of thing that might happen if he falls asleep, he played this check,
And right here, there's only one move, because if you play king to c1, then you run into rook g2, and that's all she wrote. You can't stop the attack and the mate on g1. But of course, after rook b2, Wesley knew that quite well, moved his king over, and then king to c2, he played bishop h7 check, and now king to c1, there's a stalemate on the board. He just has to play any old move, multiple moves, draw here, because he's ready. This move, rook to b4, doesn't do anything because of king up. I mean, it's just a draw. It's very easy, but he's still going. Maybe he wants to see 100 moves on his score sheet. Let's get to this position. Right here, it is, he's still making moves. Bishop, what did he play? Let me get the board up for us. There we go. We're at move 88 with rook to b8 on the board. Still many moves, but I would say he might have a sense of humor. Remember in the very first round, the confessional booth, he claimed that he adored Lawrence Trent.
Undying love.
Undying love. He professes undying love for Lawrence Trent. So not without a sense of humor is Fabiano Caruana, and maybe he just is thinking, let's get to 100 to have a round number, and then we can stop. But it's clearly a draw, and surprising because it's been that way for so many moves. They were, where is it? Move 71 was when it all started. So they could theoretically go to move 121 before he could just claim a draw. That is Wesley So.
I see. Jennifer, if you'd be so kind, bring up where we stand so far. Is this the only game remaining?
Yes,
we can
it
just
is.
review what has happened in this crazy round 3 of the U.S. Championships.
That's right. It has been a surprising round, and one thing that we're going to see is that Fisher Prize no more. That perfect score bonus is not going to be available to anyone in either competition after this game is headed to a draw. So in the women's championship, we've got 3 players now tied for first. We've got Carissa Yip, Tatev Abrahamian, joined by Naji Pikadzi. So a trio followed close behind by our defending champion Irina Krashu. Big save today, right? She's got 2
She's
points.
still at +1. Irina, the defending champion, just half a point out of first. The 3-way tie in the women's.
That's right, and we'll have to see which of these players really start stringing together some wins, because I think it's going to be a big score that takes down the women's championship. Traditionally it is, and I feel that we're going to see that again in this tournament. Now, let's take a look at the pairings for tomorrow. What do you have in store for us? Well, and we do have a draw in this game. Fisher Prize no more, but that's okay because plenty of exciting chess. And we are going to take another look at the women's pairings as we wrap up this broadcast. Anna Zatansi versus Nilsa Milakina, that's going to be an interesting pairing. Agata Baikatsev playing white against Irina Krush. So Irina getting 2 blacks in a row out of the way. Akshita Gorty, who stepped up today big time playing against Sabina Foiser. Ashrita Eswaran versus Katerina Nemtsova. And a very big pairing. We've got Tatev Abrahamian versus Naji Pikadzi.
Our tournament leaders playing against one another.
That's right. That's such a big game because I feel like both players really excel with the white pieces. So that could be a real game changer. Meanwhile, in the overall championship, we've got some very exciting pairings as well.
Waiting for the graphic.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we come.
Yeah, but
no, we have the standings.
First the standings, of course. Yes, 3 players tied for first, just like in the women's, 2.5 out of 3. We've got Ray Robson, Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana. Nakamura and Shankland, both just half a point behind, and in a way, expected. We've got our favorites and 2 very popular dark horses. Popular in that they've got large fan bases, and they're young and they're hungry.
Yeah, and they're favorites. And how did the pairings shake up for tomorrow's round 4?
Well, we have a biggie tomorrow. A very big pairing in Caruana versus Nakamura. That's the one we're basically waiting for. Huge game. Fabiano Caruana getting the white pieces. And just, you're not going to want to miss tomorrow. We're actually kind of lucky that tomorrow is Sunday because
right, it falls on the weekend.
You've got no excuse. You've got plenty of time to go to church if that's your thing and come back for the broadcast.
Right. And Sam Shankland, Wesley So.
Another big
Shanklin just a half a point out of the first there on a little bit of a roller coaster ride. Some big matches up for tomorrow.
And we've got a thought from Maurice.
Last thought.
Well, we had this long game and anticlimactic finish in some ways of what was a completely fiery round. I mean, when we go back and look at this particular round, it could be the round that costs some players a championship, a chance to come back, or maybe allows a player like Irina Krush, who just said it's clear, I was lucky. She may get her 8th championship knowing that she didn't lose today. It was such a demolition going on in the game, but also to see Carissa Yip not lose her game. Abrahamian is kicking herself. Now she has a tough pairing tomorrow against Pikidze. That's insane. But it's really all about the youth movement this tournament. Absolutely amazing to see what Akshat Chandra did, drawing one of the best players on the planet, and also to see young Jeffrey Zhang play his game and not lose any games so far. So amazing to watch the young players. Lots of action to go. Only 3 rounds have transpired, guys. We've got 8 rounds to go, but it all starts tomorrow. Next game, as you said, can't look ahead. Got to see the next game, and tomorrow is going to be more fireworks here at the championship.
Jennifer, it's been a wonderful show. I just wanted to say to all of our viewers, thank you for joining us, and join with us tomorrow for another great broadcast of these 2016 U.S. Chess Championships.
That's right. Get your questions, comments, and tissues ready, as we expect to see more surprises and more pain and more fun on the board.
Thrills and spills.
That's right. Tomorrow, 12:50 Central Standard Time, 1:50 on the East Coast. See you then.